It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. First. First.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of a super week. We're coming to you live from Messe Berlin. I can't believe it's going to come to an end, but we got 2 games left around this week off. I'm your host Singsu and I'm here with Cougar and Lothar. I can't believe it. I actually can't believe we just have 2 games left.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it's just the first week and we're like, oh my god, there was so many games. It's like already the final. No, it's just the first week. There's
So
7
long.
more
I
weeks.
feel
I'm having
so
this
long.
feeling of just because we're in LAN and it's the first time that we have all the teams here, that we're in an international event and this is like, you know, the ending. The week is over, we're going to move on to playoffs. But no, as Lothar said, we had 7 more weeks before playoffs.
Yeah, we do indeed. But let's talk about some of the things that happened yesterday. We didn't end up seeing like a ridiculous amount of overtimes. However, Cougar, we still had some pretty exciting games.
Yes, and it started out with Team Liquid versus Footballers. I think the perspective from these teams was very different coming into this matchup because, of course, Team Liquid was coming from a loss against Vitality and Footballers was coming from that win against Team Heretics. You know, the first map, it really looked like it was going to go to Team Liquid, but you know, Footballers managed to get those 4 rounds in a row at the end, and actually it was a very interesting series where Save blew everything away because he ended up with a plus 42 at the end of the match.
Look, I was driving to Berlin yesterday when the matches were also happening. I was listening like on a radio. Like, you know, I'm an old man, I can listen to a radio, right? And whenever someone was mentioning Save, I knew that something crazy will just happen, and someone was just blowing the speakers with the amount of because here the amount of kills that he was getting with the ultimate on Jet. I mean, this is just crazy what this guy was representing yesterday. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure I want to put too much attention to one player, but he single-handedly shifted the needle.
Yeah, and looking at the second game as well, there's 2 insane Jet players in this game.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that Twistin gave us a little bit of what we wanted. This one ran insanely close. It's true that we only had 2 of those 3 matches, but I don't know about you guys. I felt like I saw a different face coming from Koi. They made a lot of mistakes. It looks like really the pressure was on them because just imagine that they were able to close this week with the matches so important that they have with a 2-0. It wasn't possible for them, but Vitality showed us that they're definitely rooting and almost there for that top 4 and go into 2 Masters.
You know what? I'll just say one thing. If you were watching closely Baba, he was going crazy.
Yes.
And not for the good reasons.
Standard Barbell things, I feel like.
There was a lot of, let's say,
him.
questionable decision making when it comes to pushing your opponent when it was necessarily needed. And there were many occasions where that was losing actually the round. Even the final round. Was it 15-13, right? In the overtime? And Twistin got a double kill on an arcade. That was insanely crazy because they just let him do that instead of just waiting for him to plant.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, like you said, Vitality, they closed out the week with a 2-0, and the standings, therefore, is looking quite interesting. Of course, we still have 2 more games to go here, so things could still change. Giants all the way there at the bottom, but Na'Vi nowhere near the top 4, Cougar.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy because, of course, we're going to be seeing BB. I mean, the 4 teams that definitely don't have 2 points, but just imagine if Karmine Corp would end up in that top 4 with 2 wins and 0 losses. I think that, you know, many people's pick'ems will go to trash.
Well, mine would.
Yeah.
For sure. Like, I'll be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of Karmine Corp in general after seeing Lock-In and like the way they're approaching the game, but it seems like they're slowly shifting towards an actual team.
They are, and they're playing a lot of Gekko, Lothar. We were wondering which teams are going to be picking up Gekko. We've seen quite a few of them do it, and I know in the beginning of the week that you made a little bit of predictions and talking about where Gekko is going to be good at, so I feel like we should go back to that and have a look and see what we've learned from seeing this Gekko play so far.
Let's go do that, because that's one of the segments that I really enjoyed doing, and Gekko is one of the agents that I felt like, you know, it can be used in our meta game, but it was actually used so often. Pacific region, for example, didn't have a single Gekko. Anyway, what I mentioned is that the popular synergy that I would at least envision will be Gale, Yoru, Breach, and Sky because of the flash. Well, we're gonna jump into a round that was actually happening here. Now, what I want you guys to look at, this wall here at A main on Pell is right in front of the A main area over here. Now, Dizzy is a utility piece that needs to be shut down to nullify its effect, otherwise it's gonna be blinding. So what I predicted in day one is that it's gonna be used in a similar fashion, like for example the Recon Arrow with the KO Flash was being used on Icebox to literally just make people look at the arrow to shoot it, and then they are getting blinded by KO. So when we're gonna roll this clip, you're gonna see a KO Flash that is being thrown with the Dizzy. It's not the best timing because the KO Flash goes too fast, but the idea is there. Essentially, this is made to get through map control at the beginning of the round by overusing flashes, but it's very effective. Now the thing is, Gekko, as you can see here on A main, when you're attacking, you want to get the space peak, let's say not peak, but like piece by piece. So when you're trying to achieve map control, you're gonna slow down the game a lot. And on defense, the problem is that right now, Gekko from the defense used the Dizzy towards the other side of A main, and this is not retrievable. So there's no recurring value. And this is why Gekko on this map is so hard to use on the defense, because on attack, it's very easy, as you can see, just to get a cover piece and retrieve the utility. On defense, we have seen a lot of situations where Angel requires actually a bodyguard to make sure that he's gonna pick up that utility piece. And also, one more thing that we learned this week that will most likely not be applicable in the next week is when Gekko is using the mosh pit to destroy the Killjoy lockdown in the dugout part of the map against the ultimate, and that's not something that we're gonna see in the next patch 606. So will that affect the Gekko's pick rate in the future? I don't know, we'll see, but probably yes, as Killjoy is one of the main sentinels in the game right now.
What have you made about Gekko so far, Bear?
Oh, I've been liking him a lot. I know that we're seeing Karmine Corp later, and to me, my favorite for now is Shin. I think that his usage of utility is almost flawless. So I'm really excited to see him again.
I think there's definitely a gap, right,
Yes.
for players to be able to claim the crown for the Gekko King. I don't think we've seen it yet. Maybe in week 4, week 5, we can come back to this and vote on who we think is the best Gekko. And speaking of voting, I'm a little bit scared about this because you gave me and Lothar a couple of props.
Yes.
What is it for?
Yes.
What are we doing?
I've seen that you guys have been having a little bit of fun, so I prepared a game for you. Do you know when you're traveling and you come back home and you just order food from your favorite place, and you know the bag comes, the driver gets it, and you open the bag and your kimchi is not there. You thought that you had everything under control, but sometimes things don't go your way. In Valorant, the same happens, but in post plans. So I watched all the post plans that we've had in the game so far, and I gave you these cards that say yay on one side and nay on the other one, of course, and this is get the D fuse or take the L. So I'm going to be showing you guys and also the people at home and of course at the venue, you can participate in this one, of course, in the chat. I'm going to be showing you a minimap, and you will have to tell me if the defendants are going to get the defuse or if they're going to lose the round.
Well, I've been taking a lot of L's lately, so I think Lothar can take the defuse. Yeah.
When I'm playing ranked, I'm always getting the D according to my teammates. So.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get it started.
Yeah,
let's get it started.
Let's start with the first mini map.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, so this is, as you can see, this is Lotus.
I'm going in early. There is no way in hell. I think we throw it back up.
Yeah, can we throw it? Yeah.
There is nowhere in hell, just from the glance, the 2 seconds that I saw, that the defenders get a defuse. That's way too good of a post-plant position. That's
the
way
position
too good.
that is like planted 9 out of 10.
You have a breach, you
That
have
is
the
way
nano
too good.
swamp.
Okay, it's
so
a nay. There's no way. They do not get a defuse.
Sue is a nay.
I don't see any nano swarms. I don't see any smokes on the attackers.
you know how the
They
minimap
just have to
works
spam
sometimes.
one spot, Lothar.
Yeah. I would say this is actually winnable for the defenders. I think they will take the D.
Okay, so can production, please, can we run the first clip and get an answer to this?
You've only just picked it up and Trex is able to trade it right back out. Paint shots onto the spike. Zipan has to move out of it. He's touched it, but he can't stick it. And now they touch it once again. Trex sprays in that direction. It's being diffused. It's being diffused. It's being diffused. And nobody's able to stop it.
D.
I'm so
Ninja
glad you
Dictus
took the names
by
off because
Zenith,
I would have
putting
100%
Navi on
cheated
the
and
board.
said that I remember exactly what happened.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Yes.
what I went for the mini-map because
Okay.
this is the first
see how it
sneaky
is.
diffuse that we got. So, okay, let's go for the next one. Let's go for the next mini-map that we have here. I just picked 5 of them,
All
but I
right.
have more ready if we have some weird delays. So, production, please, could we see the second map?
I'm excited. I'm excited. Oh.
Okay.
Fracture.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is Fracture. Look at what their spike is. It's a 4v3. And you look at all the utility. You have the Brimstone, you have the Breach, the Fate, obviously the Killjoy. So what is it going to be, guys?
Okay. I think I remember which team this was by the comp. But Lothar, I'll let you go
Just
first.
looking at the mini-map, I would say this is almost not winnable for the defenders. This is an L. This is a yeet.
Nay.
Nay.
You have a nay?
If this is the game that I think it will happen, I'm gonna go for a yay. But we'll see.
It
Let's
wasn't
see,
that
let's
long
see.
ago. It wasn't that long
Yeah,
ago.
yeah,
Production,
yeah.
please. Could we
Let's see.
get an answer to our questions? Yeah, here we see Bone Cold. It's happened not that long ago, did it?
Yeah, I unless my memories fail me completely, I think they get this, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of early utility. Redguard gets the first one.
That Nanosome and
Yeah. But
Brimstone
look at where
body was
Nats
used at the
is.
same
Look at where
time.
Nats is.
Here
comes the spam and
yeah,
Yeah.
I remember. I cheated purely because I remembered this comp.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this game is also going to test your memory because
Yeah.
even sometimes just looking at the minimap, you're going to be like, yeah, I've been here before. Okay, guys, I mean, you're doing it.
I treat it as an exercise, well, not to my memory, but like
In
logical
fairness,
thinking.
I was on the desk when that happened,
lost the
and it was
prizes.
yesterday, so it would be really bad if I don't remember that from yesterday.
But
You've been on the desk all the time.
Yeah, that's true. That is
This
true.
only showcases to you that this round should have been like 100%
Exactly.
loss, and yet Liquid took it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
But
no, it
we're not
wasn't
done yet.
yesterday. Oh my god.
It was.
My
I think it
mind's
was the
gone.
day.
It was day one.
Yeah.
No,
it doesn't matter. It was day two.
Carry on.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We
Yeah.
have the next one. Hey, chat. How you doing? Are you getting? Are you getting?
Are they
getting
winning?
the Ds?
Oh, that's a very
look at this.
specific Viper wall that
I know
everyone should
this.
remember.
This is
I know
exactly. This one comes
Okay,
with the trick.
okay.
If
Oh.
you are able to identify
This
the
is the
wall, you
pistol.
should know. Yeah,
I can
should
tell
know.
you right
oh
now.
Oh my god! So
this
you've
is,
done your homework.
Yeah. This is the pistol round. I know. I even know the name for this trap, but I'm not gonna say
No,
it
don't
because
say
I
it,
feel
yeah.
like the IGL might get annoyed with me. Given Lothar, the defenders didn't win very many rounds that game. If our memory serves us correctly.
That is very much correct.
Yeah.
And, that wall is very specific to, in EMEA at least, to one team. But I'm not going to say which one. You guys in chat are
So,
going to see.
what are you gonna be?
But still, like,
Did they get the defuse? I don't remember.
from the perspective
question.
of,
Did they get it?
of an attacking team, I would say that this is hugely favoring the attacking team. I can remember the outcome because it's favoring the attacker with the position of the spike. It's planted for Jenny, so you can play in Nest, you can play in Belt, you can play in Maze. All of that is open.
You have all the lines of sight.
Was the Viper from Defenders actually alive?
I can't remember of the.
I'm gonna go for Nay just because they only won
They don't
3
get the
rounds that
defuse?
map.
Yeah,
I
I will
can't
say
remember.
Nay
They
as well.
don't get the diffuse.
I can't remember
The desk
if-
has spoken. Production, please. Could
I
we
can't
run the clip?
remember. Is this one of the 3 rounds they managed to get? Because if so, that's hilarious.
Pistol round in a 10-2, definitely very important. Vitinho goes for the diffuse,
No
but
way.
if for
Oh,
some,
he's no, never mind.
yeah, he just goes
Wait,
for half.
wait.
I can't remember this. Like, what was the
Wait.
outcome?
I mean,
actually?
they
Yeah.
only won 3 rounds, so I don't even know if this was
He's got
one of
half.
them.
He's got half, but if
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. The wall gave it away. The wall gave it away.
Yeah,
it was,
yeah.
It is the Fnatic pistol wall they do sometimes, yeah.
yes, and I'm going to give you one more chance. Are you liking the game? Should we?
I
do it
love
again?
the game. Let's do
Okay,
one
okay,
more.
okay.
Let's do one
so
more.
let's do one more. Production, please. Can we show the next mini map?
Well,
Okay,
this map is
another
also
icebox.
very specific
Another
to
icebox, but
every
look at
single
this.
team.
Look at this. Definitely not the most special wall, but look at this. We're talking about 4 attackers still alive, 3 defendants. So Lothar, what is it going to be? I'm going to go to your
Again,
thing.
I don't want to remember the game.
Oh,
again.
it's
So
the Harbor KO, Lothar. You remember this?
of
Yeah.
course I remember, but I want to
So
just look
there's
at
a
it
KO,
objectively.
there's a Killjoy, there's a Viper, there's
I
a
remember
Harbor.
this.
There's a Sage on the defense as well. I'm assuming she has the wall.
You can assume whatever you
So
want.
I would say this is an actual diffuse.
Yep, me too. Yay. It's a yay. I feel
Okay.
like this is
I
giving
have
me...
to yes.
This is
chats.
giving me some like 3
You ready?
a.m. PTSD that this did happen.
Yeah. Okay, so production, please, could we run the last clip?
The one way on the containers as well.
Look
we
at
love
that
it.
volley, look at that
Yeah.
nano that is not hitting. that utility that should be staggering one on top of the other just because of where the fuse is and the lineup not being perfect is going to result in a defuse for BBL that we're actually going to see in a bit.
You can actually see how millimeters sometimes in the plant position decide if someone has a favorable diffusal point or not, because you can hide behind the wall just because you're in the range of the spike. Sometimes that one just step forward or backwards decides its fate.
Well, guys,
well played. You got better as we were running the clip.
I'm pretty sure I won, but
Hey,
anyway,
I got
before
three
Lothar,
correct.
disputes me, we've had a lot of fun here. Thank you, Bear, for that segment. We saw a lot of entertaining Valorant, and there's going to be more coming up today. Some show-stopping Valorant coming up today as we check out this promo we have made for you for the Showstopper Match of the Week.
It's been a roller coaster. There's been bad moments and good moments. In VCT logging, we played against EG and we lost 2-0.
EG have done it, and Team Heretics are going home.
We were disappointed. We made some changes in the team and it's working.
They didn't have like the preparation to show like the world how good they are.
It's a hard format. Everybody didn't show what they were really capable of. But we're not going to underestimate them, of course.
It's a team that you have to be careful about. I still think we're all confident for playing them.
Our team is volatile. If you play against us in a good day, you will probably get smashed. But if you play against us in a bad day, we will get smashed.
It's time to kick off VCT EMEA.
The Coliseum. This is amazing. Yeah, this is amazing. This is far better than playing in, in your room.
Yeah, it's always better to play on stage than at home, of course. It's better when you see your teammates and see the opponents. It's way better.
You can see the fans, even if they are not cheering for you. It's cool to see real people, cheering for the game. And yeah, it's a plus that's really important in this part, I think.
I want to play against Karmine Corp because they are French and Spain against France is always a big rivalry.
I know that K-Corp has a huge fan base, a really huge one.
We know that there's going to be pressure on social media and all that, but we're used to it.
I used to play for Heretics before, and the fans, I really enjoyed playing in front of them. But right now, I'm part of Karmine Corp, so yeah, I'm just gonna give everything for Karmine.
The game is going to be really, really tough because the French people as well will be on us, and I know I will enjoy it. It's the kind of match I like to play.
I'm going to play against two of my ex-teammates, New Zero and Shin. I know them really well, and it's going to be a good matchup, and I think it's going to be a lot of ego during this game.
Yeah, he's a really good friend of mine. I'm excited to play against him. So yeah, it will be cool, and he's really a cool guy. He's a friend of me, so I hope he won't be disappointed if I win against him.
I will do whatever it takes to win it, and with all of my respect. But once again, I'm playing for Team Heretics, so I will do everything to win.
To me, the most important thing is to be consistent with our work. If we have that, I think we will qualify.
I'm not playing to be top 6 or top 5, I want to qualify, so yeah, this is the goal for me and for the team.
The blue wall is coming for you guys. Get ready.
Well, it's definitely a big rivalry indeed. That is coming up second. If we take a look at the match schedule, you guys are going to know what is coming up first. But Cougar, Mixer, he was talking about how he wants to play against Gekko because they are French. Is that the same sentiment you feel like for the Spanish fans? They want to beat the French teams?
Listen, it happened yesterday with the Koi versus Vitality. We took the L. We're not ready for another one. I said that we take the wins one at a time. Yesterday we needed one. Today I think it's compulsory.
Yeah, maybe they can bring it home for Spain this time. But that match is coming up a little bit later. First, let's talk about the return of Fnatic and BBL to the studio once again.
Gieriger Blick, rote Nikes, Black Hoodie Drip. Schwarzer Rauch, der durch die Lungen zieht. In dem Pfützen spiegelt sich die Unterschicht. Schlägerei dann in der Kneipe chillen. Panorama verstaubt hier in Silent Hill. An der Ecke vertickt jemand 30 Pillen, weil er sich später was leisten will. Du wanderst ins finstere Tal, deine Seele durchbohrt von einem inneren Fall. Sie sagen zu dir, Mann, du bist nicht normal, weil die Kohle nicht reicht, um die Miete zu zahlen. Wie in Zombieland sterben Hoffnungen. Unterzutauchen ist dir nicht möglich, wenn der ganze Block dich kennt.
Allein gefangen in diesem Albtraum. Keiner, der mir hilft, doch ich scheiß drauf.
Ja, hier führt jeder mit sich selbst Krieg. Kämpft alleine gegen Freddy Krüger aus der Elm Street. Lass die Teufel jetzt kommen, ich bin heute in Form. Box ihn und mach danach mit ihm ein Selfie.
Hier führt jeder mit sich selbst Krieg. Kämpft alleine gegen Freddy Krüger aus der Elm Street. Lass den Teufel jetzt kommen, ich bin heute in Form. Box ihn und mach danach mit ihm ein Selfie.
City of God, Straßen verlassen, brennende Häuser, Panikattacken, Kinder des Zorns, barbarische Schlachten, Purge, Säuberung, Hass hinter Masken. Selbst verliebt wie auf der Fashion Week, wo dir eine Chick für Cash direkt einen Lapdance gibt. Zu viele Leute vom Teufel besessen, kippen Wodka auf Fantasy. Junkies sagen den Stein mit der Karte, sie ballern und ballern sich rein in die Nase. Und Bonzen begraben die Leichen im Garten, nur er kann wie sie kein Freispruch erwarten. In der City Soleil sind die Klicks nur gefaked. Hier ist niemand ein Held, das Blut an den Händen zeigt, fick diese Welt.
Allein gefangen in diesem Albtraum. Keiner, der mir hilft, doch ich scheiß drauf.
Well, I wish I looked as cool as that when we're walking around Berlin, just casually seeing Jet and Killjoy.
I think we need a couple of those.
Yeah. Get us out there. Get us out there. I want to see a Viper render as well. I think that'd be really sick.
I love the Killjoy. Did you see? Like,
Yeah.
you see her pores on her
It
skin? That
looks
was
so
insane.
good. But when it comes to Fnatic and BBL, it's a little bit difficult to make like a connection between these two teams. But I found one.
Found one.
Finally, it is the 3-11 comeback at BBL when they played against Gekko. I felt like they were gonna do it. I believed.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Cougar, they're not just quite Fnatic's level yet.
Yeah, of course. The situation, I think, is the most important factor here. Fnatic was, trying to get that first win in an international stage. All or nothing. All that you've worked for is literally this or nada. And for BBL, it was different. It had been a very intense and long day. To me, it just showed a history of resilience and resistance, not only for staying here for that many hours, but actually fighting to the point that we almost make it to overtime.
The fact that both of these teams have had that experience as well is kind of crazy. Like, I can't wait to see what happens when they play against each other. But of course, that 3-11 comeback almost happened on Split. Both of these teams have played Split already, and Lothar's going to break down some of the similarities and differences between their Split games.
I'm so happy that I'm back with a telestration.
You look
Something
good.
that I love the most. And I will start with something, let's say, more simple. And because it's a Split, it's a simple map, one would say. But also there's a very high chance that we're actually going to see today Split between Fnatic and BBL. What I chose here is first 40 seconds from Fnatic against Giants on Split. As you can see, there's a very visible area of attention that Fnatic is giving on this map, and it's not the mid section. I wonder if this was actually because Giants didn't run the Sage on this map, and this might be different against BBL. We're gonna pay attention to that if we'll be going to Split. Now, when we compare this to the other team, we're gonna swap to BBL, and this is their Split in the first 40 seconds. You can see how huge of a difference in playstyles those two teams represent on the same map. BBL is fully putting attention almost every round on the mid area. They're also smoking vents almost every single round. Having those patterns for both teams kind of shows you that as a team you can prepare yourself for this kind of movement on mid. You can be certain that you don't want to stand in vents, that you want to prepare for defending from this area more, or even fight with utility from vents through those smokes to just essentially stop BBL from taking the mid control. Now we're gonna go back to Fnatic for a moment, and this is again the first 40 seconds, but let's see how the next wave looks like. This is the second middle part of the round, when you can see that the attention from Fnatic actually is swapping. And if they're going for a B split they're going actually mostly through the B main and very rarely through heaven, while the attacking on A side actually has visible movement through vents. Very important informations for BBL. Now let's swap to BBL again. Second part of their attack, completely different, let's say even attack speed. You can see that during the same timing, they're actually mostly in the backside of B and in the backside of A. Visible playstyle differences between the spacing and the timing on all of those rounds. Those are very crucial informations that I will be happy to then compare if we're gonna see another split between those two teams, because again, every team is gonna adapt against each other. And when you're looking at those informations, this is something that the professional analysts in the teams are actually looking at and trying to counter the opposing team. That's about it.
Lothar, I do hope we see split today and see if those teams are going to maybe change something up when they play against each other. But I do want to kind of talk about the heavy hitters of this team. Kukuka, I think, is very obvious when it comes to what Durka and Kushner both bring.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, I think that it's very different because especially from the little bit that we have seen from Fnatic now here in EMEA, we have seen him sticking to his role, especially on the defenses where I have enjoyed him the most, because he's going to go for the kill, but he's never going to keep extending. That Durka go kill in defense is never going to exist. He's moving more into, okay, I get the kill, then I go back and we play for space, we pay for the info. So of course, every single time that Durka is on the server, whomever's on the other side, they're going to struggle. And for this time, it's going to be QT.
Yeah, in general, I would really enjoy how Fnatic actually evolved playing around Durka. This is very visible in Haven, by the way. When the pushes from mid are happening with the dash, so even if he's aggressive on defense, there's always the support when it comes to the team. And that's why he's so successful at what he's doing the best. And you can see that in the percentage of his winning rounds, even when he's dead, is actually so high.
Well, one interesting thing I want to point out as well is when it comes to the way that you said they're playing around Durka, we have another stat to show you guys. When Durka traditionally died first in the past, the win rate was really low for Fnatic, but it's no longer this case.
And I think this has to do with the protocols that they have learned and, to me, almost taken to perfection of trading. I think that Icebox against Giants was the perfect example. The moment that the trading was not there, Mini asked for the pause, and they were like, and he was like, listen, guys, we've gone over this. You know how to do it better. And the numbers are showing it. We can feel it on the server, and it looks like the ceiling for Fnatic is still not there.
Yeah, I mean, the teams that are actually getting better at trading, specifically when they play with agents who have much more mobility. So Jet, Raze, Neon. Neon is specifically also like guilty players that are playing Neon are guilty that are too far away to have consistent trades. That's one of the main things that teams need to fix.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting matchup for sure, but also a fun one. We had Boaster with us in post-plan a couple of days ago, and he had a little bit of trash talk that he wanted to do against BBL. Check this out. I'm going to let you trash talk them. Go for it.
I can't trash talk
your
them.
trash.
I'm just going to say, let's just hope it's not like that top lane Lissandra play.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He probably didn't hear, knows it.
That's some niche jokes right here.
It's a League of Legends reference where there was unfortunate thing. Someone got one shot. There you go. And that someone is Vutagen. Yeah, he got one shot by Naru's Lissandra. All right, so for those of you that don't know anything about League of Legends or anything about the BBL owner Vutagen, this was a deep cut trash talk. So I'm gonna actually show you guys the clip of where it happened. I can't believe we're showing a League of Legends clip on a VALORANT broadcast.
It looks very different, I have to say.
It feels illegal, but essentially Naru, who's playing the Lissandra right now, he's a very famous Turkish mid laner, and this unfortunate one shot happened. So what Boaster was alluding to is that he hopes that BBL don't do as badly as this.
That's insane. I'm an Aaron player, so and I had never seen anything like that, I have to say.
Well,
tragic.
I'm a big fan of Wild Rifts.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks guys. I appreciate you. I appreciate the effort. Where's Ender when you need him? Like the 1 week.
In the LEC.
the 1 week that we want Ender here, we don't have him here. But anyway, moving on. Let's catch up with Chronicle a little bit about what they've been up, what the Fnatic boys have been up to in Berlin.
It's insane. Our facility in Berlin is insane. That's it. Like, I really love it. So I really want to compete here.
Riot has decided to, as a part of the partnership program, to bring all of the teams here to Berlin emulating what they do in League of Legends. So there's 10 teams that they chose from across the EMEA region from March to like June, essentially. We're going to be playing in the EMEA VCT League. And because we're competing in a studio here in Berlin, obviously that means that, you know, everyone needs to move here, because there have been teams that have tried to do the fly-in every week thing. I think the team did that like a few years ago in LEC, and it's just not tenable. Like, you need a home base. Us already having this home base here in Berlin made our life so much easier, because there's loads of teams that don't have any infrastructure in this country.
I was in Berlin 2 times already. It was obviously in Masters and Champions. I really love the style of the city, that urbanistic type buildings. I mean, in Europe, there's obviously a good quality of life. It will be a great experience for me to see how European people are living here.
It's very nice that we're able to kind of just be together. We have a cook, we have a chef. Like, it's quite nice to come in and know that, like, we don't have to sort our food. Like, I don't have to go find the best vegetarian restaurant, or if I'm in Egypt or Japan or whatever country, like, if there even are options for me. So it's quite nice that, like, things are kind of being looked after a bit better. I think our productivity will be a bit higher. I think that being able to kind of gel and bond as a team is a lot easier when you're kind of in person.
I really like Fnatic because they were always one step away from getting good results in the tournaments. So I think with this roster, together we will achieve even more.
Okay, what is that basketball hoop? Come on, Fnatic. Surely you have some budget to get the boys an actual basketball. But we're going to move on to the map vetoes here. It does feel like, Lothar, Fnatic, their map has traditionally been deeper.
In general, I would say the teams that are coming from the Turkish region, historically speaking, always had a shallower map pool than the teams coming from the European region. And it seems like it's going to be still okay for BBL.
Wow.
Like,
No
they open with
icebox.
Ascent.
No icebox.
Yeah, and no icebox ban. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised here. Like,
So basically what happened is that BBL just, I was thinking of how important that coin toss was going to be into deciding who was going to be the first one in banning a map. And BBL, I'm just going to say, big bolded here and was like, you know what, I'm not going to take out Pearl because I know that you are going to do it. I'm going to go for my second option. And this is...
But Fnatic chose
won it
split.
twice. Yeah.
Fnatic is the one, they had Lotus was split and they want to go to split instead.
Yeah. I think that overall, this is probably the best chance for BBL with the map pool that we know from both teams at the moment to win against Fnatic.
What I will say is, like, Fnatic, they still have Kamek. Alpha yet is not back yet, and this very much, from what Boaster was saying the other day, it feels like what Kamek is more comfortable with.
yeah, I'm wondering though, if Kamek, if we go to map 3, will he still be playing Cypher on that map? Because he really didn't look comfortable on it, right? Maybe they will swap to Killjoy, who knows? But for Ascent, I'm not really worried about him. Like, Ascent is gonna be a very, very stable map for him in general. But at the same time, if I would have to give a chances for BBL to win a map, it would be Ascent. Ascent is the map that favors the playstyle that BBL has, the more, let's say, raw power.
They're Turkish.
And it's the one that they won against DRX.
Yeah, it is.
Unfortunately.
I mean, we haven't seen either teams play Ascent since lock-in, so this is going to be very interesting.
And I'm also very interested to understand why Fnatic decided to go for the Haven, because it's not like BBL is scared of it. In fact, the other day, it was because Karmine Corp that they banned it for the last map. Otherwise, it would have been perfectly, and they're, you know, it's a map that maybe they don't want to pick, but they're not scared to play at all.
Sounds like BBL have a chance.
Yeah, I guess, kinda. I mean, this is the best shot, right?
Good.
No icebox or fracture. I honestly,
I'm very surprised.
Yeah, I'm tingling a little bit in my fingers. We're going to talk about it more in a bit, Lothar. But first, let's bring both teams onto stage. You've seen them already here. So make sure everyone in the arena give a big cheer and a loud welcome to BBL and Fnatic.
I can feel it in my blood, got my heart racing. Got the world in my sights and it's for the taking. We apply the pressure, diamonds in the making. Got the spirit, got the vision, yeah we groundbreaking. Now we trying to take the whole game and make it bigger. I can take the pain, cause I'm a born winner.
BBL Esports.
Honestly, seeing Fnatic all doing a conga line and Leo wanting nothing to do with them whatsoever just sums him up, doesn't it?
Although I'm a big fan of Chronicle because he had a very specific type of movement that no one mimicked. I was hoping that everyone will do that.
I thought it was going to be like a transformer kind of thing, you know? Like they were going to be a robot
like
and maybe they go into a pyramid and you know something crazy happens. It's Fnatic, so of course that's always on the table. But yeah, I think that Leo needs some training. Okay?
He looks like the guy that's like...
I'm giving him until week 3 to be part of every opener.
He's the teenager where like his parents are embarrassing him. Do you know what I mean? He's like, why are they doing this? I don't want anything to do with this. But BBL, they looked a little bit more cohesive, which could be an omen, I guess, into the map ethos and how everything is going to go. When it comes to Ascent, like both of you said...
Yeah, there's a lot of omen there.
Yeah, and the fact that BBL are able to get rid of Fracture, get rid of Icebox, and have Ascent to start with, this is the dream start for this team.
Well, look, the last time both of those teams also played Ascent, they played literally the same composition as well. It's the most standard one. Omen, Killjoy, you know the drill. Jet, of course, dashing. Like it's all very standard. Double initiator or just one initiator, with the Sova being the primary one and KO to counter the Killjoy essentially.
There is something that I love about Fnatic, and I love that we brought up Durke and the graphic, and that we actually see Ascent, because one of the things that happened against Loud is that even though on the attack they were not getting the opening kill, they will get most of the rounds, and it's because of those protocols and that trading that enable them to not be required for them to win the rounds.
We're into Agent Select here, of course. The last time Kute played against DRX on this map, he diffed every single member of that team. And Lothar, if he does it again here against Durka, it's going to be problems for Fnatic.
I would actually say that it's probably going to be way more difficult against Fnatic than against DRX. DRX is more based, like I would say, less focused on one player. So it's going to be harder to diff the Fnatic team here. But we'll see. Okay, so no surprises from Agent Select so far. This is very standard. Mirrored.
It's
exactly
the most standard that you can go after KO was introduced. It's a composition that many teams use, not only here but around the globe. And knowing also the BBL were the ones to choose this map, Fnatic is going to be starting on the defense. So especially if we want to see the Kamek that we saw the other day that ended up without a single first death and just playing for the team, playing exactly how he was taught to, if they're off to a good start, you know, maybe it's not going to look good for BBL.
Yeah, and one thing I would like the viewers to focus on this map when they're going to be watching it is the mid control. The pizza area, which typically is guarded either by a Killjoy turret from Switch on the B side that overlooks the pizza area, or an Alamo bot on the pizza itself, is an area that is vital for BBL's success because they do favor a lot of splits. And the thing is, if you don't destroy that Alamo bot on mid early with a shock dart or with someone of the players just trying to get that spam there, Fnatic is not going to rotate, and they're going to just hold their lanes, and that is one of the crucial aspects of defense that Fnatic will have to.
You know, I remember Aslan, I think, playing KO on this map, and remembering that his presence, especially on the defense, was shutting down most of the entrances that that they were going to have on A. So to me, I'm going to keep my eyes on Turco, because of course, Kute has a very hard task ahead, and he needs all the support that he can get from all the players to actually succeed in those entrances that are not going to be easy.
I just wonder if BBL have had enough time. Fnatic, of course, they played on day 1. They've had a lot of time to recover. And BBL, they were here until 3 in the morning the other night. So I don't know whether the preparation phase is going to be good enough.
I mean, it's not only that, it's also that now they're rested, even if they had everything ready for the other day, just because of out of exhaustion, you can be like, okay, I cannot close this, I don't have what it takes. Maybe if you would have given me the same situation 2 hours ago, the results would have been different. Now, you know, we saw the teams, they're smiling, they're happy, they know they're the first game. Fnatic did not have much to recover from because they had, let's say, an easy win. So it's all on BBL's side for me.
Do you think it's going to be a 2-0?
I don't think so.
I think that at least, I think that so far in the competition, we've had like 5 overtimes. I'm saying that in this game, we get to a 6th.
Okay, well, I would like to see the third map along the way, because it's going to be the split that I talked about.
I'm really looking forward to Hate.
Well, I have some good news for you, Lothar. We might see that third map because your casters are Mitch and Tom.
Oh, let's go! Hey, listen, we already had our 2-0 there, Tom. I mean, we've already established we're bringing the global stuff right here.
Like, we literally got like every 2-0 except for one. which was when Talon managed to really show up versus DRX.
That was a good game.
Yeah, I'm hopeful. I hope we'll get that.
And you know, the funny thing,
not optimistic.
That game, though, it ended up being a fantastic one. And going into it, I wasn't expecting that. And maybe we have elements of that here today. Fnatic are, you know, world champions. This is a squad that you cannot underestimate whatsoever. On the other side, BBL, they don't have the best track record. Coming into this, I think a lot of people will be siding with Fnatic, but with a kickoff and Ascent, it's not like they have no chance.
No, it's a map that historically has been very good for them, historically has been very good for Turkey. But one of the things I can say is we could say the same about Brazil. Yeah. Brazil has been a fantastic map on Ascent, and when we came to lock-in, well, Furia fell to Fnatic, and so did Loud. So they've already proven that it doesn't matter if you're good at a map, a lot of the time they're better. And in terms of a general map pool, yeah, I think that a lot of the time when you look at this BBL side, they're better at some of the older maps. They're better at maps like, for example, Ascent. But even still, I think it's going to be a very, very difficult road.
A tough battle ahead, that's for sure. It's time to kick it off. Ascent loaded up and ready, and we've got barriers up. Fnatic on the defensive side, and sure to see a lot of depth there. Of course, a mirror matchup as well. Teams intimately familiar with the map, with the intentions of their opponents, and we could have a banger on our hands. We'll see if BBL can deliver the level that Fnatic have been playing at so consistently.
But that's the thing. I actually think it's better for BBL to start on that attack. Warm up into the game. You expect the defensive side to be the more dominant of the two. For now, though, Kushner is going to get in with space, and actually all that's really been put there is just some utility. Fnatic were fighting the other side of the map and almost playing a full retake from the get-go.
Yeah, this is panned out into a decent position for Fnatic to fight back in if they can grab themselves a little corner of map control. You see, fighting for this site, sometimes it's easy to push those players back to main, but they are stacked up heavy. 4 players over towards that Jenny and door area, looking for a fight, and I almost wonder if they're going to burst out and... Oh, never mind. I didn't see that shock dart coming. Great one from Leo. First round already up to his old tricks down to the site. Kamek good for a little more maybe. Helped out by Boaster to finish off that kill. They've spotted Turco under, dealt with him right away. And Suchny, the last man alive. I don't think he's getting away with all too much here. And indeed, the defuse comes through from Boaster. 1 round for Fnatic.
No, and it's a scenario as well where you're basically given that after plant for free. You're given that opportunity to just start things off with a bang. And there's already a whiff or two. Like that's a bad sign for me. The fact that I think it was Chronicle manages to get away with a bit of a freebie in the end. And also just the shock dart. Now, this might be a bit of a bold claim. I've got very little to back this up other than the eye test. I think Leo might be like the best freehand shock darter in the world. And I mean that he's not just setting up these crazy lineups. It's just his prediction of where someone will be, and he just shoots it like maybe like not even with a bounce, just insta.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with you there. Just looking at, we'll have to have a look at shock dart kills overall. He's probably leading there as well. Another one fired through. Look at the damage. Turco thought for a second about peeking on the corner to trade his teammate, and already he's down to 50 HP. It's just tough to play against this guy.
Yeah, he might not have the best team synergy out of the server. They might not necessarily want to join in.
He's not going to do your conga lines.
Yeah, exactly. In the server, incredible. And I think that's all that really matters to Fnatic. Nice shot, though, from Kushner. These are the sort of kills, if they can sort of steal away, maybe get a gun, do a little bit of extra damage in this round. They haven't invested massively, so even just the extra ult orbs they will gain and the extra cost they'll cause to Fnatic could be huge.
Boaster has Leo close by, but he's going to have to do a hell of a job holding off by himself. Okay, they got another kill there from the BBL side. Altogether, the damage done is massive. A 1v2 on the board. Definitely possible. Spike not in an ideal spot. It's more so the timing, though. Fnatic just making their way to this corner. And I thought maybe we'd have a double peek coming in any moment, but they're starting to second guess where this player's gone. Maybe he's making it around through Garden. Now they know the spike was tapped. He's on the site. Cloudburst across, gap in them. It's spotted by Aslan, and he's got him lined up. Luckily, they're able to finish off that kill in a clean trade. And another round for Fnatic. But look, Tom, you come into this round, I don't think you're expecting BBL to do that much damage off rip.
No, they had rifles as well. Fnatic were mostly investing into Bulldogs. Like, you look at sort of the beginning stages of the round, Boaster had a Bulldog. I think the majority of people did. And I think there was one rifle maybe onto Kamek, like in terms of a Vandal. So that's a huge amount of damage. And now what should have been a very good round coming in with a purchase for Fnatic ends up with a mixed bag buy. So this is a great chance for the Logitech G power-up round for basic that side of BBL to get off to a flying start.
Well, the last game yesterday that we were casting, Tom, we saw, consistently that third round, even though the teams were losing the second round or suffering heavy casualties, they had that bulldog buy with lots of pistols. They were always able to buy back up. Fnatic don't have that opportunity here. I think they've made the right call by playing it as a sheer bonus. 3 stingers, you can still get a lot of damage done with those. But with the amount of damage BBL did early on, this is certainly a promising start for the roster. Let's see if they can convert this one in a decently easy fashion.
Ooh, okay. Dirk is going to be picked off early. They are walking into the one rifle of camming. Obviously that player sort of standing in today, he's been picked off very easily as well. Solid entries from BBL, and from here on out, honestly, this round should be plain sailing.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. I mean, you're not expecting to see Fnatic over-aggressing into any of these angles. They're going to sit back and wait for BBL to make a mistake, and that just shouldn't happen. Not when you've got these rifles, not when you know what you're up against. And you can see they've handled every duel on range, not losing even HP for the most part. Left to Leo to do something, and nothing. I mean, what an answer back from BBL, losing the pistol, but despite being behind, they very much feel ahead on this map so far.
Yeah, a really nice round from them. Of course, I think it's obviously going to get a little bit tougher when rifles are in on the board. I don't think you're going to get as much pressure down mid or as easily as they did, but even still, just managing to not make any mistakes, having those sort of controlled lurks, and that's actually something I really want to focus on, because I feel like in this sort of new iteration of BBL, or at least the new coach coming back from being there before and sort of changing things up in terms of who's doing what, more structured roles, Aslan is the player I want to focus on. Can he make it work on this Sentinel? Because we've seen him as a controller before. That was pretty decent. As a duelist, he definitely thrived. I'm still not really convinced just yet about his Sentinel play.
Oh, that's something that can change in time, maybe even in this series. We'll see. So far here for BBL, very slow approach on this attack, prodding on B main and up through middle, but not seeing all too much. And I think this is going to be a blind push for the A side. And in terms of making their way through, I mean, they've still got everything to work with. They've got their full smokes, and Fnatic are playing offside. They should be able to walk in here decently easy. A nade even to clear wine and just double check no one snuck in. The drone going through, following up on Cutie, and well, they've got the site for sure, a plant, and that is a great lurk out of Aslan. Oh, the short fight is his as well.
Okay, they managed to do very well here. Even a swing round through the window coming in from Kushner is going to give them a massive advantage, and I almost feel like the remaining players of Fnatic might just have to save the weaponry. I don't see a way back into this one unless there's a massive mistake, and you could see from BBL, this is very controlled. They are not looking to get that little bit extra aggressive until they know it's already finished.
Bot coming back. Turn out.
Fnatic are certainly looking safe because of that. I love the idea from BBL. You know, the faster play through, Cutie pushing up into heaven, quickly making his way around Garden. Those players are blindsided by the push that's coming in on site. And then you have Aslan, the very player that we mentioned at the start of this round in the Sentinel role. He was the one laid on B when they're putting their knife up through middle and KO's checking there's no one around market. He's the one still in B main and slowly making his way back around. That mid lurk, you know, you get one there. That's already good. You're disrupting them a lot. You're getting the space for your teammates on the site. But following up on another kill on short, that just left the Fnatic side in chaos.
Yeah, and there's not really that much opportunity for a response. Unfortunately, the ultimate online from the Shadows isn't going to be one that grants them any extra weaponry. But yeah, I think that's the thing. If you're on the side of BBO, you have to realize very quickly, Fnatic are happy to play retake.
Yes.
So the main thing is, if you have someone like Aslan who can cut off their opportunities to retake by just being in the backlines, and even then having that further aggressive QT of, okay, you can't retake because you don't even know where I am.
It's very dependent on teams, but in moments like that where you're making the push, you know, you set up on a default and wait for your opponents to make a move. Win rates tend to dive. Boaster's being caught by that paranoia. It cost him a second in the fight, but that's all it took. Is Chronicle actually going to go for this? I mean, they've spotted at least 2. And you have to expect there could be more. It's a big risk, but they also might have rotated by now. You wouldn't blame him for the swing, but Cutie is playing so patient, waiting for Brave to get contact so he can swing on that angle, making sure Chronicle could never make it around the corner, even if he got that first shot off onto Brave. This is a death trap, and Chronicle is doing a great job of avoiding falling to it. Right now, the patience on display is staggering, to be honest, and eventually, the knife will go out. It's a little closer, And I don't think that caught them. Yeah, that's got him out into the corner, but they changed their setup.
Yeah.
So he actually gets the kill and out for free.
Yeah, I think they were almost looking to fall back off of this and definitely will now. The thing is, Fnatic have gamble rotated pretty much everyone there. The information that was garnered out from Chronicle sets up their stack. Of course, they don't have much in terms of weaponry, so not really wanting to push too much here. And the fact is, even if they do just go for a retake, they'll be able to pick up an extra gun, so it might not even be too bad.
Man, that drone in A main, that is a hard fake. If you're Fnatic right now, there's no way you rotate for a couple seconds at least. Here comes the recon. And you know, maybe you start to realize there's no smokes gone down. Just Sova utility, just one player we know to be here. And yeah, there's the movement as they start to realize they're not making a 10-second 5-man A main push. They've gone B, found the open site, found a plant. And now the retake once again has to be attempted, but the weaponry is such a huge disadvantage. You know, if Durka finds a kill or something, well, 2 really to get that Blade Storm online, they're already winning the round. So it's going to have to be those rifles of Chronicle, Kamek, Leo.
They're using the lockdown just to hold them back. Clearly that little bit more wary that this might still be possible. Now, a gun has been retrieved for Leo. He went and got that off the player that died in A main. So this is still 3 guns. Dirk almost being the sacrificial lamb, but through that smoke, even still though, Chronicle managed to find a couple. The time though is starting to tick. Dirk is gonna have to get a move on. He knows there's a player behind. Lands the instant shot, but he needs to get this kill, and he needs to get it now. The time too far gone, and Turco may just go down to the spike, in fact. An incredibly costly round for BBL, but they get it over the line.
Just about, but with the way this game has started, you certainly wouldn't think that they were underdogs in this matchup. They are fighting pound for pound. Their early rounds are good. And again, we haven't seen Fnatic play that full buy really at all. This is going to be the big decider round. There's ultis online. They have a ton at their disposal. But early signs of life here from BBL are looking fantastic.
The main difference, though, is the operator.
Yes.
That's where Durka can really take those fights into mid. That's where he is a danger, and already the updraft is going to give him an opportunity. Doesn't find anything. In fact, they're taking a quick-paced look, in fact, towards his B site. Only Kamek going to be on spot, but that might be enough. He's already found the opener.
Yeah, at that point, fall back, play the retake for sure. Fantastic opening for them over on the Fnatic side. Durka going to be trying to reposition that operator to catch any of these players, leaving themselves open to spawn, getting aggressive, or once that plant goes down, the late play retake. Ultis, I mean, there's an absolute ton of them online right now. And you have to imagine, if you're in the boots of BBL, you almost want to get off that site. You want to fight your way out of it a lot of the time, but they are content to stay stuck in. They've got to win these duels when it comes down to it, but Fnatic, that's when they'll be burning all their utility.
Already though, there's the shot landed from Durka. A chance, Sushni responds. Brave, actually they start to push forward. They're not allowing them to retake at all. Brave just shutting them down with 3, and I'm loving this from BBL. I think they know if they sit back, if they wait patiently, they give that time to Fnatic to build up their retake. They're some of the best players in the world. But if you get up in their face and brawl, that's where things start to get a little bit more shaky.
It's such an interesting difference on what we'll see from a lot of teams who try to make that aggressive stance in towards the spawn. They try to go
moving already.
They try to go B main and everything like that. Get that extra foothold, your extra angle to fight from. You know, sitting on this side and waiting is usually a death sentence, and especially against a team like Fnatic. They sort of end up in a middle ground. They do sit on the site, they do turtle, but then when they sense that the timing is now, they're making the push, this is where they're going for their space, which is often given off by the utility. You know, your KO knife over on short, you see that near the lane, you're like, okay, if you're throwing that now, you're probably gonna start coming around those corners pretty damn soon. And that's when they go forward for that extra little disruptive play, that tiny extra angle to catch you as you're clearing everything else. And well, you can't account for that sort of play every single time, you know, Brave just going crazy, but you'll certainly take it. And it's such a key moment as well. That's the buy round for Fnatic, the operator up. They are now at 4-2, and you forced a timeout out of them in the first 6 rounds. That is a feat for BBL already.
The other thing as well is that was, what, a 3 versus 5. So it was like they almost had to do something. You managed to have Durka finding the openers back into position, so they play aggressively because they were screwed if they sat there. So just good mid-rounds, basically. And that was always the thing. Like we saw with the old BBL, they didn't have an IGL, didn't have a proper one at least. So now they brought one in. Maybe this will be the difference maker.
Oh, Durka! That is disgusting! Turco was practically in his spawn. No, not practically. Look at the map. He was in his spawn. Oh, and he gets no chance to leave it. BBL down a man. Okay, they've got ultis to try and make this back, but it's pretty much neck and neck with the Fnatic side. An isolated Jet, the dash in out of Kushner, now leaves him alone. And these players, they're looking to take the fight, but not winning it, not just yet. Boaster good for one, that's all. The site has fallen from the shadows to the site, plant in, and BBL, they've recovered nicely from an early pick from Durka. Still that Blade Storm to worry about, though.
Yeah, he can always still cause issues, cause problems. But in these afterplants, it's looked pretty good so far for the side of BBL, waiting patiently, just trying to set this man up where they can. Again, it's proactive, but it might be a little bit troublesome. No, Durka's missed the knives. It looked for free. And now Kushner looking to wrap him from behind. He's not being paid attention to at all. He's going to go up above, try and use the knives himself. He lands the first and the second. What a play from Kushner. How has he got away with that?
That is a ridiculous round. I could watch that back all day. Updraft Blade Storm kills on both sides. And the impact tangible. 5 rounds now for BBL. Turkey is showing up like something else here. And wow, anything you can do, I can do better, huh?
Because the thing is, normally from this spot, you're almost screwed. You're almost screwed because you're playing out of the site. They've got 2 players within it, and they can just basically have one hold and stick the defuse. So he just does the first thing that comes to his head, a Turkish jet out of nowhere, and just takes them both down. Wonderful individual prowess from the side of BBL, and 5-2 up on the attacker side right now. They're looking very good.
Just clean as can be. From this point on, if Fnatic have a flawless half, they're still in probably what was their worst case scenario coming into this map in their head. Crazy performance, and it doesn't stop there. Kushner straight into the site, taking down Boaster. Smokes are gone. Gonna be a tough retake if they keep losing players. What is that from Kushner? Giving them no solace in this round. BBL have just taken a 6th, by all accounts. A god tier performance from Chronicle and Leo needed to pull this back. If he jumps up though, that could be the domino. Okay, there was a flash, please.
Yeah, they're waiting to make sure that they're just not right on them. And they have to fall back. It is just Kushner in the zone right now. We saw it the other day from Safe, where it just looked like he was unstoppable within the server, and I think he might have just hit a similar gear. Maybe they have the same breakfast routine. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, I've not seen too many players be able to pull off games like this, especially not against Fnatic.
I need like a Venn diagram. Him, pop Safe in there as well. What do they do before the games? There has to be an overlap, and in there we'll find the secret, Tom. We're getting the Radiant this season. This is how we do it. But look, if you're Fnatic, calling a pause, you know, the round before last, the solutions have not been easy to come by. That's for damn sure. At this point, 6-2 down, and let's think about how that round just unfolded. That's not the kind of thing that you're going to have a simple little tweak to.
No.
They just got stomped and styled on. I wouldn't be surprised to see another pause now.
It is, like Boaster gets caught repositioning, Kamek tries to return the round, and then Durka, who's going to expect the player to, because that's his second dash. He got a dash from 2 kills, so he second dashes up into heaven and kills Durka. And that's almost just disrespectful.
What a start to this. You know, we always like to plant the seeds early on for games like this. We said Ascent, BBL, it's not the end of the world, and we heard lots of reasons why they can perform here, but this is staggering so far. And you have to expect that Fnatic are close to that turnaround, to turning over the new leaf and making a completely new face to this. Maybe defensive side, maybe it'll be on the attack. Hell, this is a team that can make comebacks happen. We know that for sure, but well, let's see if BBL can keep up that pressure all the way through. Durka finally getting that pick with the op. You know, we saw it come out, but he hasn't really gotten the chances. It's rare to see him shut down in the way he has been.
Well, this will be the main thing now. What else have BBL got? Because they've lost their talisman. They've lost the guy who's basically just been running into sites, killing everyone. And even the man who clutched them the round prior. Nice shots coming out from Chronicle as well. Will get rid of Sushni. And they're starting to run out of players to just sort of throw in and take these risks. Instead, they're going to try and almost sneak their way in onto this site. The turret will give them the information, and Fnatic are not budging. They are waiting for this retake to come through and just chipping away at them with their utility.
And that spike's still not in play. Lockdown's available for Fnatic, and I think they were trying to get that out of them early. Eventually it comes into play. They'll look to play outside altogether in Wine, in main, giving up the site control completely. I mean, there's not too much of a choice when it comes to a round like this, unless you want to fight for the lockdown. Good Paranoia returned. They've got site control. They could be tapping it already. I mean, this is panic stations if you're BBL. They're winning the fight, so again, coming out ahead in an almost impossible scenario. BBL, a different roster, has set foot on this stage today. They are 7-2 in the lead, making world champions look like rookies.
I'm gobsmacked.
The retake, the lockdown, they're all in main on the one angle. There's nades going in. Like, how does that happen?
It literally, they forced them back. Then they used the Paranoia to force them back again. Keep them in the same corner. And then they just get slaughtered. This map was made in Turkey. I don't even care. 7 rounds in a row for BBL. They are obliterating Fnatic at every single corner. And once again, Fnatic are left to play with very little for this round.
Even the shock dart doesn't land. And that, if anything, is a sign of where Fnatic are at right now. Everything that normally works for them, everything that's a given on a normal day, it's just not there right now. It's not connecting in the same way, and the frustration must be unbelievable to deal with now. BBL, 7-2 in the lead. Many rounds left to play for in this half. And they've set their eyes on the B side.
Durka's gone walkabouts, though. He's getting so much information. They've probably heard the drone through main. Aslan looks away. The thing is, he's going to probably push because of that drone, but he might just get the kill onto Shushni instead. He's actually going to go running through the spawn. This is a lot of information that there's nobody lurking through that mid position. A faster rotation, but there's 3 players at the back of site. A free kill for Durka, but in the meantime, the rest are getting wiped out. It's left onto Leo. Can he hold the line at least a little longer? A nice headshot to at least keep it as a 2v2. But again, it's these after plants, but the spam almost gets Aslan.
He's left down to 19 HP. Look, that can be pretty easy to clean up. They just need to find Kushner. Easier said than done a lot of the time.
Oh no.
So close. If he decides to go for this, could be the difference maker. Still not sure exactly where these players are. The wall bangs giving them a haircut. They're coming close, but in the end, it's BBL to find that kill. Chronicle falling to the 19 HP. Aslan, the last man standing, and stand he will. 8 rounds now for BBL, and there is nothing they can do wrong. Even when they're backed into a corner, they come out swinging. Unreal to see this level of performance for a team that we've always had so much hope for, but we've never seen them deliver like this.
No. And the thing is, a lot of these rounds have been incredibly tight. Like, I don't think it's crazy to say that we could easily sit at like an even scoreline, or even maybe Fnatic in the lead.
This could be 8-2 to Fnatic.
It's just been these sort of clutch scenarios where Aslan, Kushner, Brave, we've had moments from every single one. 8-2. Whether you thought that BBL had a chance, I don't think anybody sat here with this scoreline in mind. And once again, Kushner, he's going to take that space. A lot of damage on the way in. Even still, though, an afterplan, very likely.
And they've left their turret behind here on BBL. Unless someone's coming flank, and I don't think they are. That's a ton of information to play with late round. Spams are good. Damage is massive. But Kamek down to 39 HP on the way back through. I heard shock darts fired off. No targets found with them, but Dirk has fallen, so is Boaster. Now it's only the heaven push left. 3 players, 1 angle, and all the guns are looking at them on the way through. Fnatic dropping player after player. Kamek's still alive, but still so painstakingly low. That reveal is perfect. And this last man standing, the first one to be tagged up. He's running to save this weapon on the other side of the map. Given up, conceded the round. 9 now, a guarantee for BBL and Fnatic. Maybe they want to go 11-3 down. That's the best strategy I've got in my mind right now for them. This has been tough.
That round was also just a bit peculiar, because you obviously had the lockdown, the attacker lockdown in play. I don't know if Boaster was just trying to make some sort of like TikTok play, but he's like in the site.
Yeah.
There's no way they're denying that lockdown. None at all. The rest of his teammates can't push through heaven because he's already in there and the lockdown's going to deny them. So it just means that he goes down almost for free, and then the rest of the players are all coming in from one angle. It made it a lot easier for BBL to actually isolate that one, and almost looked a bit more panicky than what I'm used to from Fnatic. Normally they're very controlled and structured in their retakes. I don't know, they're not looking like that right now.
Well, this side has certainly surprised us. We're now in the last round of the half. BBL potentially exiting with double digits. Not something I thought I'd have to say here today. For Fnatic, I mean, they come in with weaknesses, but Durka has got his Blade Storm, and that's it used.
Oh my God.
Ripping off the head of the Sova, and BBL now just running away, leaving Suchini's body behind as they meet Durka yet again. He doesn't know there's a player in main. Oh no, it's not gonna be a problem apparently. A bit of an awkward fight on both accounts, but Cutie does come out ahead. Look, I said before, Fnatic, the things that normally work for them, they just haven't been, and well, Durka's at least managed to find them something. We'll see if they can close the round though.
They have the advantage. It's just whether they can actually capitalize on it. Kamek, again, left as the solo defender of this site, being pressured. He's heard all the steps. The flash is solid. A kill that almost comes too easy off the utility from Fnatic, and that's more of what we expect of them. 9-3, though, the only thing we can talk about in their favor is a curse that most don't believe in. And BBL have looked utterly unstoppable. And the only round that wasn't a pistol or follow-up that Fnatic got was that one, the one we just saw.
2-0 up, 3 rounds at the half. Not the storyline I thought we'd be walking into here today, that's for damn sure. BBL, like, I don't even know where to start. We had questions around Aslan. I think probably the best thing to take away from that, you know, he played a damn good game, you know?
Yeah.
Solid. You remember that, what was it, 3rd round lurk through mid? Unreal, the amount of damage they were able to, maybe it was 4th. But he's been doing well on that controller role, and obviously, Cutie. I mean,
yeah, he's been pretty good, you know. He's been pretty good.
You know, when Durka dies in all 12 rounds, you know it's not a normal game. This is not a normal Fnatic map, and I think a lot of it comes down to Cutie. His entries have been nuts. He has, let's just put it this way, he's 3 less deaths playing the attack side Jet, right? Durka had the AWP and everything. Cutie was often just dashing into A site, getting isolated by nano swarms, getting peeked by 3 players, and he was killing them all.
Yeah.
Like, just unbelievable stuff from this guy, and you know, we've hyped him up a lot coming into this season, but he's over-delivered again and again.
Yeah, for sure. He's been testing out different things. We saw his Omen on Icebox, which honestly was actually pretty good on the attack. I'd say on the defense, maybe not so much, but that was where I actually enjoyed watching him play, the risks he's willing to take for his team. And I think that's a lot of what we can talk about in this match, is that BBL are very happy to take risks in positions where they're needed. Like, get that little bit more aggressive, throw in a Blade Storm to try and win out a clutch. Like, go for these dash plays straight in towards the site, and even then double dash straight into heaven to kill a guy with an operator. These are plays that sometimes they'll succeed, sometimes they'll fail, and every single one succeeded for BBL.
Yeah, no, you really could see it in the duels, in the entries, in every aspect of the game. BBL were ahead, except for pistol rounds, you know, and all in all, you'll take that. And that's an important topic, honestly, coming into half number 2. This pistol round for Fnatic, I mean, it's going to carry a lot of weight yet again. You come into those buy rounds with the form that Cutie's on. Now he's on the defensive side as well. The buff on Jet there should be massive. So for Fnatic, you know, you want to get off to a good start here in this half, or you're going to start to think about Haven real soon.
Well, this is where I think the focal point of Aslan actually really comes true. Because he's someone where, realistically on the attacker side, lurking, playing a solo role, trying to find entries, trying to catch people, I don't think it's something that's the most difficult thing in the world. Now he becomes a focal point. Now he becomes someone that they're going to try and pressure. They're going to try and counter. Maybe not. It looks like they're going to push mid.
Yeah. Well, look, pistol round strats, sometimes you just roll the dice. Pick it on strat roulette, and that's certainly an interesting strat. Cutie swinging out wide, allowing his teammates through that mid funnel, and they are there to support immediately. The damage done is massive. You're seeing Durka with just 45 HP. And the player that's already pushed to site made it a little bit of the way towards stairs, but again, an angle that they're very much aware they've given up, and they're holding for. He's now lit up as well. Both remaining players low. BBL have the man advantage, and they're probably just going to wait for Brave to group up with them. He's quite a bit away. He was still over on the A side in case it was going to be a super late switch up. It's going to cost him some time, getting him back into position. You almost imagine you want to destroy the turret there, just so they might think you're coming behind, but all right, all of them coming through market. Just take the fights and see it. Well, what? That's a little ridiculous.
No.
I think they had a reveal, right?
Yeah. This leaves it so tough for Kamek. they're going to even check for him. He gets 1 but 3 HP. There's no chance. Turco with a quick trade and a pistol now under BBL's belt. They are getting closer and closer to taking this first map and taking it dominantly. Now, sure, if we were going to give them anything in the series, this was the map to take, but even still, I feel like this is going to be a huge confidence booster for this squad.
Oh, yeah. Look, I said to you, Tom, coming into today, you pulled up, and I said, Tom, listen, if BBL actually think they have a chance or a likelihood, let's say, if they put pressure on themselves that they have to win this game versus Fnatic, they're crazy.
Yeah.
They need a mental inspection immediately. But I was wrong, you know? They should have come in today thinking that they're the goddamn best team in the world, because it's looking like they are. Certainly putting the previous champions to shame in that first half. 3 rounds found, a pistol round lost. And Fnatic now try to scrap their way back in. They've got themselves a stinger on Durka to farm the orbs. Of course, he's just 3 away from a Blade Storm. That could pay off hugely if he just gets a couple kills. But already BBL are off to a good start. Durka, oh, he's taking a lot of space. They might not expect him there this quickly, wrapping around behind it. He's taking down 1, almost had the chance for the second. But a good recovery in the end from BBL, and it's just the other weapons were not there, right? You had a stinger as your strongest one. When it comes to those scrappy fights, you will lose.
Yeah, 11-3. Well, this is it, really. Fnatic, we've seen them here before, but maybe the stakes were slightly higher.
I'll tell you what, Boaster looks a little happier than the last time he had this scoreline.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That picture will live with me forever. No matter how far down they go, they know they can always make that comeback. It's been proven to them at a higher level than this. But attack side of Ascent now, the map the BBL wanted to play here, and a map that we've cautioned they're good on. But this really has to be a power-up round. The Logitech G power-up round kicking off, and Fnatic got the rifles.
If they take this one, then they've beaten both Fnatic and DRX over the last couple of months on this map. That's ridiculous.
Everyone's going to be banning Ascent against BBL from now on.
Oh no, I don't blame them. Even if it's not your permaban, it should be just a
Hell, even if it's your best map, I think you're just banning it at this point. You know, just don't run the risk. We'll see how they get on over on Haven. Of course, we heard from Lothar he really wants to see that split, the 3rd map in this series. I'm okay if we end up there, Tom.
Yeah,
but at this rate, I'd like to see Fnatic get a little bit more on this map before we talk about Haven. And the chances here with Kamek. He's holding up close, turret behind him, and a few players thinking about pressuring him. Close range Spectres, man advantages as well to those Spectres. It can get dangerous. Numbers advantage in the fight.
Yeah, this is very patient from Fnatic. 45 seconds left. They're just starting to take mid control. The turret's there for contact. You've also got a quick switch of positions for Sushni if it's needed, but they may even just opt to try and battle forward into main. Even some utility thrown out towards short. They're looking for where this push is coming in. Kamek, though, he's going to get 1, but there you go. Shut out, a rifle to be had for Aslan. The rest of the players are coming through mid. Instead, he goes swinging onto Leo. And Leo just staying alive in that scenario basically gives them that B site for free. The rest of the players may try and isolate him, especially considering he's so low on HP.
There you go, taken down. Dirk has come in to reinforce, and he won't slip up quite so easily. Still, the damage done here for BBL, it gives a chance for Kushner to make it a bit more costly. And that's exactly what he's looking to do. The Bulldog making its way into the site, firing off, and that's when Durka is going to be taking him down. 11-4.
Not this time. You're not dash killing me again. 11-4 though, but that's the expected round. This is the round where ultimately Fnatic came in with a big weaponry advantage, and already you can see the investments on the other side. Kushner going straight in for that operator. Something that might not be expected this early on, because in terms of the financials, he doesn't have enough to get the shields. So realistically, they might be expecting a rifle on the other side. You're also going to want to talk about the fact there's an Odin in play.
Of course I am. Really powering this one up. The Logitech G power-up round again. And for BBL, I'm always going to be a fan of seeing that Odin come into play. But you have to be very particular about when you're pulling it out. Just look at what Fnatic were doing last round, right? They had Kamek super passive, jiggle peeking it, and that was about all that was going down. So if you're going to come in here and start just spamming out your 100 bullets right away, you're not going to get too much for it. It has to be used as that disruptive piece of utility. I think that's why we're seeing him play so passive with it. You know, just waiting to pop out that recon until a little bit later into the round. Now he's got the information that it's clear, and this might almost bait them into making their way forward. Indeed, the Odin starts to rattle away.
Where did that? That looked like it was quite high up in the air. maybe it'll cut your head off. Kushner though, that's for free. Boaster goes swinging. Doesn't expect him to still be lurking around mid in that position. They've also got info back off the drone as well. Looking like an incredibly good start to the round. Darker might be the thorn in their side though. Looking to try and take some space in towards middle. There's already a crossfire setup though, with the Odin almost blasting through. The rest are just watching on the cross, trying to deny Durka that space to pressure. He gets caught in the air. He dashed across, and while the shot was going towards his teammate, he gets headshot.
Here it is.
Kushner now has managed to find one with the operator. This is a complete shutdown. It's left onto Leo. No spike in hand. That's left in towards mid, and Sushini's just sat in the back with his Odin, waiting for him to try and pressure, not giving him a moment's notice. Leo has no chance of winning this round.
And there you go. The Odin to close. The spam's good as well. We saw the attempt at popping the recon and then spamming in towards the market. And that's what I'm saying. It has to be a really reactive tool, especially with the way that Fnatic have played. You know, yeah, and listen, if you start to hear a stampede in B main, by all means, spray away. But for the most part, you want to be falling back and harassing them as they make their way through. There's no angle you get for free, not without, especially with a Sova, you've got your shock darts, you've got your recon, obviously which is going to help out your Odin, you've got blind spams and then an op to cover cross. So while they're trying to deal with you, shooting through the wall randomly, blind firing, they peek in to kill you, they get opt. It's a great setup, but you have to be so patient with it. And so far they have been. That's something that I've taken away in almost every single round, is the patience and the discipline of this BBL roster. It is so nice to see.
Well, that was always sort of the thing with the old Turkish rosters. It was basically just blast your way down mid every round and see if you can just kill everyone. Like, it was very much like, have you got the Dragon Vandal equipped? Good, we're going to hit every headshot that's put in front of us. This doesn't look like that, though. At least on this defensive side, it's been very, very calm and collected. They're basically waiting for Fnatic. Like, Fnatic are waiting for them to push. They are just holding this default, slowly taking map control. But every time they actually go for the play, they are struggling to get any of these openers, as BBO are so in form right now.
50 seconds left. The pressure must be certainly building on Fnatic with these last couple of seconds. They've got basically no map control. Just a little bit of mid that they've carved out, but that was conceded by BBL. They're playing on site, looking to pull these players in for the fight. Firing out the Hunter's Fury, not finding too much for it, but players starting to thin out with Suchny falling. This could get a little bit awkward for Turco. He's getting peeked on all sides, and no support there for him. Don't think he's going to be all too recoverable. The Blade Storm finds nothing. One man left to do it all.
Slime is just going to go peeking back in, only manages to get one, and Fnatic will swing back once again. They invested a fair bit into that one, with using that Hunter's Fury in combination with that aggressive push out from Durka. It got them the opener at least, and got them that little bit of space. And that's the thing, as I said, I think that's what they've been struggling with, just finding these openers. A lot of the time they've been losing those battles, so a little bit of a combination to get things rolling. For this round though, wow. I was going to say it shouldn't be much of a threat, but I feel like BBL have been a threat in every single round, and the only man who has a gun on their side is the man that Fnatic have probably feared most.
Yeah, you look at this Turkish squad pulling out all sheriffs and a rifle on Cutie, and you say, not much of a threat? That is an interesting interpretation, my man. I'm going to go the opposite way with it. I have to agree with the correction. This is scary. Not the kind of buy that you want to come in underestimating. They haven't quite spotted Cutie. Knows the player towards Pizza. They heard him break the knife as it went on through. A fight, an interesting duel to take. Blade Storm up for two, not quite able to follow, but he's done the job already. These pistols, the one rifle already dropped, and Aslan a much harder clutch than he had in front of him last round. 12-6, Fnatic might be on their way back, but there's still a long road ahead of them.
For sure. And that's the thing. This is where the rifles now come back into play. The last round was just a minute investment, and even still, it was the Blade Storm that did the majority of the work for Fnatic. A 6-round climb is definitely no easy task versus the defensive side of BBL. And there's going to be rounds coming up soon where they'll have a multitude of different ultimates online. For this one, at least, it looks like they're going to try and aggress a little bit over on that A side of the map. Put Kushner into a spot to try and find that early fight.
I always like Fnatic's ult economy, the way they cycle it. Playing anti-knife outside of B, or recon, whichever would come their way. Oh my, Chronicle! Now, he might not be aware that there's a third player in here. And you know what? I'll forgive him for not quite guessing it. Don't you dare! Okay, okay. I thought he was about to press the digit 3, and we were going to have a problem, but
I think, was he waiting for the null command to run out? So he
so he's not on the floor.
Yeah,
exactly.
So
It's just he's getting closer to his back. I'm like, no.
Oh, Sushni, a decent position, but he's only going to manage to get one. The fake did pull players off, but because they knew there was only one player there, they got the rotation in relatively quick. Aslan has found some space back through. This is starting to get dangerous. He takes the fight versus Durka, and it's all but over. BBL, they've managed to take away map 1. Ascent has always been that Turkish home ground, but they made it look easy.
That is an unreal turn of events. We come into today and we expect a BBL, maybe they can put up a fight versus Fnatic. Take a map? Unlikely. Take a series? Some would say impossible, but right now, Tom, they're reconsidering their words. This is a fresh-faced BBL and one that we have waited so long to see. 1 map down, 2 more to go. Of course, we have to say, Fnatic's map pick is up next, right? So it's not like this is the end of the world and so on and so forth, but what a game and what a promising start to this series.
Oh no, for sure. I think for BBL, you've got to be very happy with that one. Not only individually everybody looked good, I think in terms of their setups they look good, clutches they were winning, and even if you've got like a stand-in or a player that's not necessarily completely drilled, I don't want to give Fnatic that excuse really. They looked fantastic the other day.
For sure.
But in clutches, that's where this team are renowned for. They've got some of the best clutch players in the world. So the fact that BBL are fighting them man for man, pound for pound, and winning what, 13-6? Maybe there's a chance.
It's not a scoreline. Not a scoreline I expected to see. This series already delivering more than we could have hoped for. Let's see what awaits us on map 2 after the break.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the lab. We're gonna break down how BBL was so effective on attack, because it caught everyone off guard, including myself, including the desk, I think including the players as well. So what happened? This is the heat map of BBL's attack in the first half. As you can see, there's a lot of attention towards A main and a secondary attention towards B main. So almost no force is being put towards A short. And this is what kind of ruined Fnatic at some point. After this heat map, I'm gonna swap to a round. By the way, we're gonna just show smokes before that. As you can see, there are some smokes, but not many of them being used on short, which is very important for the context of what I'm gonna bring up now, because we're gonna jump to round 8. And on the minimap, you're gonna see how Fnatic build up the defense after being conditioned by BBL on this heavy A movement. Because Fnatic is expecting the push to be happening through A main, we see a Killjoy turret that is guarding short, right? And then nanoswarms and an alarm board guarding the A entrance. Because of that, we also see Omen, which is Bolster, guarding this A entrance with a one-way as well. So when we're gonna play this round out, you're gonna see that the short is completely unguarded, and that is a big problem for Fnatic, because when we're gonna speed it up, there's literally just the turret watching it, and that's after the conditioning for 7 rounds that no one is pushing short, and that completely caught Fnatic off guard and allowed a Kushner to go for 3 1v1 fights without trades. That is something that you would never predict that Fnatic will be allowing. And I feel like that conditioning that BBL just essentially achieved in the first 7 rounds was a crucial round here in round 8, because that was a full buy round with an operator on Durka, and essentially that kind of closed out the round and the half, because now Fnatic was in a really big problem economically speaking, because they couldn't get the operator going for the next rounds.
I mean, Fnatic had all of the problems, but Kugar, BBL had every single solution.
Yes.
This is why we felt like that BBL getting Ascent is the best thing they could have done in this map, Vitos.
And it was so beautiful. I feel like every single thing that we highlighted good from Fnatic the other day was kind of missing today, as Lothar was showing also on the telestrator. Those trades weren't coming in. The positioners were kind of tricked by the mental games that BBL was playing. And at some point, you know, I got kind of scared and kind of sad, because it looked like Fnatic wanted to send Durka to go kill. And that is a Fnatic that was not a winner.
Yeah, I feel like in general, there was a problem with just having map control by Fnatic. Like every time they were losing a player, suddenly there were no rotations to fill the gap, and they didn't try to compensate. And even if they tried to compensate, it was too early, and BBL was just holding a very patient default and getting free kills. The short peaks on the beginning of the game were actually very detrimental towards Fnatic, because they were losing first blood.
Well, let's take a look at round 6 here. I feel like at this point, Kugar, after this happened, I thought it was over. You know, the fact that Fnatic let this happen to them.
Yeah, exactly, because we're talking about a Fnatic that was able to, you know, get the pistol, then the rifle rounds start, and then we see this retake trying to happen here. So as you see, the spike is already down. Chronicle is going to be using his ultimate, and everything should be easy for them to execute onto site, to re-execute and get the win. But what BBL had planned was completely different. We had a BBL that is not scared to take the duels, to go for the refracts and actually put themselves in your face. The fact that Brave had their nerve to not go for 1, not for 2, but for 3 picks there is why you don't think that you can win the aim duel.
How many times did they lose? A 5v2, a 4v2,
Many
a
times.
1v2? It was just ridiculous.
That was a 3v5 as well.
Yeah.
Like with everything cleared, everyone was just standing in A main, and Fnatic knew about that, and they even smoked the spike in that round and still managed to lose a 3v5. But it's all coming down to the fundamental trading. There was no good spacing in almost every round. There was no player available to instantly get the trade.
What I will say is you can tell that meant so much to the BBL players. Remember when they beat DRX at lock-in as well? The reactions from Vlad, the coach, all of the players, and the audience as well, every time they won a round. I love this kind of energy.
I love that Turco has this kind of eyes that he looks like he's about to cry every single time.
Well, Mini was probably crying.
Yeah. Mini was really quiet. I think that after round 6 is when the timeout comes out, and even with that timeout, they were not finding the solutions, and Mini's just taking notes.
He
couldn't believe Fnatic.
He's like, are we winning? Are we really winning? Yes, we're winning.
I 100% think that was the 5v2 round. He's like, how did we manage to win a 2v5? I mean, bless this team. I think they really needed something like this after what happened against Gekko.
Exactly. If we go back to the context of them, you know, making excuses for themselves in a way, because sometimes you are a victim of the circumstances, and thinking, okay, if this was the scenario that we had 2 days ago, we could have won perfectly.
What I will say is Durka versus Kute, we spoke about it already, Lothar, and it's giving me Durka go kill carrying the whole team vibe once again.
Well, he had a lot of openers. He actually had 6 first bloods and was, well, let's say good in the fragging department. But unfortunately, Kushner was better. He was just literally just running it down, but getting the trades on him. And that's the biggest difference here. BBL was always on point when it comes to like allowing Kushner to take the space but be right behind him. And like there's right here, this round, when Gekko just pushed into B main here, there's no one else from Fnatic here.
I mean, that's the problem. That's the Durka go kill strat. Is it things are not working, we don't know what to do, and Durka, you know, can maybe have that feeling of, okay, I will step up, I will go the extra mile, I will try and get this rounds for ourselves, and maybe gets overheated in the moment.
I think the real issue is in the beginning we spoke about how when Durka dies first, Fnatic, they still win 67% of their rounds, but there was no way that happened on that map. I think every time Durka died, they lost.
Yeah, also, small note, unfortunately, it was Boaster who is in the leaderboards when it comes to first deaths 5 times. As a first player, as a smoke player, that's kind of like Angel stats, you know?
It's very nice Angel cosplay, I think he's doing there. But Fnatic, they do have a chance to come back into this. Ascent was not their map pick. I think that this is where it gets a bit weird, because we all thought it was going to be the Icebox. Surely, if Fnatic, they ban out the Pearl, actually the map ban is slightly wrong here. They did not ban Fracture. I think that would be really crazy if Fnatic banned Fracture, but it was BBL that banned Fracture. But why did they not choose the Icebox? Why Haven?
Exactly. That was the biggest question that I had, and it's, I don't know, maybe because of what they saw against DRX is something that they can prepare for in the likes of BBL, probably being a little bit scared, you know, being realistic about that Ascent. What do you think, Lothar?
I'm just happy that we're at LAN because we can ask the players after the medal. We can literally just walk up and just ask about it, because for me, it's a very, very big question mark, specifically because Icebox was so well played by Kamek as a sub on the previous match, right? So coming into Haven, I like Fnatic's Haven. I know how they play it. Everyone knows how they play it from now on, right? Because it's like such an iconic map when it comes to this team. And you also, because of that, you condition your opponents to read your book really well. We know how Durka is dashing through mid towards window with the support of the breach stun, and that's happening in general in all of the areas.
So done. Oh my god, poor
guy.
Completely.
Losing Ascent is a big issue, but Haven now, there's a lot of pressure on performing.
Totally. I think it's not about losing Ascent, it's about losing in the way that they did. That's, I mean, at this point, if you're going to come home with a trophy and call yourself the best team in the world, that was unacceptable.
Still, they play with a sub, right? But we have seen.
Okay, we'll give them the excuse.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that Kamek was the issue there.
No,
definitely not. Well, 100% not. I think he was playing his role well. He was just.
I mean, for a sub, I will give him the 10. You know, like for a sub, it's not.
Yeah, but it's still like the problem with, it seems like miscommunication might be happening in Fnatic's camp.
I mean, that's great news for BBL, right? We say that it was a good time for Giants to play them. This is a great time for BBL to play them.
Yeah, and not only that, remember that we're going to jump into Haven in a moment, and BBL is going to be starting on the attack. As I mentioned, this is one of the maps that they lost against DRX, but what was really harsh for them is that they ended up with a 1-11, them on the losing end after defending. So it's the defense that looked really scary for them, because after that, they even got 6 rounds on the attack, which is, you know, not a lot, but obviously it's at least half of them. So now if they, what scares me is that if they put Fnatic again, in the same situation, going against a very hard first half, maybe this could be a 2-0.
No.
I mean, if this is the 2-0, I feel like this has to be the upset of the week.
Yes.
Maybe of the entire season. We'll see how it goes. But
Yeah.
first needs to happen. But I'm pretty scared because something that Tom mentioned during the cast is actually something that stuck with me because I had the same observation. BBL seems to be much different team when it comes to the
Yes.
discipline and the patience. There were moments in A main and Ascent where I was like, oh, wait, this is definitely not a Turkish team that I know, because they were just standing, holding an angle for like 15 seconds. It wasn't successful in the end, but still, like those moments dictate you how should you judge a team, because they're able to do those patient moments.
I love that you mentioned, Tom, because Sue, you remember 2 days ago we were having the battle for the clouds. We were talking about BBL, and you know, I told you, maybe if you send them to an international event, it would be better, so we can get to see them. Don't forget, BBL went to lock-in this time. All the experience that they got parking against those teams, playing against the best of the world, is something that they hadn't had before, and it's, for me at least, definitely making a difference to the BBL that we're watching.
I mean, my prediction was that 5 Turkish players are going to lift the Champions Trophy, so I feel like I'm on track right now. Of course, Fnatic, they've never lost on Ascent before on this roster, and they just have. And they also have never lost on Haven before with this roster. So do you feel like it's going to be one of those record-breaking days for BBL?
I mean, if it has to be someone, it has to be now.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, this is the best opportunity. Like,
And I'm loving the BBL, like rightfully so. It wouldn't be like, oh my God, Fnatic are like completely destroyed. This is all downhill from now. No, I'm actually, I think the BBL is getting to their heads.
I mean, they've done their homework. They're playing well on Ascent. If they can do it here on Haven, like we said, it will be a 2-0. Who would have thought? We are heading into Agent Select very, very shortly. What would you guys like to see here? Any changes?
We saw a mirror comp there on Ascent, and if we go by the record, it should be another mirror comp, but let's see if things change.
Wow.
So far, it looks good.
Yeah, we have the breach on Chronicle, the breach on Turco, so it seems pretty standard. Boaster on the Astra. I'm not the biggest fan of Astra on this map because of the amount of utility that you need to have, but it seems like it's gonna be the same kind of mirror match.
Another mirror, and of course, I guess that for Fnatic, it makes a lot of sense to just stick to basics. If they were going to change something during the off-season, they probably couldn't do it without Alpha. So they need to stick to what has worked for them already and something that they can pull off. Again, they were the ones choosing this map, so they fully rely on what they have already.
You guys remember how we were watching a Vitality match when they were just pushing Seaside over and over again?
Oh, yeah, the Bone Cold special.
Yeah, this is one of the
made me hungry.
focal points on this map that I would also see happen in this match because of just the breach being in the lineup for both of the teams.
Well, will we get an upset today? Let's have a look as we jump into map 2 with your casters, Tom and Mitch.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Wow. Tough start to the day here for Fnatic. That is for
surprising
sure
one at that.
A very surprising one. The desk put it best when they said, I think it was Lothar, not just it might be the surprise of the tournament, of the day rather, of the week, but of the entire season. And that's the thing.
It's hard to beat. It is hard to beat.
It is damn hard to beat.
Maybe if Heretics come back and win the season, that might be a bit more of a surprise to me.
Sure, that would be a left field
little bit of a shaky start, but
or if KC don't make top 4, there's a lot of things that could surprise people out there.
Right. Okay, I might swap KC with Vitality and have the same thing, but no, they've been impressive so far. I do think this is where we get the true test, though, because we've had this before. We've almost been baited in by the side of BBL and gone, yeah, look, they're looking amazing, and then they play any map other than Ascent, and then they lose. And that literally happened versus DRX. And this was one of the maps that they lost versus DRX 13-7. So I think that might be why Fnatic have directed it. It's more of a curveball. They've taken it away from Icebox, which they got to see the other day, and moved it onto Haven.
A tough start to the day. Playing with a stand-in here, Fnatic certainly not showing their lock-in form, but, well, that's only on map 1. We've got plenty more to come here, a potential third map of Split, but we'll decide it here on Haven. Whether the series ends or not, BBL mounting their attack side and a very slow start. Just playing the default, Killjoy utility, giving them map coverage. Even the drone down through short. They get a little bit of control. It could be Cutie going for a lurk, going for a pick. Either way, he's being spotted. There's the fight with Durka. He's already tagged up. And now that Sheriff, it's like an op in this man's hands. Cutie's made the right call on backing off.
They did manage to bait a rotation from Boaster, though. So it's at least giving them a little bit of extra space. That was the main goal of showing themselves early on that A side of the map, showing Cutie there especially as that entry fragger. Now the pressure once again is going to come onto those couple of B players. Stun should slow them down at least a little bit and allow for the rotation.
Well, the pace is up on the site, but just look at Cutie making his way up behind them. The garage play wide open, and they have no idea about it. Cutie's about to have them all, but they've turned at just the right moment. Leo, Spidey senses started to tingle, and that leaves just one. The man of Brave, 26 HP. Not a whole lot of hope, and there's that shock dart coming in, hunting him down. A heat-seeking missile didn't find its mark, but Durka sure did. 1-0 for Fnatic, and another pistol round won by them.
Yeah, a really good hold as well. Just having that stun, getting pretty much the entire team as they go to push in. Sure, you had that lurk play, but it almost just sort of messed up the timing of everything wrapping around. If you have the full team in and then that wrap around, it's probably perfect. Instead, he basically had to kill the entirety of the side. I think also just the majority getting pinged as well within the smoke. That's a round where you just look at that and go, okay, you nailed your utility.
Oh, absolutely. And a good round from Kamek holding it down. He was managing to find some wall bank shots as well on the Ghost. Passive play around that C site. And, well, they did well, even despite rotating one player over to A, falling for a quasi-fake. This time around, Fnatic making their way up through A long. Looking to get in behind them quite early. And that space taken, the space denied inside of mid. Now the problem is window push that we talked about all the way up through A, and that pretty much ends the round where it is. 1 kill. Anything else would be great, but it won't be found.
Yeah, last time around on the previous map, they did a lot of damage in this round, and instead, well, all they've dropped in the end is a Marshall. It was the main rifles that were kept in hand. Durka even farming up some extra orbs as well, which will help them going forward. So this is a much more dangerous round for the side of BBL. Not looking like an easy start for them just yet. No real orbs garnered either, so in their Logitech G power-up round, they're going to have to, well, I guess be a little bit more tentative of what Fnatic have to offer.
And look at how much cash they're saving. The credits on Fnatic looking healthy with the light shield investment. Of course, when they're up against 5 Vandals, you know it's going to be all rifles, at least.
Where's he going?
You can feel pretty comfortable. Dirk is already in their spawn. In through the window on the dash, but he's decided to back off. I think that was a play supposed to catch them off guard, but they very much have the information at this stage. Time to bail out.
Oh, he killed Timmy. That's not very nice. Yeah, I like that they have the little sort of backup utility just to allow him to escape. It looks incredibly risky, but there's definitely a plan at hand. Again, pressure being put in onto that C site. Kamek, in fact, not even going to battle for it. Realizing this time around he doesn't have that same sort of support, and I feel like Leo almost peeked out expecting there to be no one there, so it doesn't even get anything other than the information.
At this stage, Fnatic are very much forced into playing the retake, and it's going to be a lot of long-range angles to fight on. A lot of disadvantages for them. Boaster especially coming in with a stinger, and well, Kamek and Durka don't last too long. A quick double. The man who stayed on site gives his life in a well worthwhile trade. And you have to think here, you know, what do they have to even make this possible? You have one single smoke there, but the shock darts are on their way, and that is going to deal with Boaster this time. Everyone else falling. Very nicely handled by BBL, and only losing the one player for what was a very good disruptive play.
Well, that's the thing. It was basically the rest of the team sat in their post plant and still having shock darts, stuns, pulls to basically remove people from the spike, and then Kushner, it's the role you want him in. You go, your job, and he goes, yeah, your job, okay, is to push and kill them, and Kushner goes, that's my favorite.
I love that job.
That's what I love to do. He even just waits a little bit of time off the aftershock. That is enough for me to go, okay, that's a player that knows his timing. Because most people swing and instantly get headshot. He was patient.
It's certainly been something to take away from the games over on BBL was their patience, and just unbelievable seeing that previous map. I want to see how much more they've got left in the tank. That buy round before, very good, but now, you know, one of the main things we highlighted on the previous map is a changing point, that operator in the hands of Durka. It's on the other side of the map, though. Okay. Instead, it's Kamek with a stinger, the cheapest weapon by far that they have to work with, and it has done work.
Yeah, and it's got rid of Kushner as well. That makes this entry into the site, the flash and dash not really available. Again, though, Fnatic have somewhat given them that space for free. Don't have any ultimates to find a way back in, but the shock darts are always going to cause them issues. Second one expected, but he moves it to the other spot. Oh, it must be a nightmare playing against Leo, genuinely.
That's so close to taking him down as well. The old shock darts would have had him gone in a heartbeat. Nice angle for Brave. He's running back, making all that noise. This is such a huge bait. If you're Boaster, you know that guy's back towards the site now. Why do you even check the corner on the way through? And well, you better hope he does, or oh, it could come down to the timing. Actually, the other player is left. Boaster's got perfect timing on the lurk. They don't think he's here. He's got a chance. Durka and Boaster left. They know exactly where Turco is. All they have to do is win the fight, and the op is drained in on the angle. Very well handled by Fnatic in the timing. I thought Boaster was dead to rights, but the patience paid off.
Yeah, that seems to be the sort of word on our lips quite often in this series. Just basically waiting for the remaining players to move. Careful that there wasn't going to be anyone left behind, because if he gets caught there, it comes down to a 1v1 with Durka and an operator. That's a very, very different scenario to try and come back from. They're going to get themselves that 3-1 lead, and financially, it's actually still not bad for BBL. They managed to keep that last one squeaky clean, and again, they're getting towards some of those ultimates being online. And maybe there's a chance for them to sort of sneak their way through this round.
Well, BBL actually stacking up very early on A. This is going to be heavy aggression, but they've left. A player's still out. You know, Brave playing towards the seaside or garage. They were wanting to leave their options open. Those options just got closed up a little bit. That pick from Durka, dashing on out of there as well. No chance to trade it.
It's just annoying because they knew he would try and do that. They had a nano swarm thrown down that he just runs all the way through, holds the angle, and then dashes back through it again. He's ended up low on HP. Flash is good. Cushion is just going straight through into the back of sight. He's going to get executed for it. And well, finally, Brave, he's managed to get 2 back.
What?
This was looking like a really rough round for them, but he thinks that Leo's within the smoke, and instead, he's still sat back on site. He's going to get pinched, though, and doesn't manage to get anything more. Luckily, the trade's thick and fast, leaving Turco to try and fight this both players stunned, but unfortunately, well, the stun ain't quite that strong.
And they got the one taps out, and when there's 2 of them as well, just is so much of a harder fight to take. 4-1, op saved over in the hands of Durka. Ultimate's coming online, but when I look at BBL side, you know, this is a round where I'm not even sure if they're going to use Cushioner's ulti. I feel like you do just pop the Blade Storm. A lot of ults are coming online for them. I think like it's not unrealistic to imagine having 5 of them coming out of this round. So if I'm assuming that he's going to be popping Blade Storm, that is literally their hope for the round. Attack side with these Sheriffs, very, very difficult to find value.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, if they can find themselves something,
Turco's
maybe they get
60.
into an afterplant. Turco could have a Rolling Thunder. Like, there's plenty of opportunities in this round, but it does revolve around them getting into an afterplant and having some sort of star.
I think Leo might just have had that shock dart ready for Turco's stun, for where he was stunning from. Like, it was outside of A main, whether it was just to catch players outside A main or not, I'm not sure. But catching players outside of C main, well, that's certainly Brave's game. He's caught one, grabbed the rifle, Hunter's Fury fired out, desperately trying to find anything. The op for Durka, sure, it finds one, but these are pistols here. Now they've got space, and they've got Durka! Cutie just delivering again and again.
This is a round that shouldn't have been particularly competitive, but a single kill for Brave, and then again, Kushner being able to find space has made this one very interesting indeed. I think he actually moved off the back of his own teammates' Rolling Thunder, oh no, sorry, Hunter's Fury even. And that gave enough of a disruption. Again, these shock darts just doing filthy amounts of damage. Boaster through the smoke has managed to even it up. It's still looking pretty good for Fnatic, as again, it gets equalized, but still, this spike is ticking.
It sure is. The time is low. The flank is great. Brave might have an angle. They need to make sure it's not being diffused right here and now. That flash good. Cutie under pressure, and the swing catches him off. Oh, no! Brave! That could have been the round in their hands. A simple whiff, and it cost them everything. 5-1.
Yeah, look at where Leo is. Look at where Leo is. He's all the way down long. That would have been the round. It was well played. That's the unfortunate thing for BBL. And we mentioned this in the last map. They were winning all of the clutches.
Yes.
Like, everything was going their way in terms of these last second rounds, the 1v2 that came out from Cutie with the Blade Storm. Like, these are all moments that maybe they should have lost. This is one they should have won. In that sort of scenario, getting into that 2 versus 2, both passive, the time ticking, and Brave knows it. 5-1 advantage now for Fnatic.
He was still 85 HP as well. That's the thing. It wasn't close. That is gooding if you're the player on the other side, but
Here.
got to power through it. up on Durka. It's been so dangerous, and he spotted a lot of targets here. I mean, even the utility going down there, shock darts to force him out of the corner, and he missed. Now down to 17 HP, even dashing out of there isn't going to be for free. Not going to be a guaranteed survival, and a shock dart landed before Cutie did. 5 versus 3, BBL back with a vengeance and taking every single duel.
And this was a stack up of players. Now Boaster, the only one that remains, and even with a cheeky angle in the smoke, it's not going to be anything. Kamek left with a lockdown and a rifle to be held, especially with Boaster so low on credits. It's actually imperative that he manages to keep that into the next.
It's really, looking at some of these rounds from BBL, you get 2 different faces of the team, you know? And in that previous round, sure, there's a couple whiffed shots, everything like that. No pause. They come in, they just roll it back, run it back, and well, the straight-up A works. I don't expect we're going to see that again and again. You know, Durka missing the opening shot on the operator after they'd had the players stuck in the corner, shock darted them in. That isn't going to happen every single time. But the key thing is, when it does happen, and every time it has happened, even looking back at Ascent, when those mistakes are made, Kushner punishes every single time. It is the consistency that he's showing here, beyond impressive.
A round that Fnatic are definitely going to want to forget. But that's the thing I like about BBL. I feel like they have this in their locker to go for some earlier on, and then just go for these all-out firefights. Like, go aggressive, get up in your opponent's faces, put them under pressure. That was how they worked in the afterplants in the last map. Was, okay, we're in a scenario where they're going to basically crunch in on us. Let's push them. Let's fight them. Let's get the fists out and basically just obliterate them while they have a good setup. Because that's the thing, again, Fnatic's setup was a good one. They had the right people in the right places. I think another shock dart from Leo that did like nearly 100 damage was hitting a couple of players. So, and again, they're putting the pressure on Durka. They're trying to make him crumble. In fact, though, Fnatic have thrown out a Rolling Thunder. A counter comes in on the other side, but he's still surviving within it. Just diving around his own smoke, somehow still alive, and eventually falls, but the trades are coming in thick and fast. Fnatic, this time, you're seeing the other side of the coin.
Oversight as well. Your breach still being here. The Rolling Thunder was used. You know he's got to be in the AO, and they spot one player out on long. Maybe assume that both are going to be fighting that angle. Either way, caught off guard on short. That's another man lost. And BBL, 2 versus 4, low HP on Suchini. And these guys, they've spotted them. You know, this all the information here to play with for Fnatic. If you're BBL, it has to be a god-tier performance coming out of probably Aslan. Like, he's got a lockdown, but you're also not going to be looking to use that in these sort of scenarios. At least I don't imagine you would.
No, unless it gets later into the round, or maybe they manage to find a pick. The problem is they're slowly being surrounded. Players have managed to get in on the flank, avoid the turret that sits back. So they're still completely unaware that they are getting in on the flank. It doesn't matter. If these players continue to push, they have absolutely no idea. And Leo is just selling a perfect bait. The shock darts didn't even matter at that point. Aslan at least turns it into a 1 versus 2, but I don't even think he knows that there's 2 players on the same angle! What? How does he manage to get both? Fnatic played that to perfection. That is ridiculous.
They did everything by the book. Every step of the way, it looked like they were in control, just seconds away from closing it. A shock dart came close to putting it into a 1v4.
No way.
And for Aslan, the step up like that,
my God.
A firing squad waiting for him, and he just needs 2 bullets. Unbelievable. BBL, that is a lifeline. You know, Fnatic could have went running away with this. Instead, we're back to a very close scoreline with Fnatic on a low buy.
He checked heaven. So in my mind, he didn't
know
that they were both
way.
there. I was just pure reactions from Aslan.
Do you know that's probably the one time if they don't play it together, they win? If one guy baits on long, he's going to be like, oh, the other guy's in spawn, probably, I guess.
Take flight.
So unfortunate if you're Fnatic. At least this isn't happening when they're already down as bad as they were on the previous map. This is workable, functional. The push in towards C, there's 4 players here, and BBL have no idea of the presence that exists on the other side of that smoke.
It's still a passive hold from Aslan. He might be able to catch Durka, but he's being a bit more patient. A quick trade, not a bad one. Again, Fnatic keeping this one relatively even with a few weaker weapons is not a bad spot to be in. Chronicle just spamming away with the Guardian, has managed to find a multi-frag. And again, they need a hero. They need Aslan to find everything he can. The flank's still coming through. Again, they're split. He expects it, but doesn't manage to land the shots this time. Just looking for Durka, and he can't quite win it out. Unfortunate for BBL, they walk directly into the trap.
We've seen it again and again. They're Fnatic. You know, the round before they had played to win. They played it right. They lost it. And you see the same level of respect given to their opponents here. The reveal, the spams coming out. But more importantly, it's when it's in that 2v1. Neither of those players is looking to overextend and give him that chance to fight. Even Durka, he has his teammate ready to swing on the corner once that fight goes down. It's a near impossible scenario. But Aslan got away with one in just the previous round, so yeah. I'm sure it's not comfortable to see that coming through. And a timeout for BBL as they gather themselves. This half, look, it could still get out of hand. 6-3, we're in the home stretch of their attacking side, but if they don't get anything from this point, this map becomes almost impossible when they swap over. Again, Fnatic, when they move to that attack side, I'm expecting it to be a tough battle for BBL.
Oh yeah, they're a fearsome attack side. I think they've got some of the best supportive players, and then you have Durka as the tip of the spear. Like, you expect them to get the majority of their rounds over on that attacking side. So this is already starting to get a bit out of control. I think also the thing for BBL is that a lot of their rounds do come across as almost blips in the pan. Like, you've got that long round where basically everybody's just fighting and they win the duels. They manage to catch out Durka. Then they try the same thing again, it doesn't work. Then you have the round where basically Fnatic look like they should have won it. It comes down to a 1v2 clutch. Aslan wins it for them. These are not rounds that are necessarily recreatable, and losing that last one, well, it puts their finances in an awkward spot.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think helped out by the fact that you have a Blade Storm here. Well, I'm even taking a look, and they've still bought up full rifles, playing the light shields on Kushner, who's been consistent with the Blade Storm in hand. Ult cycle probably allows it to be used here as well, so curious to see what his plans are for the round. He's gone fully in on the investment. Fnatic certainly looking a lot healthier. An early plan here seems to be pressure around mid and A. You know, quite a lot of information being sought out by Fnatic in just those first couple of seconds.
Well, the thing is, the way that this player's looked is the majority get into an afterplant, and then Kushner makes a play through Garage. They've done this before, and he's managed to find quite a bit of space. The thing is, though, the lockdown has been used very early on either side. This won't allow them to get back in. Hunter's Fury being utilized as well, and Kushner, there is that move through the Garage, and they just about destroy the lockdown before anything can be done by Fnatic. A huge early victory for the side of BBL.
Yeah, good having the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket for that duel. Cutie, good fight for him, but Boaster a little bit too clean. Shouldn't have been expecting a player to be quite that elevated. It didn't matter when it came down to the duels. Turco, even through the smoke, tapping away and saving BBL's bacon. They are on 4 rounds now, creeping up on the Fnatic side. And that round win has put Fnatic in, you know, not the best of spots, despite the fact that their economy was definitely healthier. There are still 2 players that can't afford to buy here.
The thing I like about this is if you watch Kushner's POV in that round, he is full faith that his teammate will destroy that lockdown. Like, he is already pushing all the way through Garage. If that goes off, he is dead. Like, there is no chance of him getting out of that. And because of that, you see Fnatic's side going, okay, well, we can get a little bit more aggressive, and he catches them. And that's what he's been doing. It's a weird thing to see your Jet lurking through Garage. But he's had so much success. I think there's 3 or 4 times now he's got a kill pushing in that direction. It's something I feel like Fnatic should be prepared for by now.
Well, this is a long round, C-long push out of Fnatic while BBL move for A-long control, leaving their turret and their alarm bot to cover their back. This is going to be an all-out aggressive play towards A. Rolling Thunder in play for Chronicle. Could get a little bit dangerous if this is put into play. You're already noticing Breach rotating in. He's now in the spawn, and he's going to be priming that ultimate. Indeed, I see both his hands out. He's starting to cook it. There it is. A big problem now for the players that are on site. Some have managed to evade it down below. Turco hadn't been able to be taken out. He needs support, and that's Cutie rushing through the Cosmic Divide, but Kamek is finding all the kills. Cutie's now known to be in the corner, has to use his dash to get out of there. And burning up that dash leaves him now with practically nothing to work with. He is just a man with legs and a gun, needs to take down 2 players.
They both have frenzies.
Oh, there's one! And the 4th kill now possible, just around the corner, a pixel away. And the baiting of the plant just not gonna pull him out yet. The patience from Boaster. But when he takes that fight, he needs to hit it right away. Did he spot him? There it is. Someone called it for him. Someone screamed it out in team comms. He was on your screen a second ago. He knows. Bladestorm popped. He's going for it. A poster wins. A frenzy in hand. And a 7th round in his pocket.
I saw his name in lights, that's for sure. To jump around that corner with a Bladestorm, just trying to hit that final headshot. And it's an unfortunate truth that he probably did exactly what Boaster needed. Boaster did not have a gun. That was the thing. The last 2 players in that 1v2 clutch were both sat with frenzies. If that was knowledge that was had by Kushner, there is absolutely no chance he plays the final bits of that round like that. But instead, he's expecting a rifle. He expects something aggressive. And Fnatic, well, this back and forth continues as they'll get another round onto the board.
BBL out for 5 at the half. Check in with ultis that we're going to see. Leo's 1 orb away. Other than that, your Bladestorm for Durka, your Rolling Thunder in the hands of Turco for BBL. Time to put those ultis out, put them to good use for BBL. They might not know about this push coming up A long. You know, Fnatic have been, I'd say they've been prodding that area quite a bit, looking for early control there and on B especially. But last round they came blitzing down C long. You've seen a lot more commitment from BBL to watching that angle, playing the full default. There it is. Just a dry swing out of Durka.
They love it. They keep using that Hunter's Fury to just give him that little bit of space, that little bit of disruption to give Durka an opportunity. And he's stuck around. They might not expect him still to be here. He comes out with 3 kills. No way they were just thinking he would sit around and wait. And well, now, Kushner, 1v4. Good luck.
1 jet down, 1 to go. Kushner falls at the hands of Chronicle. 4 rounds for BBL on their attack side. A fantastic first map out of this Turkish squad, but certainly stalling out a bit here. That said, this is Fnatic's map pick. They came in, they won the pistol round to start out this half as well. So walking out with 8, it's not a terrible surprise. I just worry about BBL on this defensive side. I think Fnatic having the ability to play their map pick, their attack side, set the pace themselves, and unleash Durka on these guys. Plus, you got to say, Kamek, he's doing damn well as a stand-in.
For sure.
I don't know what it is about this team, but they always get the best stand-ins.
I do know what it is about this team. It's Mini.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
give him the credit that he deserves. The man has a list of players, and every single one that he puts into a Fnatic squad is always phenomenal.
Nuts,
and I imagine just every other organization just sits there and going, their 6th man is better than most of our
I'm telling
players.
you, just hack his Google Drive. That's all you need to do, and he's done.
I wonder what else you might find in there. I just want to say Mini is ironic.
All right, well, 8-4, where we left things. And, you know, a couple of questions that we had around this series. Aslan's performance on a Sentinel, I don't think he's been in any way a drag on this team so far. It hasn't looked terribly uncomfortable. I've been liking it. And, you know, this is going to be an adjustment period for him. When you're moving into roles that you're just not used to playing, you haven't got the experience on, and you look uncomfortable, it does sometimes just take the commitment to say, I'm going to keep going, going to keep trying, we'll get there eventually.
I think we're seeing that a lot this season. Players moving away from the roles that we'd sort of write home about.
Like Scream.
Yeah, exactly like Scream. Even Mixwell now playing extra roles. We'll see that in our next series, like moving into more initiator. We've seen switch-ups for pretty much every single player throughout the league at times, just sort of picking up these different roles, trying different things to fit into the structures of these coaches that are being brought into play. So I think it is an adaptation period for many different teams. For Fnatic, maybe less so than others. I would say that maybe you've got Kamek trying to adapt to being in that sort of tier 1 setting, but other than that, these are roles that we've seen them in many a time. The thing I'm going to be interested in is it's sort of can BBL weather the storm, because that's the thing. It's like winning that first map, you're ecstatic at the end of it. The rounds that they won in this first half, they were explosive rounds. Like, a lot of them weren't down to me saying, like, okay, they got the structure right, or they got everything right in terms of their creativity, or they managed to isolate players. On Fnatic, it was somebody popped off, someone had those moments, and sure, the utility behind it was good, whatever, but that's something you can't consistently do. Now, going into the defense, you know Fnatic are going to have that. You know that's in their back pocket every single time. So are you able to disrupt what they're about to do?
Well, that's exactly it. We'll see who goes on the back foot first. Fnatic They won out the previous pistol round. This one here would give them quite a considerable lead.
Oh no.
The fake on B, but here it is, and a frenzy up that close can be so dangerous. But yeah, the element of surprise, the jump scare catching him off.
But that's the thing. It was just the fact that they threw Durka into that B site. It seemed like an aggressive push early on. And in the meantime, the rest of the team are all just walking down sewers. That was a nasty surprise for Brave, an afterplant. And the worst thing is, Durka is still in mid.
Credit to Brave, though. Even despite that, he did still hit the shot on Kamek. He lit him low. It's going to make it a little bit easier. They've spotted the alarm bot. Free kill. Absolutely free kill. Look at Suchini. He's got him. Hello. Knife out. Easy as they come. Maybe a late flank for him, or he'll be blitz and knife out up to his teammates in spawn. They can take their time now. Wait for him to get back up. Use their full numbers on the way through. Remember, Kamek's still low, and Boaster's down. This is getting scary very quickly. Chronicle not going to last too much longer, and it's only Leo on full HP. Shock darts fired out. Damage could be delivered, but yeah, Frenzy needs to do work. He's the last man standing, but the spike is going off. I think it's so close.
Oh, man! Oh, just about. 0.4 left on the clock. You have to feel like Leo just surviving that split second longer could have done it, but BBL make the retake work, and that's a lifeline. Just getting that through 8-4, that turns 9-4, and you have to feel like this would almost be slipping away from them already. They just about managed to get it done in the retake. Again, just that slight opener, those split seconds. I'm off for Fnatic going into this next round. Not going to be much in.
Yeah.
Vlad's facial expressions just get me.
Oh, a good round to take there for BBL, an injection of rounds they very much needed. Interested to see such an aggressive approach as well from Cutie. He's coming in with a Bulldog in hand, so it's the strongest weapon by far, and is playing extremely close. In fact, you'd almost invert these positions of Cutie and Suchini, at least in terms of the weaponry that they're playing with. Although then you consider that it's Cutie on the other side. So yeah, the problem is now they've got the Bulldog, right? They're going to pick that up, and that's not a fight that you're going to want to take if you're anyone else on this BBL roster, because that weapon is just stronger than what you're dealing with.
Oh dear, this is starting to look a little bit dicey. Another gun dropped to the ground. Brave has at least managed to claim some space, and Suchni is going to send the drone through. We'll spot that they are still likely to be lurking around his angle. A chance for him to maybe hit the timing on the peak, but now they've spotted him. He has to fall back, has to fade away. And we're going to see the weaponry getting juggled over. Given to Chronicle.
Yeah, because he's got the most HP.
2 HP, you know, well, that is the difference maker.
Make sure he can survive that extra, quarter of a bullet if it comes his way from a shorty from the other side of the map through a wall. I've seen it before.
Are they going to clear Brave, though? They know he fell back. They don't know he fell back into the window, though. And this is where he just has the chance to clean up these low HP players. The stun even coming through. Bullets ran out. But he will make it look relatively easy. A scary scenario for BBL, but 3 players alive. They managed to rectify it well.
They got their Bulldog back as well. It was only the Spectre that they end up conceding. Not going to be the end of the world. Or the 2 Spectres, excuse me. Of course, they had a 4 Spectre buy with a Bulldog. A pretty expensive investment, considering what you're bringing into the round. But, well, it was doing work there in that last fight, as you can see. This round certainly has a lot of question marks around it for me, though, in terms of where BBL decide to invest. There's an argument for just diving their economy into this one, but it looks like they are going to play a hard bonus, those 2 players that died. Paying the price now as they just have a frenzy to work with.
Oh, that's so unlucky. The spam mainly being used for mid rather than just that slight push-up. He still managed to claim the control. They even know. They know the aftershock is going to force him out. I think they must have heard him get headshot as he walked through or something, but they definitely had an idea. It's whiffy from Boaster, though. That's a gun into Brave's hand. He's been crisp throughout the game. That is not a gun you want to give away.
Well, Fnatic seem to have the response of just looking to group up and push the site. They still haven't spotted anything moving through C. Their turret and alarm bot were watching for mid. Alarm bot now just behind. And the full blitz met by Suchni, who has a frenzy up in heaven. Lucky to get absolutely anything, and yeah, I'm actually happy to see him play quite so passive. This is the right call, because he swings that angle, he goes down, they have the advantage.
And you already have so many other weaknesses as well. It's not like, oh, I just lost a frenzy. You're actually more valuable alive with your knife out than you are dead. It's like, I'd rather him just run around and drag the angle for Turco.
Oh, okay. Almost a double for Durka. This is a round we expect them to clean up. He's left blind, but ultimately it is starting to look very easy from Fnatic in these afterplants. A ninth round, nigh on guaranteed. And again, after a bit of a shaky start for Boaster, the rest of the team managed to clean that up easily. This is, however, where things get more interesting. I'll make the assumption, no, actually, I thought we might get an operator, just with the amount of, we've seen it invested in the last map from Kushner, but maybe he's going to try and push up here. We saw that in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, he's been pushing consistently, whether it's A long or mid. He just loves to throw out that little bit of aggression. No better time for it as well than in the Logitech G power-up round. We're going to see if he decides to make that blitz down A. It certainly looks like it, and I'm looking at Turco as well, playing close on short. We could have a stun setup here for an early push, and that's exactly what comes through.
The dart shot, he knows there's someone there, the fallback. It's going to clear things up completely, but with the amount of utility that's been thrown in on that A side of the map, Fnatic quickly switch their gaze in towards C. Know there's likely to be some space on this side of the map. Still 2 players, though. And already, stars being thrown down to try and deter the level of aggression.
Well, they're still very much willing to push into this site. Great flash. That puts so much pressure on the backside player of Brave. And Aslan not able to hold the other angle. They both fall. The site falls, and the plant is coming into play. BBL, a tough decision ahead of them, whether to go for this or not even. They need to find a pick soon. If they lost Cutie, that would be a save call, but instead 2 quick kills puts this very much back on the table.
Yeah, 3 different avenues. They're going to clear the flank as well, expecting somebody to be there. Kushner, if he gets the timing right, might have one for free, but instead, now the frags start going back in the other direction. Nothing to be found from Suchny, and Kamik again. He's been having some really high impact rounds, some necessary ones for Fnatic. And now they're going to hit double digits, and as you said, that was the gamble. That was the finances now in real trouble.
Yeah, they are in ruin. And again, we fall back to Blade Storm on QD. It's online very frequently, but it is the only saving grace of this round. We saw nothing from it last time, just thrown away to attempt to clutch out in a 1v1 versus a Frenzy. Of course, he didn't have that information. This time around, certainly hoping for a lot more. That scoreline getting ahead more and more in Fnatic's favor. This is an aggressive play yet again. Cutie up in their faces, and that is so unlucky. He had everything set up for him, but the reveal almost baited him in to look the wrong way. Quick kill for Brave, and he's even got some support. 2 players on short. This is perfect, but Kamik, he's caught them with their back turned.
Yeah, he just dives through, sees a spot, sees a chance, and he's going to gift the kill back. Still, Durka low on HP. They still have a couple of players on this side of the map. There is an opportunity here. No weaponry really being picked up on the other side just yet. And Kamik looking to try and reclaim some of that control. They are just fully stacking this side. All in gamble. And Fnatic maybe expecting that there's been some sort of rotation, expecting that someone might have moved away. The fact is, though, Mitch, they're all still here.
The patience on BBL, once again on display. Trades, can they come through? That stun was perfect. Kamik can't see a thing. Oh! The screen was shaking, but somehow he stayed alive. Kamik now, though, meets Aslan, and his share of shots were not missing. That's a thrifty round and an unexpected result for BBL. Once again, it comes down to patient play. I am so thrilled to see this as a consistent factor for BBL, for a Turkish team as well, something we missed in the early days of that scene. And just unbelievable. You know, Winston once said, how you do anything is how you do everything. And I think that BBL, they might have watched some John Wick. They might know what's going on.
They're going to have to fit like Vlad's table with just something to keep it in place.
It's already reinforced, and you know, it's taking the punishment.
Oh, over the top. Durka expects the aggression. It's happened so many times from Kushner taking that space that now Fnatic make that adaptive read in a round where they already had some vulnerabilities in weaponry, but they are stacked on ults. That is a huge opener. And Durka sniffs a rifle and is going to retrieve that for free.
Interesting, a second ago we saw Turco peek out on short just after the drone faded away. And then they immediately start to back off. Now, with all the information they had, Brave, you know, pushed all the way down C long. I would be surprised, yeah, if they decided to move towards B or C. This is a full stack up yet again, and BBL have great reads, but that's going to be the problem.
Yeah, the only angle they can really hold from is going to be the window.
Wait, what?
Sushni.
He's doing it!
He's going to try and go for a huge play, and it's only going to be one. He delays them at least a little bit, and Turco's actually been caught. So they're not going to be able to act on any of this aggression. They've got themselves a cosmic divide at least, something to get back in, but you look at the afterplant utility. They need to kill off one of these players in this flank.
Brave has spotted that the alarm bot's waiting for him. He tried to make it around it. Not quite so lucky this time. Has to pop the util down. Smoke on short, making his way down long. Backstab though. Great play by Kamek. Good lurk. And just gorgeous all around from Fnatic. Looking clean as they push up to 11.
Yeah, they're slowly making their way out of this one. Again, we've seen blips here and there. We've seen slip-ups versus the sheer individual brilliance of some of the players on BBL. The Pistols managing to take one away in the last round, but it just seems like this time, this map, Fnatic are right back on the pedal almost instantaneously. And that's the thing, getting that opener off the back of Durka, having that cosmic divide to section off some of these players. And that's the thing, they still had a Hunter's Fury and a Rolling Thunder if they needed it. They didn't. So those are going to be brought into the next round. And that's what makes this so troublesome now for BBL is facing off against Fnatic is tough enough. Facing off against them with 2 high-impact ults, it almost seems impossible.
Yeah, it's definitely around, well, I don't even know. You know, calling the timeout now, it's scary. They've got those ults and they've got a chance to touch in with Mini and figure out how they want to use them. So another aspect for BBL to be scared about walking on into this one. They've got to be practically flawless from this point forward. Defensive side, we said, there's going to be struggles there. But so far, they've been putting up a good fight. Only 4 between them. But I have to wonder, you know, someone like Durka, he's almost been quiet for a little bit. Feel like he's due a big round.
Is, I guess, quiet maybe for Durka's stats.
Yeah.
He's still the top fragger in the server.
He hasn't got 3 or a 4K in the last. He's matching frags with the stand-in. You know, that's not Durka. Durka's got 40 kills by now, you know what I mean?
He's basically got to be breaking records, otherwise he's not up to your standards.
I haven't remembered a 3K in the last 5 rounds. You know, that's not normally. No, we're not rolling thundering from there now. Come on. He's gone back to the aftershock, thankfully. Fault line, even.
There you go. Got there in the end.
Yeah, I did.
I gave you the
Proud
time.
of myself.
I gave you the time.
Next time.
Aslan with the Sheriff. It's been pretty good so far. Waiting back, has support. This is where these pistols have been devastating. And again, they kick things off with just so many opening kills. Brave's in a bit of trouble, but he waits for the flash. Even still, though, Chronicle's got one back. Rolling Thunder available, the flank very far behind. And Boast are just trying to give him that little bit of extra space, maybe needed to cross. It's actually a fake. He's trying to give himself the space. The flash is good, but even still, Turco lands it. And now that flank comes through. Chronicle, nigh on surrounded. And they're looking to try and double up here. He walks into the open well. It is a ghost. But instead, he's going to move forward.
I like the idea. Yeah, play outside the box, leave predictability behind. And where does he take it from here? There's so many angles to consider. The spawn, definitely the safer way to move. And that's exactly where he's going. 30 seconds on the clock. He has time to shift it all the way. And I almost start to think, you know, if Kushner decides to make a step here, if he slips up a little bit, Chronicle might use that information to leverage his way back in, grab the kill in the 1v2. But with 10 seconds left, planting on A is his only objective now.
10 seconds
Go
left.
towards spawn. There's not a lot of places that you can play post-plant from there, and this is the one that you can, is the spawn. It's where they're all coming from, and where Kushner is very much ready for him to go.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that maybe he was a little bit further away, and then you can catch one of those players trying to move their way through. Because that's the thing, it's like in a 1v3, even with a Rolling Thunder, you need to isolate a duel. You need to make that one possible, otherwise they're just going to try and stick it to half and screw you out of the round.
That was interesting. It said because he started the defuse and then dashed off it still said that Kushner was defusing, but it wasn't. He was so quick. Bailing out of there. Well, 11-8, and you can see it in Vlad's reaction there. definitely happy, but not overjoyed yet. It's still very much in the danger zone.
I'm starting to think they might have won more thrifty rounds than rounds.
BBL.
Yeah. The amount of times they're winning with pistols or low buys or something problematic.
I don't think it's more. I think it's very close to even. And that's almost the same.
So now we get to see if they can actually convert this in the buy round, because every single time this has happened, Fnatic have bounced back almost immediately. These aggressive starts to rounds are catching them off guard. Maybe a little bit too much for my liking, but the response in the buy rounds has been almost immediate every single time.
They're reading there's a lot more space to push through Garage than I guess they thought before. That Rolling Thunder might change their mind, leaving the spike down in the open. Those players, though, easily sidestepped it. Almost seems like a panic reaction out of BBL to throw that through. Not sure if they'll be happy with that. Aslan, he's used the turret timing to creep his way into Garage. Luckily caught. Kamek has just been stellar, but this time he falls. Boaster able to at least grab the trade, leave Leo and himself in the 2 versus 2 with Turco falling. But it's all about Kushner, 9 HP, making his way up behind them. I think they might have heard him. It looks like they're expecting it. I don't know if that's... Oh, it's not information. He's turned away. The timing becomes everything for Kushner in this round, but I think...
Well, I think Leo realizes he's got a Hunter's Fury. So it's like taking that fight, not worth the risk. Especially if you know that one of these players is low, you basically have an insta-kill in the afterplant. Even still, though, they're going to plant for that defender side. Peak potentially coming through long, being incredibly late. It seems like Boaster is checking for it, but they have no idea where these remaining defenders are.
Well, they are just playing blind on this one. Just guessing, gambling as they take the peaks. Recon through. They know where Sova is, but it's all about Kushner. If he can find a player that is unaware, and there it is. There was a chance. Boaster not going to give that opportunity away again. His health so very low. 10 and 65 HP. Suchny on his way through. And I don't think the time is there for him. He has to find both of these players, and it just cannot work out. 12-8. Fnatic 1 away from pushing us to split, the decider in this series. Not somewhere we thought we'd be when we kicked off the series. We thought Fnatic 2-0 seemed to be the most likely, but BBL are really giving them a run for their money.
This was a huge round from Boaster. Just catching off Turco. It seemed like he had him dead to rights with a cheeky little angle. But instead, he comes out with a triple kill that turns that round on its head. And again, it's the same streak of back and forth rounds. No conversion available for BBL. Now they've got themselves a couple of ults to play with, but again, the same can be said for Fnatic. And Durka, you said he had a round coming, or maybe it'll be the one that closes it.
The drones caught him, but he's sticking around. He doesn't feel in any way afraid. The Rolling Thunder baited because of him sticking up so close, and you know, they're back in pretty passive positions right now. Swinging out for Suchny, not ideal. Great aftershock to put him in that awkward spot, but Kushner, the man who was almost caught by the Rolling Thunder just moments ago, could have been stuck in short and dealt with, instead delivers a deadly blow to Fnatic. The spike down on long, they have to fight for it. Kushner making sure they pay a heavy price when they do, costing them so much time even on their way back through here.
Again, slowing to a halt. Getting this spike back. I think they're expecting some sort of aggressive fight coming through from the defenders. Look at the amount of time they're taking just to clear every angle ready to get this spike, and there's nobody there. They're playing outside of the site. They've got the lockdown online, so they don't even need to really fight this right now. Not looking to give Fnatic anything back into this one. And Kamek's still holding into mid. He can hear the turret. He knows that there's still players around this angle that they haven't rotated to hold on to A, but they have to go B now. 15 seconds on the clock.
It's time to get moving. And they need that kill here, up close, Kamek. If the fight was to come through, there could be massive problems. Lockdown actually going to cause them even more. They've got to push out of the side, play way back, or go right into their face, and that's the choice. The choice is made, but the result isn't quite what they wanted off the rip. Kamek good for one, but traded out, and it leaves Boaster 50 HP. No idea where that second player is, and that's the real problem. It's being tapped, he's being baited, and a classic soul that is needed. BBL by themselves at least another round, 3 more for an overtime.
See, this is the prime sort of scenario for me, and again, myself and Lothar were talking about, is that this is a different looking BBL. They get themselves those openers, they start the round off good. Do they continue to fight? Do they try and hold on to the spike? No. They fall back. They know they have the lockdown. They know they have that capability to retake as a team. Do they want to overface, over-risk it? No, they don't. They want to make sure that they're in a position where they can play the numbers advantages, and they force Fnatic into a spot where they have to run at them head first. Well, that's where I'm going to put that Turkish aim and say they're probably going to win that fight every single time.
Fnatic 3 ultis, big ultis as well in play.
Time for a field test.
As the barriers go up here, BBL, early plan seems to be a default, quite passive, mid-control, not going to be fought for, sought for, or in any way contested. This is slow and steady wins the race from this defensive side. And look, a dangerous game to play sometimes, especially when Fnatic have those ultimates, but you know before they put them down, they're going to be fighting for map control. They're going to be scrapping for the positions to use them from.
The thing is, for BBL, they've got to break a trend. So far in this game, the most rounds they've won in a row is 2. They have not managed to streak anything more than that. They've got there first, but we know again that Fnatic have been able to turn things around. Timmy's going to go down, but again, it's just this slow default. And maybe realizing they're getting an afterplant on that B site wasn't too tough in the last round. Cosmic Divide going to go down. Straight into the site they go. Leo looking to try and basically catch players on that rotation. In fact, there's going to be a response as well. A decent amount of damage done by Suchny there. And still the plant not quite going in just yet.
Oh, he's walked in unaware. Durka with a great angle, using their Cosmic Divide against them. No one knew he'd updrafted onto that spot. And now to deal with the post plant, Fnatic down on mid, great control, playing down in their spawn, and Leo probably has a shock dart from there. We're getting a lot of damage through. The trade's not good enough for BBL. They need to find a foothold, and that they have. Down goes the lockdown. It's in play for Fnatic. It has to be destroyed, and Leo destroying them. A quick double might just put an end to this. Brave is the last man standing. He needs these kills. They're both low. It's possible, more than possible, but they can fire back. They've got the utility, they've got the time, and it's gonna be the Nano Swarm from Kamek to close out the map. Give them a chance at this series on Split. BBL playing a good game here today. It wasn't enough on Fnatic's map pick, but honestly, if you came in today and told people that it would be this close already, BBL would look that good on a map Fnatic wanted to play, that they would beat them on Ascent, you'd have a lot of doubters out there.
Yeah, I think the scary thing for me here is that this was one of those games where I feel like they had the upset rounds. Like, they had the opportunities to basically convert this into a victory. They managed multiple clutches, multiple pistol wins that they never should have had. And even then, Fnatic still won by a few rounds. So it's sort of a devastating prospect that if you're on that BBL side right now, you're probably sat there going, we could have had that, we could have had that. We just needed to convert our rounds in a row, and they never seem to be able to do that.
No, they couldn't get it done this time around, but that was where Fnatic wanted to take this fight. It was their home ground. Now we move on to the decider, and it's Split, Tom. Wouldn't have it any other way.
It's the best map, you know. It's the one that we have to get to
El
in the
Clasico. Well, let's toss it off to a break, and when we come back, Split's coming your way.
Bye! Let's go!
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to the lab. If you guys were listening to the pre-map, I was mentioning how Fnatic likes to play with an aggressive dash towards mid, and it actually happened on round 3, but it looked like BBL was ready for it. So what is going to happen here in this round is that Gekko is going to dash towards window. Breach is going to stun alongside this lane, and then we're going to see an arrow land backside of a lobby or a garden in this case to clear this entire area. So when we play this out, you're going to see this happen very fast. But the reaction from BBL is actually there. Let's swap to a 2D map and play it out. You can see that they are actually very reactive to this dash from Gekko and essentially not give him anything, any value. So he had to go back towards mid. But this is not the value lost for Fnatic, because what they gained is all of this area right here. This is the moment where Boaster got to a shot and is controlling a shot just because of the smoke that he put in the A lobby. Remember, this area was also cleared by the recon arrow. So even though that the push from Gekko didn't get any success, there was no kills, there were no essential like utility being used by BBL, but the space was lost. So there's like a secondary objective that Fnatic achieved, even though it seems like it's an unsuccessful start of the round. And that's essentially it. Just wanted to bring out some small tidbits around those strategies.
You can tell, you know, that the brains of the IGLs on the server as well. That was better from Fnatic, but Cougar was still shaky.
It was still shaky at sometimes, but I think that regarding what happened on Ascent, those fundamentals were there. They started to play more off of the trades. I saw Gekko way much more comfortable in what he was doing. It's not only that you sometimes lack the practice or the reps onto something. For example, Lothar's example is perfect. He knows exactly what is going to happen, and all the team is on the same line. It's not something that he has to improvise. On the same line, I feel like Kamik is, you know, a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more chill. I feel like he's trying to play a little bit more for himself.
There was one round that Fnatic won, but Kamik pushed against an eco on long C and died to Brave's one shot from a Sheriff, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, we had some interesting ecos, but what I mean is like I wanted to see this Kamik that is not only playing by the rules that Fnatic have brought onto him. He has to be a player himself. He has to be, you know, bring a little, even if sometimes those are coming to in the shape of a mistake, he still has to be himself.
I think there is definitely a difference, because we've seen so much Alpha's Haven and the Kamik's version. They still managed to win it out though, but Cougar, there were a couple of rounds, it just felt like if they didn't win it out, it would have been disastrous.
Yes.
Let's take a look at round 20. What was going on here?
So here's the thing. I think that BBL is starting to panic, and I think that Tom was mentioning. So we start with a very early stun, something that we've seen many times, and then Fnatic decide to go for a double doors. They just use the drone, try to clear some utility, and we see the movement already coming in for Turco. Of course, he needs to, you know, make sure that that's not going to be activated. The stars are going to fall in. Brave gets the first kill, and Turco instantly ults, you know, trying to prevent that trade from happening and the execute from happening as well. But look at Boaster, the moment that the entrance is going to go in, I feel like here Aslan oversteps. He hears something and he wants to go for more. He was completely not necessary for him to go onto that, because they had already cleared that with Bridge Ultimate.
Yeah, it's a very important to understand for the viewers that maybe don't have the, like, let's say, very in-depth knowledge about the game. Going 1-for-1 on defense is not really a productive trade for the defenders. It has to be 1-for-0 or 2-for-1 to make sure that you gain something out of this situation. And also, what I like about BBL, in general, they didn't wait with their ultimates. Something that we could have pinpointed on Fnatic. Chronicle had the ultimate for like 4 rounds.
Many times. I think that they were trying to get this perfect scenario on their heads of being like, okay, so we take control of A long, and then we do this, and then we do that. And sometimes in games like this one, the perfect opportunity is just not going to happen. You have to create it yourself, and that is, you know, what I liked about Kamik just being himself. Fortunately, this is a round that is going to go for Fnatic.
Yeah, and it felt like so many rounds came down to the 2v2, the 1v2, the 1v1. It wasn't
the 1v3.
really... Yeah, I mean, especially on Fnatic's attack side, it didn't look as clean as perhaps we saw at Locking, but a win is a win. I think they are getting a little bit better as the series goes on, but even though they did close it out here, I am a little bit worried as we move on to the next map. You know, Lothar, you spoke a little bit already about Split, about the fact that both of these teams play it. But taking into consideration how they played so far today, do you still stand by some of the things you said about how Split is going to go?
Yeah, if we can bring up for a second just the heat map that I had in the pre-show for Split. This is the attack from Fnatic. Remember that, look how much movement is being done in B main and A main. The mid is not really affected by Fnatic in the beginning of the round. And I hope this is going to be changed for the game against BBL. Not only because of the Sage, because you have to destroy it, otherwise the over-rotations will happen, but just because this is something that BBL 100% will know and expect in this game.
And not only that they will know it, is that was not an easy win for Fnatic. If you tell me that this is the heat map for like, I don't know, 15 rounds because you just had an easy game, I tell you, okay, you know, they have like this amount of set executes, they were not being pressured, they had, you know, an easy game, I'd be like, okay, not that bad. But the fact that this went to 24 rounds and that mid-section is still looking so empty is, you know, it's worrying.
I mean, the issue with Split is, if we throw our minds back to the map vetoes, Icebox, they decided not to pick it. And in the second round of bans, Fnatic had the option of either going to Lotus or going back onto the Split. I personally thought, Bayer, this was a weird decision by them.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they felt like BBL lost enough earlier in the week, and they actually came pretty prepared. Like I think they get the same feeling as us, being like, if this hadn't been that long in the day, maybe that late in the day, the result would have been different. So they don't want to keep showing the same thing over and over again. Maybe they want to test something else before Alpha comes back.
And so just to make like a throwback to the Icebox that we have seen, as we were talking about the Icebox, I really like the way that Fnatic played it very patiently on defense on that map. Now they go to a Split, which they already played, and they showcase that they played completely different from Icebox. On Icebox, they're patient and waiting. On Split, they're trying to take aggressive space. If you remember, they gave a 3K on the Cloud on pistol round when they're playing on Split, and they just literally just broke the defense. And I hope that they will change this against BBL, because BBL plays a lot of 1-3-1 combinations on the attack, so that will be going straight into the plan of BBL.
I mean, I feel like the preparations on both sides have been really good so far. You even mentioned on Haven, the BBL, they expected some things from Fnatic. So if Fnatic don't change much from the last time we saw them, is this a 2-1 BBL, Lothar?
Look, I was coming into this match, I would have never say that Fnatic will even lose this match. Not only they are now 1-1 in map, the first map was a complete catastrophe. So the map 3, I would say this is not a coin toss exactly, but there is a fair chance for BBL to take it.
I'm very happy with the surprises that we've been having throughout this entire week. The way that Koi performed, the way that now we're literally sitting here being like, yeah, BBL might win this, even though it wasn't nobody's fault. I think it's great. The surprises have to come, and obviously, this is something that BBL also wanted to end up on this Split.
Yeah, of course. I think they would definitely be happy with the vetoes. They couldn't have got any better. And just to remind everyone, if BBL win this, they're the first team ever to take down this Fnatic roster. They didn't lose a single series, a lock-in. They didn't lose in the off-season. Who would have thought? Anyone's pick'ems out there is looking like this? I want to know.
Definitely not mine.
No, definitely not mine. I can tell you. I can tell you exactly where it all got destroyed. But it's not only that. Finally, we're going to see a map between these two, because map 1, map 2, we saw mirror comps. On this scenario, we expect something different. We expect some differences. What?
I just remembered like the Split from Fnatic when the Reyna was being picked by Boaster.
The support Reyna, yeah. What is it, 7 assists, 8 assists? I can't remember what it was.
Well,
the worst part is they won. Like, they beat Liquid.
Of course.
How?
Because it's a supportive Reyna. It's just something different. I bet that, I thought that this kind of things could only be done in League, because so many times I see like random champs being picked for support, and me that I don't understand anything, I'm like, okay, maybe it can be done, and Boaster can do it in VALORANT too.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that again.
Is League of Legends a non-mobile version of Wild Rift?
Yeah, exactly. I only know Wild Rift.
Oh my God,
game.
you too. But on the side of BBL as well, they had a chance to maybe close us out 2-0. I think they showed their mental resilience against Gekko already. That's definitely not an issue. But what do they have to do here on Split to close us out?
I would like, for example, but Aslan not depend so much on Aslan and getting the 4Ks and getting the big plays. I would literally just like calm them down a little bit. I think that they go overexcited after after winning Ascent, being like, okay, this went exactly to plan. Let's just go and close this out. And they feel like they're almost reaching, almost grabbing that ball, and it's just not happening. They need to slow down.
Your wish might come true because that's how they play Split. They are very patient. It's very slow. Also, the map doesn't really favor any fast executes because of the choke points that can be easily stopped with one piece of utility.
more in the overheating, but yeah.
Okay, but they are very slow when it comes to executes, actually. Because the first plant, from what I remember, let me just check my notes, the first plant that happened in the previous Split they played did actually happen on 40th second.
They
so
are starting on attack, right? So
they should be, right?
Yeah,
so
no, BBL has started on the defense here.
Oh.
Oh, of course, because Fnatic picked the map,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
BBL have chosen to start on defense.
Fnatic had the last one.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, okay. Well, we're going to be able to see that Lothar as we switch sides. But I mean, even before we get into the agent select here, I don't think either team really necessarily need to change their comps, right? It's just some in-game things that you're worried about.
And Lothar was mentioning this, maybe Kamik would be a little bit more comfortable playing on the Killjoy instead of the Cypher. Yes, there is a couple of cages that you need to learn, and it's not that much, but it's also the being comfortable on the server. We were seeing it the other day, and I remember it very vividly how, for example, Xiao, when he was playing on Gekko, sometimes he seemed a little bit lost because you have your two plans, and that's it.
The thing is, when you play Cypher on Split, on attack, you are expected to be the lurker, and if you're not comfortable while lurking on an agent that you don't really know that well, you're going to have problems with timings, you're going to have problems with using the Cypher cages efficiently, right? Because the main setup for like attacking Cypher is the A ramp cage and A main cage, and then try to sneak your way out, but way into ramp. But the problem is, we didn't see that from Kamik happening in the previous Split, and yeah, maybe just playing an anti-flank Killjoy would have been more effective. But as well, I'm still saying, we have heard Bolster say that they wanted to play on Split, and it was Kamik's choice when it comes to the agent, not the team.
Yeah, we're into agent select now. Of course, on the other side, Kute against K-Core wasn't quite all there in terms of the fragging potential. But of course, Durka, he's been having a great series today.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, I think that Kute was also a little bit affected of playing that Omen on Icebox.
No,
never mind.
Leo's still playing they went with Sky Breach last time.
Yeah, Sky Breach and Durka on the race,
Searching on the Cypher. Yeah, this is exactly, I think, what we expected. The only difference that we're going to find here is the smokers, and of course that Sage that is going to come instead of Sky. But of course, I think that there's too many things at stake to just change compositions at this moment.
All right, we need to get into game fast because it's Mitch and Tom, so we might be here for a while on Split.
On Split?
I'm certainly expected to be here for a while, Tom. I've booked a few extra nights at the hotel just in case this one goes awry.
What do you mean? Fnatic on Split, us casting. When has that ever gone wrong before?
That's a good point, Tom. I mean, they wouldn't do that to us. Boaster wouldn't want us here all night. Not a chance. Look, I'm expecting, I'm going to say 40 rounds. If it's a close game.
40 rounds?
I'll be honest.
Honestly, that's below average.
It is. Yeah,
below average.
Double digits in the threes. Let's see if we get there. But the reality is, for me with BBL, these guys are not expected to win a series. They're not expected to make it to map 3, but Ascent was that Turkish map. It was the map that you pull out as a Turkish team and surprise everybody.
Yes.
Anyone can win it. We know that. We've seen it a million times. You move down to the rest of the map pool, and I honestly, even after first map performance, I'm thinking they're going to fizzle out a little bit on map 2, and they didn't. They had a good performance, considering it's Fnatic's map pick. It fills me with a little bit of faith for this one, but it's still so hard to go against Fnatic. They've got such a deep map pool, and their split is not terrible.
No, I think at least versus Giants, there was a little bit of an aspect of just Durka started to run riot. He started to get just aggressively pushing into places and finding those opening picks. If they manage to shut him down, maybe there's a chance, but I will say better teams have tried.
I bet they have, and they sure didn't succeed. Well, it's time to get on into this Split, our final map of this series. BBL looking to make history here for their roster, for their region. And it has to be done on their defensive side start here on Split. Default, Cypher playing the A site, Trapwire up, camera for Heaven. And it looks like they might want to fight mid late into the round. You've got a slow orb nade combo possibly, but for the most part, it's relatively passive, just denying the utility that's coming through. They've used their wall already, interestingly enough. I feel like BBL have the wrong read on the pace that's coming out of Fnatic here on the pistol.
Yeah, no, this looks very slow indeed. Obviously a team that's known for these sort of explosive bursts. It's going to happen when you have that breach combination with Sky. But it did kind of allow for an earlier rotate off. That's at least something. And this aggressive push, Chronicle's waiting for it. An instant dink, a flash to even just hold them back. Bear in mind, he is holding the spike, so he has to be very careful in those sort of scenarios. There you go, Durka's like, what is this doing here?
Yeah, but you're already seeing the cracks start to form. Like, literally, there's the wall broken completely. Durka, you know, just spotting that they've burned up one of their most valuable pieces of utility that they have off of Fear. And that's a great thing to see early on, that your presence is having that effect on the opponent. For Fnatic, movement to the A site is where things will end, and that couldn't be any better. You have got 4 players towards that B site. 3, I guess. Kushner's pretty quick on the rotate, but he's going to have to push through a smoke if he wants to help Suchny. And okay, spike drop, 10 seconds. They might start to throw bodies at this just to make it work, just to stop them from getting the plant. But right now, there's just no opportunities.
Oh my god, that frenzy's far too accurate from Leo! Just landing everything in front of him. And while Brave, he's been snappy before, but this would have to be the snappiest of them all. 3 players, almost all on full HP, even spotted out by the cam. They have all the information. This was sort of his plan to maybe sneak his way back through, clear all the extremities of this afterplant. But the fact is, they now have heaven control as well. Fnatic will take home that pistol. There was a moment where it seemed it was possible, but not to be.
No, not this time around. BBL's opening pistols certainly haven't been working out too well. But look, with the damage they did on some of these previous second rounds, you got to remember it's split defensive side. This has got to be the easiest place to make those low buys work. And BBL's low buys definitely were something to write home about looking through, especially the first map that we saw him play. So even though you're coming into this round saying, oh, they're not investing anything,
no,
you're still not getting it entirely for free. And look at the stack.
Cage triggered.
That's the thing, they've got some expensive belts of utility to buy up. How has Brave managed to just kill off Durka? And that's the thing, I think they threw in the nade behind him. Yeah, that's as bad as that start could have gone.
Yep, I mean, you're up against a round like this. We already mentioned how easy it is to get those sort of plays when you're honest. Maybe they're reading the one player playing on A site last round and thinking it's going to be easy, just get in, pressure him, and you've got the site, long-range duels to close. But instead, they've given a rifle away and given a huge opportunity to BBL with all the information in their pocket. This defensive side could have pushed anywhere, and they're about to find out exactly where it was. That timing was terrible, but a great recovery by Kamek.
Yeah, sprint into the site from Brave. Maybe hoping to find someone, but the fact is Fnatic are being methodical with their utility. They know that there's a gun on that other side. And already, Kushner's going to be dropped as well. Just catching them as they rotate back through. A good mid-round call coming out of Fnatic to switch this up. How is Brave so good with the classic? That is the second kill he's managed to do with that. The second he tries to get a gun, actually ends up going down. And eventually, Fnatic will win those remaining fights, but hey, that was so clean.
Look at the HP, 8 and 47 as well. Like, this round very easily falls out of Fnatic's hands if 1 or 2 of those duels go the other way. So they can be pretty happy to still have 3 weapons, have 2 rounds on the board. But remember, BBL came in with nothing. They did so much damage, they made it costly. Now the full buy comes in. It's the Logitech G power-up round. And the BBL side, they've got everything they want for this sort of a play. I'm curious, though, to see when it comes to this A aggression, if we'll get the same blast pack out of Durka.
This one looks like a fast hit. You've got the whole team just waiting. You're playing with some slightly weaker weapons. This is where you want Durka to just go diving in. Now, we see this cam in pretty much every single Cypher setup, just watching for that heaven control. And they've again managed to slow this push out. Sushni also finds Bolster as he tries to make his way into the site. And actually, Chronicle's kind of solo here. The rest of the team haven't made a move yet, but it doesn't matter. He's going to take out that Cypher util.
Yeah, fighting the side all by himself, but he had at least got Durka there to swing on through if the elbow fight ever came into play. Instead, he's taking his blast packs all the way to screens. I think they heard that. There's players up in heaven. They knew that he's making his way quickly towards this area, and you can see how cautious Brave is being. Taking that fight on screens, the rest of the team making their way down the ramp. Leo's here, but he's got support, and they both swing, both falling. A double peek that gets them absolutely nothing. And that stun is gorgeous. Fnatic are under a lot of pressure. Chronicle has to go huge on the way through. 2 players, they haven't checked him though. They've left him wide open. Luckily, he stopped after just 2.
Yeah, and Turco's going to squeak their way through that round. Really nice clearing from BBL, because that's a round where ultimately there's still some decent weaponry on the other side, especially with some of the openers and in the afterplant that Fnatic managed to get. You could be a little bit overzealous with some of your swings, but as they go down the ramp, they completely clear everything. The fact that they managed to get both of those players with no kills going the other way is the reason they win this round.
Certainly in trouble that Turco bailed them out of. On the other side, in our next power-up round, brought to you by Logitech G, let's take a look at where they're at on the Fnatic side. You know, sure, the weaponry might not be great. The shields, not fantastic, but ulti's looking pretty good. It's the Rolling Thunder that we're looking at. On this map especially, it can be so difficult to escape.
Yeah, the other thing as well is, bear in mind, that was the full investment from BBL. So they're in a spot with a Judge, an SMG. Now, on this map, there's definitely viable angles. It's not the end of the world. We've already seen what Scream could do with the Judge in a beautiful setup from Karmine Corp the other day. Didn't win the round, but he still did well.
Won the battle, but not the war.
I don't like that this is even possible. I'll still ask the question, how's he holding the rope?
That's a question I don't have the answer to, Tom. Not today, anyways. But look, this Rolling Thunder, especially when you're coming 55 seconds left in, I like BBL pushing into main. You got to take that extra control. You know it's not going to be easy as can be. Brave caught and now in a lot of trouble. Those Seekers, he couldn't quite destroy them in time. The Cabbages giving him green vision. Kushner out of here. No, he's sticking around. He wants to fight for it. He wants to stand his ground and only gets 1 for his trouble. They've spotted Suchny. No element of surprise. And look at the weapons that are left to play this 2v3. Certainly not the ideal armory to come into this fight with.
I think just using the slow in the hope that no one will swing him. That at least gives Aslan a gun. Headshot percentage normally off the chart for this man, and Suchny trying to buy him that little bit of extra space. He might get him on the flank. Boaster just revealing a little bit of the cloak, but he'll TP into the site. And now with a teammate gone, this becomes a much tougher task. Fnatic can reposition. Boaster may be low, but he's not taking any form of contact, just trying to spam through, knowing the position of his opponent, and at this point, the time ticking far too long for Suchny to get anything done, just trying to escape with his life and getting tagged as he goes. He will be able to hold on to at least the Bulldog.
Yeah, carrying that through for sure. But a 3rd round now found for Fnatic. Damage done is decent. Boaster barely surviving as well. And this is the first map, you know, even though we saw so many of these rounds swing towards BBL to start out the map, a lot of them were close. It came down to those minute plays, those small moments, and right here, it was that push in towards B main, the Cabbages coming out, like the fact that they managed to find him just as he's hit by the paranoia as well, like he doesn't see them coming around until just the last second, shoots them. I think he was probably 1 bullet away from destroying it. Just heartbreaking.
Still, I think just the use of the Seekers as well from Leo in that moment ago, okay, we've cleared one of these guys, let's just make sure.
Yeah,
and just then they know exactly where he is. It just makes it impossible. Now again, in these low buys, BBL had a lot of success on Haven, and this map, if anything, is one where there's a lot more potential. Playing a heavy gamble stack in towards A, it's understandable. In the early rounds, Fnatic were hitting A repeatedly. It's only in the last that switched up. This time though, a lot more mid-control. Looking to try and make sure they can have more of a split in towards the site, not allow for any cheeky shenanigans or pushes to come through. And in fact, BBL aren't going for that, Mitch. They are sitting pretty.
Yeah. The stack up on A, this is a strategy we've seen from a lot of their low buy rounds where they're content to play next to 0 info. And a lot of the time it comes down to your Killjoy on one side of the map, or here, Suchny, you know, camera B, he's watching for B Heaven. And they're just hoping that, look, eventually you're going to have to roll the dice. You're going to have to take a 50-50. Where are you going? And for now, they are certainly gravitating towards the exact point of the map that BBL are hoping they're going to see some action on. Kushner still has his nade online as well. Look at all the steps, all the players around him. He's hearing them. He knows exactly what's going on. This call, sublime for BBL, and they know they've made the right decision. Cutie trying to snipe. Durka even gets a little more. The tag to Leo, 10 HP, and just as many seconds. No chance for Fnatic here.
It's another low buy round, and it's off a sheer gamble. You see Fnatic taking all the time, methodically clearing out portions of the map. BBL don't even move. They don't play off any of the information that was garnered on the other side. I also would love to see how Aslan got 2 kills there with just a frenzy as they try and enter into the site. It seemed like that man did God's work to bring them home this round. He's had so many high-impact rounds when they're on low buys. And because of this, Fnatic never managed to earn any level of cash. Yeah, he's just sat in the corner, not cleared, and because of that, Boaster, he's taking another fight.
And look, you can understand why he's not cleared. This is a position where, if I'm not wrong, they'd already seen 3 players, definitely 2, having given no information, having spotted for no pushes, yada, yada. You're not expecting that to be a stack. And if you see a guy in spawn, or screens rather, a guy up in heaven, maybe they saw the second one in heaven as well, I'm not sure. That chances of someone being behind that box are next to none. And the only way they would be there, they're not going to be there with a rifle. Not in that moment, that's just baiting. But my man's got a frenzy. That is his optimum play. Gorgeous. BBL. 4 ults online coming into this round as well. I mean, they have got no shortage of safety nets to fall back on.
A more direct approach. Setting up again from Fnatic. Baiting out some of that early utility. This was something they did quite regularly when facing off against Giants. They would put the pressure in onto Rhyme, hoping that he would pop all of his utility, then rotate out onto different portions of the map. Fact is, though, it doesn't look anywhere near as sort of, I guess, panicky from Brave. Like, he has popped one of his stars, but everything else hasn't moved because they have their extra Cypher setup. So Fnatic probably expecting to have baited out a lot more utility than they actually have.
Yeah, could definitely catch them by surprise when you go for that last push and you're just hit by a blanket of it. But at the same time, in a round like this, you know, you're probably even hoping to bait out those ultis, get them to overextend, and they just aren't. No. Great kill from Cutie. Down to the ramp he goes, playing close to his nade, even taking a tag. And that's not going to be an expected position. Rolling Thunder catches Durka. The rest of the team has moved away, and the patience on display yet again. BBL just making the perfect calls every single time. 3 players still here. Fnatic have got to feel like hitting their heads against their desk at this point. There's just nothing that they can do to sell the fakes, to drag the rotations wherever they go. They're still stacked up.
I really love it. We started to see sort of aspects of it over the last couple of maps. We saw it especially on Ascent. The amount of defensive side we saw wasn't huge, and I don't blame Fnatic for taking a pause here. This is one of those moments where, realistically, you're thinking you're in their heads. Like, we bait their utility out, we rotate back through, we split in, okay, we faked some utility on that side, then we run all the way back, and there's still 3 players on the side going, oh, hey, bro, are you doing stuff? It's almost like, I imagine with you, like just like looking at your phone or just playing a different game, and then you look up and go, oh, look, a kill. Cool, this is amazing. Wait, were you guys doing something?
Yeah,
I didn't notice. We were just playing our own game here, like having a great time.
You know, one of the things then, over these past 2 maps, and this one here, the first 6 rounds, we've seen Fnatic call those timeouts now twice.
Yeah.
Running out of round 6. To see the pressure being put on this roster that early on, to see Mini feeling the need, like, let me put it this way, I did not expect Fnatic to come into this series and ever even call a timeout. I didn't think they'd need to have that level of thought put into it, that level of respect.
I didn't think
for
we'd
their
be
opponent.
here. I thought I'd already be chilling in the crowd watching
I heard
KC
go,
versus Heretics.
I heard Yinsu say, oh, Lothar, we might get split because it's Mitch and Tom. I was like, come on, it's Fnatic BBL, Sue. Come on, like, you know, I'm all for, you know, giving everyone a chance, but this is a bit ridiculous. Here we are. Anyways, 6 rounds in. We've already had a timeout called by Fnatic to try and solve some of these attacker problems. Considering the pistol under their belt yet again, as it has been to start out each map, you know, that little injection of rounds is making it look a lot closer than it's felt in the last few. And in the buy rounds, where it's more important.
Well, the other thing as well is what was working versus Giants was Durka. Like, he was able to basically just pressure into mid, take pacier hits, and basically almost play it like a DM. Like, just run in. At the moment, he's 2-7. I don't remember the last time Durka was 2-7. He's getting shut out. And again, they're going for that early pressure into mid. Wall is going to be utilized just to try and delay them a little bit, allow for players to rotate in. There's now 3 players stacked up in middle with the almost double Sentinel of the Astra and the Cypher holding the extremities. It is a dynamic look from this defensive side of BBL, and Well, Fnatic, they're only just getting that mid control.
I said earlier on about Durka, this guy, you normally don't see him go 5 rounds without a 3K. He's got 6 rounds without 3 kills. That's something else entirely. Aslan! What a shutdown! They've tried to push into heaven, but Aslan is holding tight. Boaster finally deals with him, but is it too little too late? On their way back through as well, Kamek gonna have to recover one of those rifles, and he might not get a chance. They're still contesting for this part of the map. And in comes Cutie. Nade in his back pocket, rifle in his hand. He's looking for some targets.
Ooh, this, if they have a chance to go back, but I think they might just save.
15 seconds.
It looked for a moment with the 20 seconds on the clock that they might just try and hightail it, but I think just realizing, okay, we're either pushing into a stack, and we haven't managed to actually get into vents, break any of that utility. Like, all the information will be there still for BBL. Good hold. Fantastic round out from Aslan. And this is what I want to see from this guy. As said, he's been switching roles all over the shop, but this is why he's in the team. That individual prowess that on occasions is second to none. If this man's in form, you're in trouble. He is in form.
Without a doubt. And one of the other things for BBL, let's roll it back to the second map where we saw actually, even the start of this one, right? You had that wall put down right away in the pistol, the panic utility.
Who's put that on screen?
Oh, no. I bet he didn't think there'd be a replay either. That's
no. I bet
no one tell him.
He's like,
no one tell him. No one saw it. It's okay.
It's fine. I'll just pat it down. Pat it down.
But this was somewhere that, when we look at BBL, they certainly were not the kind of team I'd expect to even come into this. Well, he is caged the beast, I suppose. Fair play. It's like Pokemon. Has he caught him? Can he use him now? If he picks it back up, how does that work? Hello. Well, Kamek snuck his way in, but element of surprise not quite that strong.
I'm almost thinking it's like Ghostbusters. He'll pop the cage, and then the tiger will come back out again.
Out and just get whoever's closest. That'd be something.
Oh, good start again. And that's more of an audacious play being attempted by Fnatic. A player taking a risk to try and find an opener, the nade even being put through. They're expecting this push to come in at this point.
Oh, tagged in the toes. Good night. There comes the showstopper, and all right, Cutie goes down. So does Suchny, and just a flurry of kills that leave Fnatic well and truly in the lead here. They have had trouble breaking into sites. But the solution seems to have been found. That was close. And Chronicle needed to do it himself.
He's done that a couple of times this series.
He has.
Just quick reactions while he's planting. And Brave is going to be shut down as well. Better from Fnatic. I think just using a couple of ultimates there. I think you even have the From the Shadows just to ping out a couple of players, reveal their locations, because that's been one of the things that I think Fnatic have been caught by now. It's just these different areas that BBL have been playing in. Back on the board, though. Plenty of ultimates still to play with at 4-4. And that's the thing. Like, you're looking at this as an even scoreline. With Fnatic getting the pistol, it's been a good half so far from BBL, but they have to keep this going.
They absolutely do. Here we go. Aslan, he's done this a couple of times. Wall started the round play on top with a Judge or with any other sort of weaponry, this time the Vandal. And he has been vandalized. Chronicle taking him down right away.
The nade almost killed Boaster. He's down to
Almost.
19 HP.
Right back up.
The heal's there.
I've got your trail.
Boombot. Seeker's even being thrown in. Rolling Thunder available if they need it. But they are being denied that space for now. BBL are doing well to sort of deter them on this initial push and try and just stop them finding any information, even just using blast packs.
I do think they're wise to not use the Rolling Thunder just yet. Wait for the retake, wait to have them grouped up. Now the Heaven control being sought after. And look how quickly BBL leave it. It's sort of in the back of your mind that Rolling Thunder is going to be coming through any second. They're also contemplating the rotations coming through. And, well, I mean, literally, look at the B side. These players, seconds ago, were fighting in B Heaven. And now they're ready for this rotation that Fnatic are pulling off.
It's a fantastic read from them again. The trip being broken, Fnatic will probably think, okay, maybe that's the moment they realize they're going back in the other direction, but they've been here for a while.
30
seconds left. You have to feel like this push has to be coming in just because of the position where Chronicle is. And even if they get this right with the Rolling Thunder, they're not going to expect players to be here. A decent trade, but they shut down both. A great double entry from Fnatic. still a couple to deal with.
Hats off to Fnatic for that push. We did get Suchny popping his ultimate to try and reveal them for his teammates, give him a chance in the fight, but they pounced too quickly. Boaster with a much-needed fight and a spray to follow. That has left BBL with no chance. The IGL taking matters into his own hands and guaranteeing Fnatic a 5th right there and then. Gorgeous stuff. And I think Turco's going to be able to save this weapon without too much trouble, unless he creates trouble for himself by going on up through spawn, but he's sitting pretty. But the Fnatic still have that Rolling Thunder. They're still ready to go.
I love every time we swap it gives like a reveal. As if
here he is.
Yeah, but it's like obviously just a bug, but there we go. 5-4. Fnatic reclaimed the lead. It started to look like it was going to get a bit out of control. These slower rounds, I think, just weren't really playing into their hands. They weren't managing to bait out too many of those rotations. And because of that, BBL were almost winning them just by playing it slow and letting the clock run low. And that was when Fnatic almost panic a little bit, like when it gets into those late rounds. This one, same again. But they were able to just pick off these players, realizing where they were relatively quickly and isolating those duels. And because of that, now BBL are going to take a pause of their own.
Not a bad time for it. 1 round between them, 3 left to go in the half, and this is somewhere they can still salvage this into a very good position to play from. But Tom, I have to ask you, for Fnatic, this map, again, we talked about it as not being a massive weakness. It's being close so far. Keep in mind, pistol round going their way. But when they swap over to that defensive side, where do you think they need to be at on the BBL side if they're going to have a chance?
Honestly, I think even with maybe 5 or 6 rounds, it might be enough. I think a lot of teams now are starting to look a lot better on that attacking side.
For sure.
And also, if you look at the composition that Fnatic is running, a lot of it revolves around either Kamik being that sort of solo anchor or being proactive. You've got a lot of stuns, you've got an initiator in there as well on Skye. So chances are you're going to be battling one side and relying on him the other side. I think that's actually something that will play into the hands of BBL. If you're trying to be proactive, walking into their crosshairs, they're normally a very, very good team. And also if you have a solo anchor, well, I wouldn't like to be the guy who's facing off against Kushner, although we did see one of the weaker performances in that last series versus KC was his. So he needs to be on form, otherwise, well, they're going to need a lot more on this defense.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a tangible difference anyways when it comes to split. Those duelist roles so much harder to fill, especially when you're that solo duelist. We've seen some of those compositions with your raised jet, and I've actually liked them a lot. I think it provides a ton of value, but here you don't have that same Liberty Rolling Thunder into B. Nobody's there to be caught by it. Suchny safe down below, and he's able to grab a kill. I think he might even have gotten hit by it, but it had faded.
That's the spike. That's the spike. First man in. So they know this is coming through, and Brain just swings off the back of it. No fear from this young man, and well, the remaining 2 have been shut out of there. I like the idea from Fnatic. You know that ultimately after a pause, the likelihood is there's going to be a change coming in from the defensive side. So you try and disrupt that. You try and play fast. You try and get in their face. But BBL, they were playing on the extremities of the sites for a while over the last few rounds. They were waiting for that Rolling Thunder.
And that really allowed them in this round in particular to set up a lot of their abilities of their utility while those Rolling Thunder, while the players were trying to capitalize on the back of the Rolling Thunder. You see in main, the Gravwell come into play, and that caused a massive problem. Now look, Dirk has got one from that head peek angle. It's advisable not to give him another one. Don't give him the chance. And there's the smoke to block it, so good luck to him. Aslan on the self-heal. He'll get relatively healthy by the time they make it back out. The slow makes this incredibly difficult for Karmine, and the spike is still down in the open. They can't run away and go to A to plant. If they leave this site, it's conceding the round. And already, as we're seeing, the utility was terrible when they tried to push out. It slowed them, and now it's just keeping them out all to get. There's 10 seconds. They're going for it? They're going for it. They are doing it.
Yeah, I guess just the finances they had in the bank, they were looking at this of the damage that they could do to BBL.
It's where they waited so long to go for it, right? I guess maybe hoping that late utility didn't come in, your Aftershock and stuff.
It could also be the same thought process that you had. It's okay, they probably think we're not going for this now.
They might, exactly, they might come around the corner.
Yeah, or maybe someone's gone back to pick up a gun they left, or even just the silliest of little things might be enough that they catch a player off guard and do some damage. I think that was the main goal.
Yeah, you're in a 2v4 at the end of the day. Taking a risk on something that ain't likely to happen is, well, that's what you're faced with anyways. Run out there and kill 4 people instantly. That's not too likely either.
5-5. Scoreline equalized once again. As said, I don't think either team will be particularly unhappy with this, but there were definitely opportunities for Fnatic to increase their lead by quite a bit. The fast pace hasn't worked. Now, Kamik again, he's managed to garner quite a bit of space, but it's always been noticed by BBL. They haven't just let him waltz through, especially with the cams that have been used by Suchny. Yep, I think he's already got the information.
Yeah, it's the same thing, just toe tapping it.
Hello.
At least so he can see him that way. That's one way to get it done, I suppose. And there's the camera destroyed. Also spotted the rays up close. That's Cutie. Now a known quantity. Oh, okay. Boombot out early. They actually think that Fnatic have already taken Heaven Control, that they've pushed up. This is interesting. By the time they actually go through, that was heard. Nade is good. Flash won't do much. Suchny's too close for that to really matter, and he's able to at least mow down one. Support from Cutie was good. And the advantage sits with BBL. The spike still needing to be planted, although it should be uncontested.
He's got a showstopper available. He actually just goes swinging. And Aslan now has the res. Kamik, the stand-in. The man filling some of the biggest boots in the world, and he ain't going to be able to clutch this one out. 4 players. Just security almost from Aslan there, making sure that no one can get away with anything. And BBL, at a minimum, are equalizing this half.
Well, you said 5 rounds might be enough, Tom. They're looking set to push this up to 7. Fnatic coming into this round, they have that showstopper, but not much else to fall back on in terms of ultis. Now, that's better than what BBL has, no doubt, but we have to be realistic here. The way these rounds have panned out, this could swing to anyone. And if Fnatic lose out on this 7-5 down swap over to the attack side, I'm expecting a good performance from BBL. Like we said, this attack side's gotten easier and easier with time. I really feel like they'll be able to get a ton of opportunities. I'm also sort of thinking like, okay, where's Durka going to be at on that attack side? Because his play is going to be very different than what we've seen in the last 2 maps.
Well, bear in mind, versus Giants, 7 rounds on the board for Fnatic, and it was a 13-11, so...
On their defense?
No, on their attack.
On their attack,
got you. Attack, so they actually struggled a bit more when it came to their defensive side. And a lot of that did come down to this man on your screen right now. Showstopper still available. Wasn't popped in the last round, so too much information had, and he might just spring it into action. Again, though, 3 players battle for mid early, and BBL just fall off. Go back into their passive positions, but look at the amount of time it wastes for Fnatic. A minute almost gone on the clock, and they are still just looking to clear out some of these angles that they think are being fought for. There is no one here.
Well, at least they can claim that space back a little bit later, maybe not. Durka comes in with a rocket launcher, but a man on a rope one-taps him. Good luck to you. BBL, back to a 4v4 at least. With Aslan down, that's one less to worry about. And they've also dragged the rotation of Cutie into position now to cover in that gap on Heaven. With that, well, we can see this guy all alone on
30 seconds
He's
left.
been so good at delaying. Just popping the cases when needed. He's got all the information that the rotation's coming through. 20 seconds on the clock, just trying to slow them as much as humanly possible while the rotation comes in from the remainder. Suchny has done just that. They're having to wait. They are having to look for these cages to fade. And in the meantime, he swings and gets one, but that's enough. He now has teammates galore. The problem is they're losing some of the battles. A chance for Cutie to maybe pick up another. And it's not quite going to happen. Turco left remaining. Both players low, and Leo swings on 1 HP. To even up the half. Fnatic will get their 6th, but by a hair's breadth.
It really doesn't get much closer than that, does it? A 6-6, neck and 1 HP that put us even. The last play, really, that showstopper up to Heaven, I mean, that's when you know things are getting a little bit desperate on the way back through. This half now, you know, there are certainly a ton of questions. For me, BBL, as I said, you know, it's going to come down to the likes of Kushner and Durka head-to-head. I'm expecting Durka, we're not going to see that operator out. Very different play from him here. Can almost be scarier when the man's got a rifle in his hand. The aggression that he can pull out in some of these tight corners. It's certainly going to be an interesting half. But one where BBL have, well, they've certainly earned my respect in this series, in this match. I'm going to say they've got a good shot at taking this now.
For sure. Like at 6-6 half, as said, like in the last series, Fnatic looked better on their attacking side and went fairly even versus Giants. I think compositionally, they've got a lot to be able to set Kushner up with. I think, again, I've we've called him a focal point throughout this series, but I think it's Aslan. Like, he has struggled more so on his attack when it comes to Sage, as you would.
Yep.
A lot of the time, you're going to have very good utility. So I want to see if they've got any of those combos. We've seen it out with, like, nade, slow combos that have been fairly decent at shutting players down. So I want to see if they've got anything like that, how he's going to be utilizing the wall to give them extra space, and even just on an individual level. Can he keep up the fragging power that they've had throughout this series that has basically given them a chance in this series? Because he has definitely been one of the difference makers that we've seen so far.
Well, it'll be a minute before we get back into things and see those barriers go up in a moment for Fnatic to contemplate what's ahead of them. This has been one of the tougher challenges that they've had to face in recent memory, honestly. And I'm sure that to some extent, this must come as a surprise to them. When they sat down today for this series, I don't think they were expecting to see it go to 3 maps, test them this much. Probably thought they'd be digging into some chow right now, kicking up their feet.
To be honest, I think maybe I did as well at this point. I'll be honest with you. I think also another focal point is going to be Kamik, because I think it's a very different ball game on this sort of map. As said, you're likely to have a very prolific almost, or proactive setup for the remainder of those Fnatic players. Like, you're going to have the likes of Chronicle, Leo, and Durka trying to almost set up Durka to make those plays. You need a rock on the other portions of the map. Now, Boaster's going to be one of those, likely using the one-ways, setting things up with Paranoia to delay, but you need your Cypher to be a pivotal part of your defensive side. If he's off even slightly, that can be enough to tilt this into BBL's favor.
Well, barriers up on half number 2. BBL about to mount their attack side against one of the strongest teams we have in the world. Playing in with a stand-in who's been looking fantastic. We're neck and neck right now with the chance for BBL to claim this pistol. Fnatic have been fantastic in opening map pistols. But this is BBL's chance to get a little injection of rounds and fight their way back into the game. Or back into the lead, excuse me. Certainly still in the game.
Yeah, that's a chance to throw the league into disarray. Fnatic and Na'Vi losing in Super Week is not something I think many people had on their cards. Durka already under pressure, and he's going to go down to Aslan. A second player around. Boaster almost just wants to get one and get out of there, but he's not going to be able to, and the rest of the team starting to surround in on this position. Chronicle, Leo chiming in with one apiece. It's awkward, but Kushner has found another, but again, it's the frenzy of Leo that seems to be doing the work. And with the spike down, Kushner surrounded. This is a tough one.
Looks like we might have a repeat for Fnatic. Everybody's low, but not low enough. 7 rounds on the board. Fnatic back in the lead. And they'll be looking to hold on to that now. The second rounds from BBL have been good. And we saw a lot of damage when it came into the previous half, round 2, but now they're on the attack side. And where it's a lot easier to get it done on the defense than anywhere else, on thrifty buys, on low round buys, on full ecos, when it comes to attacking on this map, it can be extremely difficult if your opponents aren't making mistakes. If
you almost have to death ball.
That is it, and even then, you'll see way too many compositional strengths that deal with that.
This goes here.
But yeah, I think in many cases, even something like a Spectre, a Stinger can be enough to just spray you down. But I'm more so looking at Brave. 2 kills with the Classic in the last one, just using the left click. So maybe he can pull off a couple of miracles here and there. Any damage they can do will be a welcome invite.
Hey, you know, for Fnatic, I do like the buy that they've gone for. This is, again, somewhere that they have to be very cautious because, as you said, anyone that they lose is a weakness for the next round. But the good thing is you do sort of have 2 levels to it. Losing those Stingers, it's not the end of the world. And especially when your opponents sometimes buy up pistols, you can drop that over, and it ends up costing very little. But once you end up on a 3rd kill for BBL in this round, then it is an absolute disaster. Fnatic will feel that hurt. Pretty quickly.
This is not the guy I'd want to peek into. I feel like they're going to try and double up on the rope. Maybe not. Aslan got the timing bang on. Durka down. Bulldog, one of the 2 rifles on the floor. Boaster already trying to fight for this. Didn't even have his gun out as he swings that. Another wall used.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he's going to check it. Leo clears it at the last second, but look how low he is. This is really dangerous.
Oh, this could get out of hand very, very quickly. Can't heal himself up. Can't heal anyone in this round, really. Aftershock to clear the corner. In comes the push. Right side, player crouched up, ready to trade on Turco. That flash doesn't catch him at all. Suchny playing the patient game, and it might just pay off. They know the Turco's towards the side. He was spotted on elbow. just moments ago. Now he's been taken down, and a surprise angle! Suchny comes within an inch of victory. We said they only wanted to lose 1 or 2 at most. A Fnatic walk out with just 1 surviving. A phenomenal eco from BBL.
It gives me flashbacks to Ascent.
Yep.
Where they managed to do so much with so little, but that's just absurd. The fact that Suchny, like, I see his player cam there. He was frustrated he didn't get 3. Like, come on, bro. Like, I know they weren't looking, but to do that with a classic would be the most ridiculous thing I think we've ever seen. But it is so ridiculously close. Boaster almost caught looking the wrong way. And what? You don't get emotions from Mini too often, but that was one where I think definitely a little bit of panic set in.
Well, you can imagine sitting there in the coach slot watching it. Yes, boys, another classic. Well done. Yes, and there's one guy left. Nice and easy. I know! You just, like, lose your mind when that's coming through. But, well, he certainly managed to level himself out. So now Fnatic looking to claim that 9th. And
they bought. That's the thing. This isn't a bonus anymore. They've fully invested.
They had to. When they lose that many players, you know, like I'm saying, you lose 2, you play with 2 pistols. 3, it's tough. 4, yeah, you're buying up. This is your buy round, and you've already lost Durka, one of the main components of this Fnatic roster. Leaves a weakness up in heaven that's going to be filled by Boaster. He's crossed over, safe as can be, but Cutie's hot on his tail. And this information could be massive. It hasn't bounced off the wall, though. It's going to go right by.
Maybe not expecting Leo to be this far forward. He's been one of the better players from Fnatic so far. He's going to need to go huge here, and that's exactly what he does. Takes 2 out of there. The Seekers will give away the remaining positions. All 3 going in the same direction. They know that this is now a stack up. Look at the instant response from Kamek. He's claiming that mid control, making sure they can't double back. But there are low players on the other side. Chronicle one of them, but Leo is still going. Now he finds another. The players of Fnatic stepping up when they need them most. And a chance for BBL dwindles.
Really smart play. We see Leo with 5 HP pop the Seekers for confirmation, fall back to screen, stand inside a smoke with a silenced weapon, and he waits and waits for that call to be made by his teammate that they're pushing. Steps are there, puts down a ping on the left side of the wall, sprays away. Just getting that blanket coverage out there. You know someone's there, you know they're pushing site. Now's the time to do it. And it worked out perfectly. A frustrating round for BBL as they're now left down to scraps. Pistols backing up a single Vandal alongside a Bulldog.
But the frustrating thing is they did so well in the early round.
Yes.
Managing to isolate those 2 duels, it was just basically perfect from then. But then Leo happened. The Boombot not quite clearing him, the information not being had, and you can't give that man anything. You just can't. He's going to win the round for the team. It seems like the signings of Leo and Chronicle went quite well, you know?
Yeah.
Not bad ones. I don't know. I honestly don't know how many came up with those 2.
Mediocre pickups. Must have been watching some tier 3.
Yeah, of course.
But look,
yeah, Mech weren't even signed.
There you go. Boaster, he's rotated in to help out. Paranoia is absolutely perfect. I mean, you see it getting set up, but you can't imagine it has that level of impact. Basically stopping the round before it starts. And Suchny, Sheriff in hand, a 1v5. Bon chance. This is going to be a pretty tough one to close out.
Yeah, I think we'd call it. I think the only man I've ever seen actually pull off a round like this.
Shut up.
Is
shut
on the
up.
other side.
Shut up. I don't want to hear Logan. Are you going to say Logan? I thought you were going to say Logan.
Leo won a 1v5.
God, I thought it was a Logan again.
You can leave
a
now.
Sheriff 1v4. I heard you say it already.
There is 5.
You've said it too many times.
There is 5.
Yeah,
Leo did it on Haven.
Okay.
Calm down.
God, Tom, you've hurt me too many
Logan
times.
Logan did win a 1v4 and split
yeah.
versus a very bad team.
Was it, Tom? Was it? Yeah. I've never heard you mention that before.
Now you bring it up, you know?
Now that I always bring it up. You know me. You know me. Well, double digits for Fnatic. In that round, yeah, we saw that outcome coming from that. Certainly the first 4 kills. BBL, they had weaknesses. They had their 2 rifles, pistols all around, and an unfortunate play that they ran into this time around. Competing for their 7th, Rez online. Not too much else to write home about.
Yes, this should do.
Actually, Fnatic, I see a lot of pings towards A ramp early on. Smoke going down. Are they fighting for that orb?
No. Durka's not particularly close to his ult, so it doesn't really, unless they're trying to get it for Chronicle. Even still, though, again, it's just Suchny alone. The rest of the team looking to try and build up into this B play. Cam up close and Leo again, he's been using this Tiger just to clear them information. There's going to be quite a bit of it. And actually, they try and react off the back of it. Kushina, I think he got a little bit stuck in the mud. And Leo's done some damage. Still just looking to try and hold the line.
Just a great flash from Leo on that way through. It stopped them from getting any of the frags that felt like they were just about to follow. Big reveal coming through. No lurk potential coming in from mid. Rez immediately canceled out, but they've traded it. And traded they'll continue to do. 3 versus 3. BBL not in a bad spot just yet. And a late play coming out of Suchny. He might be able to catch them with a surprise angle when they make their way through that wall. The plants come down. And these players, time might not be a big concern for Fnatic, but they need to get map control, hold something down, and his fight on the wall is everything. 2v1 that remains. Boaster having to clutch it. Good damage. Brave extremely low. No spams that follow. Still none. They waited for that smoke to fade. They didn't want him to have any suspicion that they were close like that.
No, I think the only goal from that ult was, is he defusing or not?
Exactly.
We now know he's not, so we have time on our side. We don't have to take any level of risk. And that's the thing. The one thing that's a little frustrating about that round is you look at Chronicle in that scenario. When he dies here, he has basically a full belt of utility. He was just hoping to get the frag of somebody peeking. A single flash through there might have been enough to change the outcome, but BBL do well. They weather the storm, especially after the counter utility. They invest a res as well to make sure this round goes their way and keep themselves in the match.
Guiding light out mid, sees no one. It might be a, oh no, it's not a gap for BBL at all. They've seen guiding light come from B, flash out mid, nobody else there, no contest. And the response is to stack up and play towards here where they've smoked off a part of the map that Fnatic are very much telling them, we are contesting this, we are fighting for this area of the map. You have to wonder what the idea is. Once the smoke fades around, they go, and it's a double stack. This is a meat grinder from Fnatic. The flash was good, but it gets them nothing. Leo just swinging in after, taking him down. BBL in trouble. Suchny and Aslan even locked out from making a move, and Aslan stuck in a corner. Okay, the smokes helped him.
Okay, Suchny gets one. That's at least going to be something. That opens up the A site a little bit. The problem is it's such a long rotation from Aslan that there may even be a chance for Durka to catch him. It seems instead, though, that Suchny's just going to do his due diligence, find out that there's no one around this site. And Aslan is definitely wary of ramp. That's the one place that isn't currently checked on, isn't currently clear. An afterplant, inevitable. And actually, Fnatic just grouping up on that B side of the map. It will mean there's a little bit of extra time, but they're just going to play this one together.
It has also allowed Suchny to set up a really advanced trapwire. And, well, for a moment there was no one going that way. The deep flash, though, has them thinking they can send at least someone. I was going to say, if no one goes that way, it's kind of huge, because it's part of the map you just don't have to worry about anymore. For now, though, it could be massive when Leo walks on into that. You're not expecting one to be that close, but, well, now he's seen Suchny. And even if the trapwire reveals him, that player's had to fall back. He's being deleted and dealt with. Aslan, the last alive. It's being pushed on. Nade in, not going to catch him. Oh, no, Boaster! That is not the play! Aslan has a chance, a serious chance, with a Bulldog in hand. Just Durka, and even though he falls, he's won the round. BBL with another surprise victory and a Red Bull clutch for Aslan.
What just happened?
That's a good question, Tom.
I thought they were grouping up to play this one together, but it seems like they get that first kill and everything just goes awry. Boaster maybe realizing the time's a little bit low, goes for something risky, maybe wanting to reveal the position and give it up for Durka. But that never should have happened. And that's a moment where, well, Mini's looking a bit grumpy at this point. Two sides of the coin, it seems.
Absolutely. Yeah, the motivation that is just injected into the entirety of the BBL roster, but into Vlad as well. Those are the kind of rounds that lift you up as a team, put you right back in a series. Clutches
of course
like
it's Aslan, by the way. Of
yeah,
course it's Aslan, by the way.
We asked questions about this man starting it out. Is he comfy on the rolls? Is he going to do well? Well, you know what, Tom? He's
comfy in a clutch. I'll give him that one.
Yeah, he's putting those answers out there with not too much ambiguity around it. Timeout from Fnatic, under pressure, burning up their last. They're only 3 away from closing this series, getting a win on, but you have to imagine, from their perspective, this season doesn't get much easier than BBL.
No.
You almost say it doesn't get any easier. Coming into the match, I would have said that.
Maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I can see there's probably someone you wanted to mention, but the reality is, though, Fnatic don't. You know, this isn't the top of their pool in terms of teams they're concerned about coming into this tournament. I don't think this team makes it on the list of teams they're concerned about. That's changing. And I think it's going to change for a lot of people in this league after watching this match. Even with the stand-in, you know, you cannot put any of the blame on this man. Kamik has looked unreal. He is fitting in so well to this roster.
And that's the thing as well, BBL, they went close versus KC. It definitely makes things a little bit interesting in terms of where teams actually sit in the league. Obviously, it's not going to be a straight 1 = 2. There's definitely going to be matches where teams just work better on their style, but I don't think anybody expected BBL to be in this sort of position, winning those sort of clutches against a team we know to be so good in those scenarios.
Turning what we know upside down so far. BBL making their way into the B site. They've got full control. This is a very passive play out of Fnatic. Rolling Thunder is online. Seekers confirming exactly where they are.
The cam
all
still,
towards
okay,
site.
they just destroyed it.
They've gotten rid of it. Indeed, but this Rolling Thunder from Spawn, that's going to catch. Actually, it's just like, it looks like just one. Like just Turco might be caught, even backside is safe. Hey, he might have been a little too close for that to hit him. Indeed, you might be right. This is terrible. That Rolling Thunder, they think it's giving them the chance to fight back in. Now it's faded for sure. And we're in a 3 versus 2. Aslan just about surviving. Oh no. Now we're back to the 2 versus 2. They know exactly where Suchny is, but that info comes in a little bit too late. That stinger on Chronicle. A triple kill. And a much-needed round win for Fnatic, just about on the board. 14 health.
Yeah, I guess swings and roundabouts, right? They probably should have lost the last round. They lose this one instead for BBL.
Karma.
Like it does seem like the universe has balanced itself out. I'm not quite sure how he gets this much done with a stinger, the gun that was supposedly nerfed.
How many headshots was that? That looked like 4 or 5. It's just on the range.
His headshot percentage is going to be like 200% somehow.
Honestly, like I know people been cracking their spray control with a stinger, but from spawn to drop like that, I don't think you should be that consistent. That's nuts.
Anything you can do, I can do better, said Chronicle. And
oh, yes.
Now they're going to go for this fast-paced push. See you later. Karmine Corp! Oh! Kushino with back-to-back headshots. They are all stunned up and blind. What are these rounds? It is another just 3 headshots with Sheriffs. Do you even go for this? Do you even bother?
Look at the money. Look at the money. I don't know that you do. Maybe you're on some copium. They haven't picked up weapons yet. That what you're hoping? Well, Cutie's gone, but still 2 rifles in play. A res online for Aslan. A heal soon to come back through. He can get himself healthy. Fnatic they're running the equation. They're starting to realize this one isn't going their way, and BBL are right back in it. You get that 1 round. It looks like it could be a demotivating one. 14 HP and a stinger. This guy comes in, a triple kill to close it. And then you do that.
It was just such a... This is the thing with BBL. Like, we've talked about how they've been more slow and methodical at times when it comes to their defense. They've been more tempered, more calm in those moments. And then they go on to the attack, and you witness rounds like that, where there's basically a stun. And that's enough for a blast back in Kushner to get 2 immediate headshots and them to win the round basically in an instant. That's the switch that BBL has. That's the BBL of old, that's the sort of time you could throw in a round like that, and I want to see it.
Yep. Look at that. Even on the drop down, that's Leo that he's taking out. Boaster trying to help out, and you can see the frustration most certainly built up. Fnatic 11-9, 2 ahead with BBL hot on their heels. Rolling Thunder and Rez online for the attacking side. Close to having a neural theft. Could be massive. I actually think it's gotten Suchny killed more than it's helped, but...
You know, it worked out in that clutch round where they had Boaster like not defusing.
There you go.
Okay, see you later, Chronicle.
Big scalp to take. I mean, he's been massive. Even when he's planting the spike, he can kill you, so... Removing him early and all the utility that goes with it. The stun on this map, so valuable. The BBL fans, certainly.
They're going hard.
They are behind their team here, and with 11 and 9 on the board, this is where everything could be decided for BBL. Pushing up to double digits, and they've decided to gamble it all on B. Looks like the right call.
Yeah. But that's the thing. If you're a Fnatic fan, you expected to come down to the Coliseum today, have a nice, chill, relaxed day of cheering, having a great time. Instead, the pressure's on. Fnatic never make it easy, though. You're always going to have a few heart attacks if you're a Fnatic fan, so we'll see if they're going to be able to turn this one around. Not this round, though. I'd be gobsmacked. Then again, I have been for the last 2. So.
Yeah, we've been there. We've been there a couple times so far. I wouldn't write it off. The Rolling Thunder, the Res, though, these are big things for BBL.
Oh, and Suchny.
That is ratty. Oh, he was spotted. He's been seen.
He's just wasting
Now
their
you all
time,
start
though.
to think, let's all just go down here. Let's just go kill him. You know, if you can take this player out, there you go. Little nade on his feet, paranoia, and he is gone. That kill alone, already more than you were expected to get, but now the time is so low. Durka got the frag, though. That put him online for his showstopper. It's just, it's so, they don't go for this surely, but they are. The time is so low, the pressure is massive now. They've got to deliver in every single duel from this point forward. Haven't decided to pop the showstopper. And, well, maybe that would have been the difference maker. BBL come out on top with that round. I gotta say, that looked like 2 different ideas.
Yeah, I have a feeling that it's one of those scenarios where they go, okay, we have the money for next round. They've had some sort of back and forth with their economy. Let's not risk the ults and make it costly. But you could have done that from the outside. I guess it was just the inkling of, okay, maybe there's a chance here now that we've cleared out those backlines. 1 round the difference. A chance that this one goes all the way. Wouldn't have it any other way, of course. It is split. We've definitely been here before.
3 sewers, 2 B main, blast pack already. This could be it. Cutie on his way, 1 orb from getting that showstopper himself. And he is dangerous when that's in play. Rolling Thunder doesn't actually catch Chronicle. He's safe down below. Good for 1. Nade was on him. They've traded out. Rezzed up. Brought Boaster down as well. And despite the showstopper coming in from Durka, he needs so much more on that site. His teammates dropping like flies, and they know exactly where he is. Pinpointed. Leaving Kamek to stand in, to stand out of that site. Move over to the A site to save this weapon. The BBL. It's not too early to call it. They've equalized. They've put this neck and neck here on Split, Tom. We're either getting a victory 13-11, or we're going to go to OT. And either way, I'm going to have a smile on my face.
Or Fnatic went 13-11, you know.
Why would I not have a smile on my face then? Either way, you know. I'm just here for good Valorant.
Of course, of course.
Those
Those B-site executes, though, have been filth.
They have.
Like, the sheer pacing of which they're hitting the site, like, you look at where all of those players died, it wasn't like Fnatic didn't have a decent read. They were trying to fight for this one, but it's just, the thing I've enjoyed most about this iteration of BBL is the spacing. Like, you see the fact that Chronicle's position is one that you go, oh no, you've left one of the best players in the world unchecked. Yeah. He gets 1 kill, Turquoise, bang, instant, he's gone. They don't give him a chance. That's the thing, they are being methodical. And they are, that's the thing, they're happy to risk players like Kushner, especially in a round like that when you have a res. It's absolutely fine. It definitely helps that Aslan's also top fragger in the server, so you're getting those a little bit more often than you normally would. 11-11. Buy actually a little bit shaky for the side of Fnatic. Ultimate's not really in a spot to do too much, at least right now, and Kushner with the showstopper, that could be the freest of entries. Looking like he might just put it straight in here.
Oh, hello. I've thought that already, though. You know, when I was looking at Durka a couple times, and these players seem to be very, very patient when these ults are going through, and I think just not wanting to burn them. Very conservative, yeah. I think just not wanting to burn them up for nothing. You know, you ult in, you see nobody. Oh,
so much
no. 3 players, but he doesn't expect 1 to be so close already. Cutie. Okay, he slowed it down. He pumped the brakes. They've snuck a player into the corner, and that's Cutie's biggest weakness. Durka with a double. This is Fnatic still in control. Suchny and Brave getting sprayed at through the smoke. The bullets whizzing past. They'll just about stay alive. The damage has been done, though, and this round set up for Fnatic's victory.
They still have the spike, though. It's not like that was dropped to the dirt. And actually, the rotation started back, but instead, BBL have paused. Again, exactly what we're talking about. They would have just sprinted to the other side in times of old. Instead, they are being patient. they are playing with the rotations. They've even pinged some of those players making a
30
move.
seconds left.
If they can get this kill onto Boaster, this round is more than open, but it's just when they go for that timing shot. And if Boaster peeks back at the wrong moment, they might just have him for free. He's trying not to give it away, though, playing this one passively, and now knows that he's the one under pressure.
10 seconds, just about. Plant coming through, stun goes in, but they're going to commit it. They have to at this point. Here comes the Heaven Peak. No, Chronicle a little bit more patient with it. That allows them time to reposition here on BBL. The repositioning from Suchny, it's a little bit different than you might expect. That flash, I don't know if it caught him. I don't think it did. Didn't look like it. Braves got one. They don't know where Suchny is. They're trying to find him, and now he's the last one to locate. Seeker comes in. They've seen him. All they have to do is close the fight, and Leo does that by himself. A triple in this round to put Fnatic on map and series point. A long-fought battle for BBL, but they might just slip up at the last hurdle.
Crazy shot hitting the initial stages of the round from Durka, but again, you see Leo stepping up when they need him. It was a nice little timing peek out from Brave to get the initial kill, but that trade just straight through the screen might be one that ends up haunting them. And BBL are going to take a pause. If there are any words, the wise words of Vlad that he could give right now, this is the time to try and throw them in. A plan that maybe they've been saving. There are many teams that might be thinking, okay, we've got to bring stuff into playoffs, but for BBL, any win under their belt is going to be huge for them going towards that playoff spot. But more importantly, getting a win over Fnatic is a statement.
Oh, it most definitely is. I'll tell you what, the performance so far is already a statement.
Yes, true.
But if they take that win, it is a legitimizing factor beyond belief. Hell, I'll tell you, the fact that we've went all 3 maps, all of the rounds in regulation at a minimum here on Split, and BBL are now calling their last timeout. Fnatic have used their timeouts throughout the series. This has been a grueling series, and this team was not expected to put up anywhere near this level of a fight. It's not over yet. They still have a powerful ultimate. Cutie has been holding on to that showstopper for so long. It could break a round wide open. And this is the perfect time for it to do just that. BBL, 10 seconds, and those barriers will go up one last time in regulation.
Fnatic setting up for what looks like more of a mid-fight. They've been doing this quite a bit in the early rounds. Both teams have, in fact, an early smoke, utility being expended, but they don't want to give this control up for free. Now remember, these hits into B through mid have been devastating. So I think that's why the adaptation has been made. They do not want to give that control up for free.
And we do see a lot of presence from BBL there, a lot of utility put out, but then a slow to it as they move and reposition. Not setting up for a simple A play. It's not just fake mid go A. They've got players all over the map. This is a default, but it's almost being used to bait Fnatic into pushing. I think that's the idea. They want the B push, they want the A push, but it's on middle. This is where the presences come in. And look, Aslan has to win that duel. That's the spike down. They have a decision to make. They could push up and hold it. Instead, just the smoke, and it's the right call. They would have been there way too quick.
Okay. Kushner into the site, but there is no one to be found. They've used themselves the Cosmic Divide, and it seems like Fnatic have completely the wrong read. Durka, though, he might just be the thorn in their side. This kill might be there to end the game, but no, Brave is going to keep them in it. He doesn't know if there's more players there, though. He needs to wait for a teammate to get back in, and because of this, Fnatic are able to reclaim so much control. They even have a quick flank coming through, and with 20 seconds left, it almost has to be a safe plant.
Yeah, he thought about it open. That could be huge. Turco's hit. He couldn't get around the corner. But look who was waiting here. Cutie, he's hot on the scene. Taking down Chronicle, befalling himself. Brave, 1 versus 2. The Vandal in hand, and the hopes of his team riding on his back right now. 45 health, and it's not enough to keep him alive. 13-11. All 3 maps required. But in the end, Fnatic, they take the win, they push on. BBL, though, have certainly set themselves up as a dark horse coming into this event, into this tournament. They have some serious potential.
Well, I know the guys on Fnatic, Boaster in particular, has a lot of respect for the Turkish teams, the Turkish fans, but damn, I don't know if he expected to have that tough an opponent going into today. And that's the thing. I feel like what we've learned from this first week is there's no easy games.
Oh, yeah.
Not in EMEA. There are no easy games. We've seen BBL go close versus Karmine Corp. That for me was going, oh, I don't know. Coming into Fnatic, they'll probably get smashed. Instead, they very easily could have been the first team ever to beat this Fnatic roster. That would have been a true absurdity to see on the stage today. And unfortunately for them, Fnatic keep their unbeaten run continuing, at least in best of threes. But I don't want to be the next team to face BBL. They seem to be improving day by day.
Yeah, if that's how good they look today, I don't want to see them. Well, I do want to see them next week. I wouldn't want to play against them, though, that's for sure. These guys had so much depth, and seeing someone take it pound for pound up against Durka. We always knew the Turkish Jet was something else, but Cutie, he's delivering. Look at this.
Well, that's
That'd be
the
one of
thing.
my favorite rounds we saw to open. A couple seconds in, he's killed 3.
So long ago in the Prime
It
Gaming
does.
post-match highlights. Like, this is something that you almost kind of have to feel like didn't even happen today. Like, with the amount of different OTs we've had throughout, I didn't think this would feel like one of the longer matches, but they managed to show not only can they beat Fnatic, but on that map, they dominated them. They looked by far the better team. And they had opportunities. That's the thing. I think that'll be looking back at this. I'm sure Vlad, I'm sure the team, when going through this later, they're like, you know what? Even though we lost Haven, we could have won. Even though we lost Split, we could have won. There was no time where I was thinking, okay, they're being bullied out of this matchup. And that is a fantastic sign for them going forward. It's unfortunate they couldn't take a win because it would have been a hugely valuable one. The other thing as well, though, is that we've seen that Fnatic bleed. And I think for other rosters going into their matchups, they're going, okay, well, if BBL can do that, maybe we can too.
And look, the majority of the excuses I'm going to make for a team like Fnatic is like, oh, okay, it might have looked close, but they lost both pistols, so yada yada. I'm used to that. They didn't hear, though. They were winning the majority. On this map, the final one, 13-11, I believe they won both pistols and followed it up with some close rounds that definitely could have swung either way.
Leo's Frenzy was winning them pistols all the way through
The
Split.
1 HP round, like there's so many swing rounds in this game that could have, in some scenarios, would have seen BBL take this across the line. This is somewhere that, look, nobody likes to lose. No one's ever going to come out of a game with a smile on their face going, oh, we did better than we thought. It's just not how it works. But at the end of the day, they did better than we thought. I'm sure they did better than they thought they would coming in here today. And now, the rest of their games, I don't know, the pick'ems are going to be a little bit different after that, I imagine.
Well, luckily, Fnatic did take the victory. I'm sure the Fnatic fans will be happy. We can throw this one over to Yinsu, who's got one of them on the stage.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. I'm joined by Durka right now. First of all, congratulations. I think you owe your fans an apology for putting them through heart attacks every single time you play. No, I'm serious. Apologize, Durka. Come on.
No, I'm not going to apologize.
Why not? That was a crazy game.
I mean, BBL played good, and then we had like some miscommunications, but we fixed them overall. It's kind of like the loud game we had in the Brazil, like the last 3 maps, so we just tried to fix it.
What have you been working on? Obviously, you played on day 1. You've had 4 days to get to this point. I think we at least expected maybe you to have an easier time.
This time we played different maps, so it's like we tried new maps, played against BPA, and they're like a good team. I don't think we underestimated it. It's just like we kind of stuck to the comms. Then we just tried to prepare to play with Kamek and show him all the stuff so he can play comfortably. And he actually did play really good.
Well, let's talk about the map, Vito's. Icebox was open. It was right there, but you guys decided to pick Haven instead. What was the reason behind that?
I honestly know you need to ask Buster or Mini, because I was a bit like wondering myself, why is the Icebox banned? I thought they first banned it, but then I got told it's second ban. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it was Fracture that was actually off the table at first. Super Week is done for you guys now. You played 2 games. It is a 2-0. Talk me through your reflections, you know, any positives or negatives of your experience?
We had a good positive experience. We played with Kamek because Alpha couldn't attend the games. I think we did really good to play with the sub, and like Kamek did a really good job. We did a good job too to prepare for this event after locking, because we didn't have too much time to prepare. So we had really long like practice days, and like needed to pick up what we left.
Now, a lot of people might be looking at this game now, a lot of the other teams you have to play against, they might be feeling, oh, Fnatic, there are weaknesses, they're not undefeatable. What would you like to say in response to that?
I mean, we always had weaknesses. It's just like, I think sometimes our individual players, like the skill, sometimes brought out the rounds, especially in lock-in, that we should never win. And I think today it was a bit off day for some of us, but we still managed to pull out rounds and like win the game, and that's what it matters at the end. So I think we just need to focus up on the next weeks because we have more opponents and they have more time to prepare and more maps to see from us. So I guess we just prepare and do our best.
And lastly, you have a lot of Turkish fans, you know this. Obviously, they were supporting BBL today. Give them some hope. How hard was this game? How good are BBL?
BBL is a really good team, guys. So it's nice to see crowd supporting them a lot too. They were loud. I could hear them all the time through my headsets. I think footballers and BBL have a really good chance to beat like almost every team here. I mean, they just have to prepare and do good. I think they have a lot of potential, so I'm excited to see how they do in the next weeks.
You've just made a lot of Turkish fans happy, I think. Thank you very much, Durka, and we'll see you back here next week. Guys, we've gone from one heart attack to potentially another one. Make sure you stay with us after the break. Heretics will be taking the stage against Gekko.
Nice! 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 Nice!
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What a match that was. Fnatic, they close out Split to maintain their winning record. I'm your host, Su, and I'm back here with Cougar and Lothar. Did you guys believe, even maybe for a second, that BBL could actually win that?
I was expecting at least the overtime, because especially on the side of Fnatic, to me, it had been a long time since I've seen them this human, you know, like they don't look like gods. I don't see that gap anymore, because I saw a lot of overheating, a lot of baiting, and a lot of, you know, them forgetting about the plan mid-round.
Look, after the 1v4 from Aslan, I was like, okay, we can pack it up. BBL takes it.
Yeah.
Like, after that round, I was certain it's going to break Fnatic mentally. But I have to say, I was pretty actually entertained by the fact that on defense, teams were really nicely countering the attack side of the opposing team. Like, BBL was fighting for B control a lot, for B main control, with a lot of smokes in the entrance. And then we had seen Fnatic actually stop the mid pushes a lot with their utility and fighting for that. So that was pretty nice.
I mean, Durka mentioned there were significant comms issues in
Yeah,
that
definitely.
interview, and I think we could tell.
Yeah. I mean, there was some rounds where we saw a Boaster TP in and, you know, executing a plan that the rest weren't following. And in the mid round, everybody seemed to be following a different plan, and it just looked disjointed, which is, by the way, also that we saw against Giants, and I kind of expected that was fixed for today. But hey, you know, they still won. I'm still concerned by the fact that Leo had to get both pistols with the frenzy, and that was saving the day, because otherwise it would be BBL and our score.
You mentioned actually the Boaster TP. That's something that I wanted to actually point out, because it's easy for the viewers to like think, oh,
that he's throwing.
Boaster is inting or something. But round 10 in particular, where Boaster was TPing onto side from B main after a breach ultimate, he literally made the correct decision. Correct decision. He got killed by the defenders, but he didn't get any trade because everyone got scared away by just one gravity pool. It was crazy. It was like, I don't know what happened with Fnatic back then.
And honestly, I think that Durka, I think we especially saw it, Sue, when you did the interview. I think that he was especially tired today. I thought that he was, you know, he started up here in Ascend, and then he kept going down. We saw him doing things and failing shots and making weird decisions that we do not see from Durka. He was literally just overwhelmed.
I think that's
mentally.
that's definitely a fair thing to say. But on the side of BBL, though, I feel like even though they lost, this was such a great showing from them. Honestly, for me, I feel like it's just almost unlucky that they lost their opening 2 games. But this is a league. We're going to get to see them again. It's not the end of the world, but I'm going to say right now, Lothar, if they carry on playing like this, they're going to make playoffs.
I am really impressed by BBL. When I was coming into this first season of the year, only season of the year, I was putting BBL very low on the standings in my mind. But now I changed my mind. It's like they are looking like a completely different team, which is awesome, because I'm a fan of a team that likes to play with good spacing and just makes good trades. And also, they know how to maximize their low buys. They had fantastic win rate, like 60% at semi-eco and 33% at half. Like, that's insane.
I mean, it's not only that. I think like the projection that this team is going to have now that, again, if they know that their ascent is Fnatic approved, DRX passed the test as well. I think that Karmine Corp just was extremely lucky that they banned it. They got extremely lucky, because otherwise we'll be telling a different story here.
Yeah, one other thing I wanted to bring up, because we spoke about it a lot, the map vetoes, why the things were the things they were. To hear from Durka that even he felt weird that they weren't playing Icebox, and even he didn't even realize that Icebox was open after the first 2 bans. I think the disjointment between the comms, it started already from there.
I can make an assumption, like a safe assumption, that the thing is that this match was taken as a perspective that we can try out some new stuff, maybe because it should be the quote-unquote, without disrespect, easier match. That's what I might have been the Fnatic's.
But you would tell Durka that, right? You would let him in on the plans, surely.
Yeah, and I think that if really you want to test out something, you don't do it while Kamek is here. Like, no disrespect to him, but it should be Alpha, you know, testing the stuff. And we know that they're the team that has the least time. I know that this is something that is mentioned a lot, and I know that Durka mentioned in the interview, we didn't have a lot of time to prep. Well, actually in Valorant, we don't usually give a lot of time. Like, the max that a team is going to get is up to maybe a month. That would be like a blessing in terms of preparation. If it's not a new map, it's a new agent, and the competition is always on. So So we need to move past that, and yet I think that that is so important that we have some teams that keep the core strong, because it's the pieces around that that have to be changing.
Yeah, I completely agree. This is an ever-changing environment that you need to adapt, and if you don't have your homework done in the previous episodes, you're not gonna catch up.
It's like medicine. It's like studying medicine. If you start letting it for the last trimester, it's not gonna happen. Sorry.
Yeah, if you miss a steroid cycle, it's awful.
Now I know something about studying medicine. Thank you very much, you guys. But that was a crazy game. But can you believe it, guys? It might even get crazier because we have our match of the week coming up. It is Heretics versus Gekko.
My name is Wasim, my nickname in game is Kellogg's, and I'm playing for Team Heretics, and I'm 19 years old. My role in the team is duelist. For the season, I want to build a real team with my teammates and to be friends with them to win everything that we can.
I feel very confident that we'll actually be playing better than people expect us to play, and of course our goal is to get into playoffs and qualify for LANs.
So I've been playing CSGO for a long time, like 6 years, 7 years, but then I quit CSGO, then Valorant came out and I decided to try, and I liked it a lot, so that's why I started playing Valorant, and CSGO experience helped me a lot in Valorant in the beginning.
I'm pretty excited to play here. I'm excited to be with my team in Berlin. I live here for at least 2 months. And hopefully we'll qualify and go straight to Tokyo.
I started playing Valorant at the start when the beta came out. They gave me a key and they also gave me drops for my Twitch channel. So I was playing every day and streaming 10 hours a day. And because of the key, everyone could get a key to play. I was having like 10K, 20K viewers at the start, so it got pretty big.
Yo, what's up guys, it's Killers there. So what's gonna happen there, where I am? I'm in Berlin right now. As you can see, Berlin's kinda nice. I like it a bit. Not a bit, I mean, I shit a job. And yeah, it's funny, I like it. It's a bit like Paris, to be honest. And yeah, I like it. We have been practicing yesterday and it has been really amazing. We have before when we were doing some mistakes, we wasn't like solving the problems, but now we are solving the solutions, so it's good. And I think if we keep doing like that, we will do really great. And I'm really happy to be there and to play. This guy is making jokes at me, but do it, bro. I'm listening, bro. Do it. Show me.
Hey guys, it's Kellogg's here. That's what you have to do.
Okay. Hey guys, it's Kellogg's here, like Oscar would say. Follow us on the league. Okay, cheer for us. It's really important, and I will carry. Okay, guys.
I don't know, it's been a while where I wanted to play in a French team speaking.
Casey contacted me to do a French team.
You can explain stuff more easily, you know, just everything is easier.
When they told me who can be in the team, I said yes instantly because I used to play with Scream and Nivera, the two brothers.
Yeah, I wanted to stay with my brother because I know his potential.
We just say anything to each other because we're brothers, but he tells me everything, I tell him everything, so it's pretty clear in the team.
I wanted to be with him, yeah, for sure.
So the rest of the team, they're a bit also in the family, you know. We're all like brothers.
One of the best team I ever had, honestly.
Nivera! Nuzera in combination! Take him across the line!
I'm nice. I'm a nice captain, I don't know. I'm trying to share my experience.
How to say, like his improvement to the in-game leadership is taking it by the perfection, I would say.
I'm trying to make everybody comfortable in the team.
I mean, it's a pleasure to play with some players like Scream and Nivera.
Karmine Corp looking pretty solid, I've got to say, Mike.
For me, we can be one of the best teams in the world if we really want.
Like the goals for everybody is to qualify to Masters. Like this close to qualify, no, I want to qualify. So yeah, this is the goal for sure. For us and for me and for the team.
I'm just here to destroy everyone. So sorry, I know we're friends, but not during the game, after and before.
Well, if the prospect of Heretics versus Gekko doesn't get you excited enough for our match of the week, let me give you something to be hyped about. Scream versus Mixwell. I know, it seems silly for me to tell you guys who these two are. You don't need to know anything about this game to have heard the father of Spanish Valorant or to know the tales of this man's one taps. They dominated the headlines in the beginning of the game. The G2 versus Team Liquid rivalry was legendary. There was a time when Mixwell very much had the upper hand, but it wasn't long until Scream evened out the playing field. It didn't matter though that Mixwell managed to qualify for international tournaments. He never made it to champions. And every single time he tried at LCQ, guess who stood in his way? Of course, the man Scream himself. But it wasn't all sunshine and roses. Both of these players have experienced real low points in their VALORANT career so far. No matter what they did, the most illustrious trophies in VALORANT still evaded them. They now have a chance for a reset, both on new teams with new opportunities to take it all the way. But first, they have to go up against each other. A chance to re-establish their legacies.
It's been a roller coaster. There's been bad moments and good moments. In VCT logging, we played against DG and we lost 2-0.
DG have done it, and Team Heretics are going home.
We were disappointed. We made some changes in the team and it's working.
They didn't have like the preparation to show like the world how good they are.
It's a hard format. Everybody didn't show what they're really capable of, but we're not going to underestimate them, of course.
It's a team that you have to be careful about. I still think we're all confident for playing them.
Our team is volatile. If you play against us in a good day, you will probably get smashed. But if you play against us in a bad day, we will get smashed.
It's time to kick off VCT EMEA.
The Coliseum. This is amazing. Yeah, this is amazing. This is far better than playing in, in your room.
Yeah, it's always better to play on stage than at home, of course. It's better when you see your teammates and see the opponents. It's way better.
We can see the fans, even if they are not cheering for you. It's cool to see real people, cheering for the game. And yeah, it's a plus that's really important in esports, I think.
I want to play against Karmine Corp because they are French, and Spain against France is always a big rivalry.
I know that K-Corp has a huge fan base, a really huge one.
We know that there's going to be pressure on social media and all that, but we're used to it.
You know, I used to play for Heretics before, and the fans, I really enjoyed playing in front of them. But right now, I'm part of Karmine Corp, so yeah, I'm just gonna give everything for Karmine.
The game is going to be really, really tough because the French people as well will be on us, and I know I will enjoy it. It's the kind of match I like to play.
I'm gonna play against two of my ex-teammates, New Zero and Shin. I know them really well, and it's gonna be a good matchup, and I think it's gonna be a lot of ego during this game.
Yeah, he's a really good friend of mine. I'm excited to play against him. So yeah, it will be cool, and he's really a cool guy. And he's a friend of me, so I hope he won't be disappointed if I win against him.
I will do whatever it takes to win it, and with all of my respect. But once again, I'm playing for Team Heretics, so I will do everything to win.
To me, the most important thing is to be consistent with our work. If we have that, I think we will qualify.
I'm not playing to be top 6 or top 5, I want to qualify, so yeah, this is the goal for me and for the team.
The blue wall is coming for you guys. Get ready.
I mean, we have a few rivalries going, Scream versus Mixwell, France versus Spain. I think they're also really excited to get into this game as well. But when it comes to, Scream versus Mixwell, the two most well-known players on their team, there's been a bit of an evolution as well with them too.
Yeah, exactly. When we talk about agents and how everything started for this too, we have to remember that when G2 were to sign Mixwell, he was like the Jet star player. He was the duelist that everybody wanted on their team. And actually, the win rate is pretty high. Same for Scream, they were meant to be duelists. That's what they were created for.
Yeah, remember, we have to put a little bit of context on those stats. Like, both of those players, when it comes to the win rate, this is lifetime of competitive. This is all levels, open qualifiers.
It's 2020.
Yeah, it's like
that kind of
3 years. But you can see how more comfortable they're sitting on the duelist role than on anything else. And on the non-duelist, they're both hovering around 55 to 57%. Also, by the way, Scream's win rate on KO is 49%.
Yeah, well, okay, I still have to say that even with that, I feel like with time, there was specifically a period where Mixwell was struggling a lot, trying to find his new identity in the game. We saw him playing Cypher, playing Sky, playing a little bit of everything, trying to make a favor for the rest of G2 that was undergoing a lot of changes at the same time. And he was trying to be Mr. Do-It-All, even trying to IGL at the same time, but, you know, things didn't go his way. And I have to say that also comparing that to Scream and how he, you know, transitioned into being a race and then IGL and also playing on the initiators, I'm seeing a Scream that I see today comfortable.
Yeah, you know what's funny was what you mentioned, that moment in the history of VALORANT was I wouldn't say catastrophic, but I would say very difficult for many players in the game, because it was the moment when people started realizing that specific agents have specific roles and should be played in a very specific way. The moment when Mixwell was struggling the most in the competitive scene is when the Jet kind of like went under evolution and seen it spearheaded the revolution, and no one else was kind of like going with the same route, and that was the biggest problem for Mixwell.
I mean, the fact that they started all the way from 3 years ago and they're still here competing in this league is something I think we're all pretty happy about. Now, speaking of Mixwell, he actually spoke to some of the Spanish casters after the last game. Check this out.
Referente partido. Hablemos primero del primer mapa, Pearl, elección de Team Heretics, elección premeditada. Imagino que será uno de esos mapas que os están funcionando muy bien esos niveles de prax. ¿Qué ha pasado al trasladarlo hoy a la competición, en este enfrentamiento contra Food? ¿Dónde crees que puede haber encontrado mayores problemas Team Heretics para intentar resolver las rondas?
Bueno, yo creo que no hemos entrado al partido directamente. Yo creo que, no sé, en muchas ocasiones sabíamos lo que estaba pasando, pero no sabíamos cómo acabar la ronda. Ellos han jugado tal y como pensábamos que iban a jugar, o sea que tampoco ha sido una sorpresa. No hemos jugado bien, o sea, no tengo mucho más que decir. Nos han ganado fácil cuando normalmente en Prax estamos jugando súper bien, y hay a veces que no tienes nada que decir, sinceramente. O sea, yo creo que es uno de esos días, no sé ni qué decir, la verdad.
Wow, Cougar.
Yeah, it's pretty harsh, you know,
Yeah.
when you play your first match here, when you know that you still need to win a map in this year, even counting lock-in, you go into it, you get out and you're like, yeah, we were there. It's not a surprise for us. We knew exactly what they were going to do and they did it, and we still just stayed there and just watched.
Yeah, I mean, in general, if you were following the players from Heretics on Twitter, all of them were pretty vocal about how devastating that loss was, but they also were very self-aware that this is mostly not on all of them. They were just not in the game even, just like Mixwell said. And by the way, I really enjoy seeing Mixwell speak Spanish. He's a completely different person when he can really express the emotions.
You should watch his streams more, Lothar. You should definitely watch his streams more. Now, it's not the end or be all if you lose one game. You know, there's a lot of games happening in this league. But let's talk about some of the positive things and some of the funky things. I know, Lothar, you've spoken about Gekko already, but Cougar.
I have something for you.
And
okay,
also,
waiting.
it's just been good. Like, the Gekko has been good.
Yes. For now, it's my favorite, so I decided to call this Shin Gekko no Kyojin. I know that some people will get the reference, and if you're old, I'm sorry, but you won't.
I get it now as well after explanation.
Yeah. But basically, I know that Lothar, you showed a lot of things on Gekko, and I wanted to showcase something that K-Corp was doing with Gekko. If we please production to play the first clip, I would like to show how they are meant to use this Gekko here on Icebox. As you can see, this entire composition is made to create that space and the line of sight, so you can use both Harbor and the Gekko to get the plant. So they execute that first wave, they get that first amount of pressure, as I was saying, getting the line of sight to just get this to happen. If we see Icebox today, this is something that is going to keep happening because Shin is a master with it. Even uses the Dizzy at the beginning to just clear into yellow, and you're gonna love it because you were talking about Angel and how he was not picking utility. I have something else for you. Production, please. Can we play clip number 2? Because you're going to really enjoy this. If we're able to witness Split today, look at this execute, look at Shin, he's in the middle. Right now, he's looking up and using Dizzy, as you can see, is no longer with him. He picked it up, and then 10 seconds later, he's going to keep creating that pressure onto mid. This is something that he was doing round and round again, and he was also playing a lot with Scream, so he will facilitate the extra pressure, the kind of feeling that they're always a threat on in middle, and you know, kind of forcing BBL to just make a decision. Again, he uses DZ and says, okay, let's go. Next phase. We walk up, we know that we've pressured this, and you know, Scream is going to clear his left side with the boombot, and then the wingman is not only going to go into vents when they need him to, he's also going to come out. At this moment, step by step, and 10 seconds per 10 seconds, they're going to keep having that utility. Daisy comes in, and he keeps creating the pressure time and time again. Another retrieve, another piece of utility that they're going to be able to use. So that is over and over again. So far, you like it?
Yeah, I mean, that's how I envisioned the Gekko has to be used otherwise. But again, this is that team that is playing slower. They have to play slow.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, step by step. On the last clip, I'm just going to show something that if we see today is something that Heretics need to keep in mind. Look at this retake. This is the last round that they played against BBL. And what I love about this is, as I said, the retake starts, there's an aftershock, there's the pool, and there's the mosh pit. There is no way you can be alive after that. Not only that, well, they were going to get the easy kills, 2 of them just with the utility, and also comboing with this perfect Astra ult. The way that they got this to a T of how they want to execute things, it just makes it look very good. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, the mosh pit should have been better, though.
Oh my God.
You're asking Lothar. I mean, to me, I like it. It makes sense. Nevera says that he thinks that it is the most overpowered agent. He loves it. And for the first time, I'm convinced by a pro player for telling me something instead of just them saying it for the sake of saying it. We're heading into map vetoes now. I'm hoping it's less troll compared to the first match when it comes to the vetoes. I hope we get to see more Gekko as well.
So Keiko, as we were mentioning before, is going to be banning that Ascend. Heretics is going to decide to ban Fracture and actually pick Icebox. Well,
we're going to see Gekko,
yeah,
yes.
I mean, potentially, right? It's very funny because this is the map that, if I'm not mistaken,
we're going to see Gekko, yes.
Yeah? Oh, okay, now I'm happy that I showed you that, Lothar.
Those are the maps that you just showed us, so thank you, Cougar. This is amazing, actually. But yeah, I'm expecting no changes in composition so far. I would love to be surprised, but at the same time, I would love to see that Gekko again. But I wanted just to add, like, Gekko in general should be getting worse over time just because people will adjust.
They've already, I mean, they're going to change the mosh pits for...
Yeah, but what I mean is that the opposing players should be better,
learning how to play against it.
How to play it against it, because right now we don't really see a lot of, like, just proactive shooting of the utility. You don't see a lot of shots of Dizzy, you don't see a lot of shots of Wingman. Yeah, well, it's still like...
Probably that's why they won.
Yeah, probably, you know. You will still see players who are just turning around from it, and that is not good. So
yeah, I mean, when it comes to the maps, we know where we're going to go today. I think, like I said, this is a big game. The rivalry is there. The fans are here. They are wanting, of course, their respective teams to win. Do you feel like one team has any particular advantages over the other now we've seen the map?
So here's the thing. Heretics has decided to pick a map that they themselves banned against EG back there at lock-in. So it's either that they saw this Gekko Harbor combo and come and decided to, you know, shoot the utility and actually go against it and have something prepared. Because realistically, I think the last time that we saw them on Icebox, they were still playing Chamber. Like, I think it was a Red Bull, and it was, you know, we expected changes. So probably they want to go for that surprise.
Maybe they will still play Chamber.
Or maybe they play Gekko. I don't know. Do we know? No, we don't.
I just, let's say it this way. I don't expect a lot of changes in the compositions because Harbor, if you want to play Harbor, you need to sacrifice a lot of hours to make him like a great pick for yourself, right? So I don't expect they're going to follow up on that. And playing Gekko instead of Sage requires a lot more coordination to help that wingman, but at the same time, I feel like it's actually easier to play Gekko on this map than Sage. It's like safer for the player.
Yeah, because you have 2 chances of getting the spike down.
Exactly. It's safer for the player, but not exactly for the game, because when you have to save that wall, we have seen yesterday at BBL versus in that 2v5, the wall from Sage literally just won them around, right? That's something that is one of those picks.
They picked it for a reason. I feel like this is one of those times
Totally.
where when someone picks something that we don't really know about, it is for a reason. We don't know what that reason is, but what would you like for it to be? Because we know what Gekko are going to do.
I want to think that they have a plan. I don't think it's the first composition that relies a lot into like getting the plan down and playing for utility. I think that Icebox is kind of designed for that, and many of the compositions are going that way. If they have already had something prepared and their analysts and stuff have been like, yeah, we know exactly how to counter against it, it doesn't really matter what agents they play, as long as they know how to work with the timings and the intentions of K-Corp.
If I could say something, if a composition
No, you can't.
has Harbor and Gekko at the same time, thank you, Cougar, I feel like Raze might be one of the best picks, specific on Icebox, to counter that. Because the Pinchers, the Pinchers don't care if there's a cove from Harbor or the wingman, you just chuck it and you can literally counter it, right? Still a decent counter against Sage because the wall gets instantly destroyed by the Pinchers, but yeah, I'll just, you know, brainstorming.
We'll see, because Agent Select is coming up soon. But first, let's get some players on stage. This is the match of the week. It is France versus Spain, and a lot riding on this. Here is Heretics and Gekko.
Team Heretics. Karmine Corp.
Well, this is a lot deeper than just rivalry. If we think about the context of what happened in that first game, Gekko, they just managed to close it out against BBL. And Heretics, they haven't got a win yet. And these two are some of the teams, I think, going into this tournament that we felt like needed to step up, needed to get those wins that they need to win if they want to have a chance.
Yeah, exactly. And to me, the perspective is more, it goes further than just, yeah, this team is coming from a loss, this team is coming from a win. I liked what K-Corp brought to the table. I love the innovation. Maybe it won't work long term, but for now, to me, it's a surprise that someone is betting on something new, on something different, and they actually executed so well. For Heretics, even if they lose today, I don't want to leave with the same feeling that I left the other day, and they themselves left as well, of being like, we didn't even play. Like, that wasn't us. I don't want them to be shut down. I need one of them to go out there and pick up the pieces when they shatter.
I really like what you mentioned about Gekko because I didn't have a lot of expectations after lock-in when it comes to the team, but they actually jumped through a few steps of evolution and showed up as a way more advanced team than they had been in the past, so I really like that. And when it comes to Heretics, we didn't talk even about the fact that what we mentioned on day one, the IGL, Zeke on the IGL, who not an IGL anymore, it's still something that has to be maybe solved or not, we'll see.
Yeah, we're into Agent Select here. Like, as you guys said, Gekko, they're carving out that identity for themselves with these compositions, with the innovation. Let's see what Heretics can hit them back with.
Well, so far it's pretty standard.
It's not going to be the chamber.
Oh! Let's go, let's go.
Okay, but it's... Okay, well...
Again, it's about the line of sight fight for K-Corp, so I think that this Harbor is going to be of much help with them. If Mixwell and Kellogg's can go back to those G2 days and actually work together the way that one day they did, this could be a win for them. And again, they decided to go for this map, so I hope that they are really sure about this.
I need to add one more thing. When I see a composition in Icebox that has two characters with smokes, please please use those additional smokes on mid instead of the Viper op, which is much more valuable in other places. Hub is perfect to use cascades on mid or even his signature wall because it's something that will recur in time. So that's something that I would love to see. We didn't see it even with Omen when it was used on the Icebox. It was just not using the first tempo of smoke, so hopefully we see it in this.
I mean, this is the next look of Mixwell, right? He's gone from the Duelists or the Roaching Sentinels and now Harbor. I cannot wait to jump into game and see what your casters make of this. It is Pansy and Hypok.
Yes, thank you, Sue, and the desk there. A couple of key notes to walk away with. Heretics looking a little different this time, switching a couple of bits and pieces up, maybe to ignite a fire underneath them because they certainly need it.
Yeah, hopefully, and obviously Harbour coming across in actually in the hands of Zeke previously.
Yes.
I guess as an adaptation from that Evil Genius's performances. Didn't really ignite anything for me on Pearl, but again,
I think that's fair.
I'm willing to still cut Heretics a little slack. I know we ended the cast the other day. Well, I'm talking about, when do we start asking some more difficult questions? This way, we have to come away from Super Week with something for Heretics, and similar to what I was talking about with Liquid, actually, even in a loss, if they look much better, happy with that.
And that's fine. I would say, however, that loss to Footballist did leave us, Foot, excuse me, with a lot more questions. Again, the 4 rounds on the first 9 on the follow-up. It was simply lacking in areas. We wanted to see that improvement. On the other side, the flip of the script, of course, Karmine Corp coming out looking incredible. Yes, some close games, that OT marathon, but it was fabulous to see.
But from a stand-away perspective, they look like a totally different team.
Yes,
and,
they did.
I was heavily criticizing some of the set pieces that were poorly structured, and then on top of that, very poorly executed. So for Karmine Corp, actually, I have very high hopes here to return to Icebox today.
Well, we've already got a bit of a glimpse of it, of course, in that first game up against BBL, and it was lovely to see. 19-17, a marathon match for them, and it was wonderful. Now, if we can get into that realm, that'd be brilliant, but we're yet to see it. Karmine Corp starting out on the defensive side, of course, meaning Heretics up on the attack first. Let's see how this new shuffle looks, really. See how Mixwell and Kellogg's combine here.
Well, the big question really being around Mixwell is the ability to fill those Sage shoes in terms of getting these plants down. I think catch a glimpse. I like this actually from Heretics, the big indicator being they're looking for this snowman control. That's it. Here it comes through. It's a firing squad for Heretics.
Yeah, they've absolutely been in on the challenge. And we did see a very aggressive initial pistol round, even in that prior game for Karmine Corp. It was all down middle. This time around, happy to scrap on the site. Didn't look great from XMS. Left in a very precarious position, a 1v3 with very little early attempt here. Couple of upgrades on the ground though, so maybe give himself a fighting chance here, make him work for their dinner. And you can see him closing in. Already, yes, Cove goes up. Cap on the spike, looking for the pick, doesn't even get away from it. Lost at C. Mixwell finds him, and a good start here for Heretics, but we did see Karmine Corp answer back, even in that prior game.
We did, yeah, but this is one of the big criticisms we usually have when people pull out this Harbor is what's the pressure behind that Cove? I love that you see it, the Viper wall initially to get pressure up towards danger. They can set up past default here, and it's a comfortable plant. They can actually cut off sight and isolate Snowman, which is very rare in some of these B-site executes. So, at least initially, Heretics look like they're on the same page here for how to apply this Harbor and actually what needs to happen behind it.
Wow, look at this early purchase too. 2 rifles coming out very quickly, the Bulldogs as well. So actually quite, 4 if you want to count it that way, of over. The only one sitting back a little bit further on the economy front. But that's just fine. We are seeing the Sheriffs come out on the upgrade with light armor as well for Scream. Makes a little more. So that lovely walk middle.
Yeah, Shin and Scream exploring that a number of times. To varying levels of success, but
I like the attempts.
Yeah.
More than happy to see it. The Heretics though, could do with a couple of comfortable rounds to come in with.
And even just to build on that, if what Karmine Corp need to latch onto is Scream hitting again and finding success in those highlight plays, I'm absolutely all for setting them up for that. Yeah, Heretics not going to feel too much resistance on the way through.
Should be a plant here. Don't see any real challenges to it. A couple of shots going astray as Scream to take the first potentially threatening challenge, and he's down quite low already. 6 HP, all he's got to play with, and again, the post plant relatively strong for Heretics here. Should be very comfortable. Let's see any danger can be made. Dizzy sent in to very little effect, but at least gives them the go signal to get towards the site, which they need to start doing. Again, only Nevera to connect so far, and that's Mixwell gone. You can see utility start to be invested. Zeke watching the push up towards the site, almost encouraging the swing from Avova. And apart from that little bit of damage towards Mixwell, this looks like it's going for par for course. I don't think we're going to see anything crazy here.
One enemy remaining.
Naturally, Kellogg's being allowed a little bit more damage in this one, so they should be able to get away with the vast majority standing, of course, for Heretics, 2-0.
And retrieval actually of the final rifles, so they will bring all 4 of those rifles across into the next to offset that potentially with a lesser purchase. So actually, boom, still 3150. Soon actually you're going to get a 5th rifle on the board as well.
And Scream literally just with a knife here, it looks like, as well. So some of those early buys with the Sheriffs and the My Armor do come back to haunt him a little here.
They do, and we've touched on this a few times. Some of these Squeako rounds. Well, I do want to see that cleaned up. The number of times I was watching the VOD back from the other day, and even things that you just generally don't catch whilst things are going on, but off-kilter pistol purchases, you know, just going for one piece of utility or just a frenzy, and you know, Nevera, I think, coming away from a pistol with 400 to protect that Sheriff purchase in the second. It almost relies heavily on Karmine Corp getting those set pieces and it absolutely guaranteeing the plant. There's no contingency at all.
No, there isn't. And I do want to see the kind of temptation to brawl in this game. Knowing you've got Kellogg's against you, he loves a bit of a scrap. Happy to go for, you know, literally the 1v1 if he can. He will absolutely chase it down. I am wondering if that little bit of composure we've started to see come into play for Karmine Corp can stay true to this. First real test now. Of course, the buy still not ideal, obviously, for Heretics, but happy considering the time of which this has come in. Logitech G power-up round. Scream. Actually, in the prior games, did have a really nice combination work, not just only with Shin, but everyone else. They fought as a team.
And not to beat a dead horse, but to come back to that, some of the layering of utility from Karmine Corp was what looked so good. So that's why it's kind of frustrating to see this in a round that ultimately you're wanting to be as clean as possible. You want to protect those early purchases.
Alarm bot down.
And if you've been keeping an eye on the minimap, Nevera's been sat extremely deep towards B, giving up the side controls almost completely. Very deep wall going up as well. A little bit of spam through to no effect, but they get a safe post plant now. Yes, a little bit of damage did come in. Actually, I think Mixwell barely touched in that, so he's just fine.
Well, the nanoswarm we dealt with, so I think Nuzera has to dump a snakebite into that. But now you look at the retake. No flashes on your initiator. Shin obviously does have some utility left, but this is problematic.
It's just Shin and XMS really that can make anything start, so let's look out for that. Otherwise, they're just trying to find dry fights. Now, yes, Mixwell does receive the, I guess, the worst end of the stick from Dizzy, but again, where's the damage off the back? It's not really coming through at all. Heretics shutting it down so far. The response finally kicking in for time. Got it halfway, but it's not the whole way, and they are running out of precious seconds to fuse. Just about comes in time, and they defend him, barely.
There's a moment there where there's 2 still alive on B main, and Avova just keeps backing up. I don't know if maybe anticipating that was another tap just to bait out a peek, but that late on in the post plant, you gotta check it. Timing a little off there from Heretics. Zesh has got him ahead.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Behind the wall as well. That's absolutely.
Wait, what?
I'm sure incredibly frustrating, but regardless, no one was fighting on it. No one went for the challenge on it, which is surprising. We saw Karmine Corp actually punished for that a couple of times themselves. So trying to see Heretics.
Less of that today, please.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out. Scream willing to challenge Mixwell on the other side here. How far does Scream go on this? Finally has a bit of utility to play with as well. And honestly, the flashes were quite good. This time, actually didn't even catch Mixwell, but the shot was good enough anyway. Backs away. Early damage achieved. He can reset a little deeper here.
Well, the next step is here for Karmine Corp. Seen Scream drifting back towards Boiler. Well, that exploration towards mid will come through. Heretics actually just happy to creep up behind this.
Maybe feeling that Scream had fallen away incredibly deep, which he has, but XMS should note this, but they're very close, so he has to back away and try not to get caught. But look at Kellogg's on the hunt here. The Bloodhound just chasing down anyone who was going to stick close. No one was, fortunately, for Karmine Corp, but this does allow for a plant, so the time is on Heretics' side here. Kellogg's willing to challenge and willing to fight. Only gets one, but the trades are there. Zeke Nice work from the back line, going to take down Scream. And the 3v3 of Over still on the site, still holding a lot of space.
Rivera and Shin both ended up towards rafters. We're way back onto this again. Boo playing very disconnected from this. He's going to try and get those nano swarms down. The time ticking away here. And it's an open plant.
Oh, yes, there's damage, but Nivera, again, how much are you meant to do here? Oh, he's done wonderfully to find Zeke, but the defuse seems out of the realistic realms here. He has to back away. Heretics right back to where they left off. 3 now on the board. Costly, sure, but around nonetheless.
Not going to be an awful lot behind this purchase for Karmine Corp either.
Money's so weak.
This is always the nerve-wracking moment. It's like you see
the
Scream
Guardian.
start on a Vandal, and then he sells it, he has a Guardian back. Somebody else is like, I'll go Light Shield and Sheriff. Yeah,
That's fine.
this isn't a buy round, guys.
It's okay. They'll probably win it, and then, you know, they feel correct in their choice.
Yes.
Buying to around 1K-ish. XMS 1.3, 1 for Scream. And XMS lost very early on.
So Kellogg's actually got an angle underneath that wall as it disconnects towards double box. Shin going to probably try and set up a flash here. Doesn't catch anything though. Scream just can't find an angle.
It's hard to back away from this. I wonder if they're going to try and punish on the retreat. He does have the helper Shin, but it's only with a frenzy, so Heretics could do some serious damage here. Yeah, he can't quite back away, but they've halted progress and they're looking elsewhere. They're still above a minute and they've got that first pick. Yes, Nuzera might be able to catch the cross, does get denied the vision, but pretty indicative there is presence coming back towards A.
I just want to see Heretics fake that wall. I'm in position here with a couple of snake bites. Again, we're talking about the strength of this composition that Karmine Corp are playing in terms of the post plant. In terms of denying plants, it has that same bite.
Kellogg's nasty position once it drops. Already Zeke going to find Scream, so you are losing out players here. Nivera was the only one with a real rifle, and Avova digging his heels in on the side. Shin falls. Heretics running rings around Karmine Corp here. They've come out with the perfect response. Yeah, you could argue there was some tape coming into this for Heretics to look out for Karmine Corp, but it doesn't feel like that. It's just better play from them so far.
I hate to say it, Scream again coming into this buy round with no utility. And these, again, what looks so good for Karmine Corp was him and Shin really working together and actually layering their utility to get them into a position to find opening engagements. Yes, potentially more impactful on the attacking side, but I even think here, I mean, I'm looking at the minimap, I see a turret and that's all Nivera's got. There's no anti-plant mollies, there's no alarm bot. He has to put his turret for mid here because there's no alarm bot. He can't cover kitchen, and that then draws Shin into a position where we have to watch Tube. Previously, we'd have a plan in place to put Shin and Scream there to walk Tube and flash out, take that control.
And Heretics just going through the list of traditional protocols. They've taken early contact, and considering how sparse this utility is for Karmine Corp, they have to be very careful where and when they invest the limited amounts they have. Heretics, if they can drag it away from them, pull it away from them, perfect. Now around the minute marker, Heretics are starting to make their intentions seem somewhat known here. Heavy lean towards B. We do have players on the side for Karmine Corp though. Knife potentially going to catch 2 there. Kellogg's will be held somewhat in place while suppressed. And the ult pop to follow. Now, no commitment to the plant just yet.
Yeah, it's actually popped a little preemptively here.
Right here.
Gonna hold Heretics for the time being towards B main.
Can't use that.
No pressure coming back through though.
Water rising.
30 seconds.
Wisely just waiting this out.
Oh, Hunter's Fury going to come in as well. And it's going to be somewhat effective so far. A little bit of a chip. I think their damage may be done, but Shin standing tall on the side. You're going to need massive work from Kellogg's here. Does the first bit of damage with Zeke, but Zeke's fallen. We're down to 13 seconds. The stall on the side's been great. And Uzera planted at his feet. They held them off for just long enough.
Well, some of those key parts of utility still present for Karmine Corp as a snake bite to seal the deal. What was the bailout round? Just to say that we credited one aspect of Karmine Corp's improvement so heavily the other day, it is kind of worrying that we're seeing this early on in map 1. And again, we'll maybe touch it at halftime, some of the concerns then that we actually have for the second half. And how they played some of those post plants, but we'll park that for a moment.
I suggest you move.
That should be a fair amount of information.
Second reckoning
and counter.
Here. Yeah.
Okay, this puts, again, Heretics in a little bit of an offset of timing. They commit, maybe get the spike down, but again, then they have to evacuate so quickly. The mid lurk could be tested, but a Zeke to find Nuzera. So again, they are under threat so early on. 1-for-1 trade out, big fight over towards Scream. Ult comes in, Kellog's still standing, and actually it's just demolished. Bova's luck was perfect. I thought he was a little late on the timing, but no, just got there.
Again, you think the lockdown is going to completely counter that reckoning coming through and forcing everybody very deep towards spawn. But actually, Heretics just dial up the pace a little bit in terms of that site here. And Avova's here to greet the backside.
And do you know what? Give me this Avova.
Yeah.
Roll back the years. Give me this guy again. Kind of a 1-2 punch for every team he's been in. Always able to clutch out incredible rounds. But if he starts warming up here, Heretics look really deadly. And the money back down to Sheriffs and odds and ends. Actually, the most amount of utility we've ever seen for Scream.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
Back to business. This is working for Heretics.
They found a pressure point now.
Making it hurt.
Kellog's back to that pacey playstyle that really does cause problems for teams.
But we've always said we just want to see how the rest of the team supported behind him. Did they keep up with the pace? Did Mixwell work well on that harbor? How did it look behind that? And thus far, looking quite good. XMS, though, finding the front man himself. But there is the Viper's Pit in play now.
So Zeke got to be careful here that doesn't get overwhelmed. Catches a stun off the wingman, though. Scream desperate to try and find that kill behind it.
And Zeke's doing damage, though, elsewhere. Maybe overstaying is welcome a little. XMS is the one connect it. Viper's Pit still in place, making this such a problem for Karmine Corp. They just can't quite get to that spike. They can't quite take away these players on those front lines. Boo from the back does well to find Nuvera. XMS still doing damage, but it's too late. It's too late in the day, and there's nothing more to be done. Yes, damage, but another round for Heretics. Just dialing up that pace now.
Lots of late utility as well. And that's ultimately what Kellogg's is there to do. Buy time in that post plant, run the clock down, force Karmine Corp to clear all these close angles. It just so happens XMS finds 3 fantastic headshots. One of them being very early on Kellogg's, but again, you dial that back. The Viper's Pit's there behind it. It's not really feasible. Karmine Corp to follow through on that early kill. And yeah, just to come back to, with how happy I was the other day watching Karmine Corp. A little frustrated here for the start of Icebox.
Yeah.
Because some of the things you actually look for, what's the next step of the improvement?
How do you evolve on that, yeah.
Again, some of the discussions we were having around, the set pieces on attack. Particularly, one thing we credited was obviously how well synergized some of these utility pieces were in these sorts of compositions. Just not seeing it here. It's not amounting to favorable engagements. We're not seeing Shin or Scream get proactive at all here on the defense. There's a big gap in mid once again. It just so happens Avova comes through in the perfect round to actually capitalize on that. But yeah, I'm a little taken back right now. I wouldn't have called it, particularly the first half, I wouldn't have called it starting like this. I mean, Heretics have already come out and won this half.
Yeah, they've done their job. They've got 6. They've looked good at it. Now, I guess a layer to this, something else that did impress us was Nuvera on that operator. Had big impact in my eyes. Even on the, KJ did make it look pretty viable. A great player in that regard. But again, how do you make it work here?
And usually this is the point I'd say, there's no flashes in Heretics' comp. But with Kellogg's now adopting this playstyle once again, it will cause problems for Nuvera.
Getting aggressive here. Does he commit behind this? Shin is with him, so I'm wondering if this is going to be a nice little set piece. This first flash to go in. There's Dizzy to follow. That's nice. Layered, but dealt with. Kellogg sitting safe towards Nest, sitting up there waiting for that. Trades it out well, and they lose that first piece in the puzzle.
Will the mosh pit land? Yeah,
that's
actually
nice.
Well. Land here and deal with that. We'll remove the ability to find that secure plant. Karmine Corp did back up. I don't know if they're anticipating that. Actually, Heretics rotate off this, but this time around it'll be a much slower contact play.
And Zeke lost. It's on that vision. So that space to be garnered gets a lot tricky. Shin! That was filthy. Kellogg's annihilated, and they evacuate the site as best they can. They are running this low, though. 30 seconds, and are they considering running all the way to B, really?
Nevera's not on a safe angle here. He's not watching anything towards B. There's no coverage towards mid either.
Okay, this isn't a bad shout.
Huge that Heretics should get connector control here.
Okay, this actually makes it a real issue for those rotations. It's a long way back if you go CT through the safe avenue, and there could be that pressure of Boo. I wonder if he sticks. What was Mixwell up to? Where did he just get caught?
Just got caught cross into sight. With this gap in the vents here, all 4 members of Karmine Corp huddled together. Actually going to split 2-2 between Kitchen and Snowman here.
A little paranoid of a potential lurk coming up from Tube Late. That's not the case. We know that, they don't. Avova and Boo, what are you doing from this one? That's not bad, good start. But the trade's there. Shin answers back very quickly, so Avova, this is a very uncomfortable position for him. A 1v3. Here's the tap on the spike, has to commit utility. Nevera punishes. Defuse will be no issue now.
I'm curious actually if the safety net for Karmine Corp is getting this operator online, and that's when Shin and Scream look to get aggressive with these set pieces.
Maybe. I mean,
could be having that faith in the
rock,
yeah,
the ultimate safe pair of hands, because he doesn't play hyper-aggressive with the operator. I mean, he's on Killjoy, of course he's not going to be, but you can entrust him with an entire site. It's unfortunate a little for Mixwell there to be caught, but again, you might be asking the question, but now you know that that operator's in play.
I am curious, yeah, to see if that is actually the turning point and whether or not they need the benefit of their worst enemy, which is the economy. Right here. And a couple of rounds in hand. Actually didn't even... It's true.
Yes, yes it is. 3-6 though. They can close the gap on this scoreboard. They've got a game on their hands. Now we have to look towards Nevera, because he could be the backbone to this, right? That one unwavering factor. Never seems overwhelmed by pressure. Now he's noted too, though. Has to be very cautious with how he proceeds with this. Waits for the support from utility and will dip away. He can't overstay welcomes, though.
At this point, it's where Heretics are actually forced into a much wider default here. Looking for map coverage here and potentially Kellogg's and Mixwell to work a pick. Won't achieve anything before the minute mark. Thing is though, once they identify where Nevera is, that should paint a very vivid picture around how the utility sets up. So I'm curious when we see that pressure towards mid, when Nevera does show early round.
Won't be seeing it obviously now. Plant's going to be coming in pretty soon without any threat to life.
Kellogg's just never stops moving forwards.
No, he is an absolute fiend for that W key. And actually rewarded!
Oh my God!
Kellogg's unbridled aggression takes over, pushing as deep as he wants to, and it's save time. You have to keep that operator in play. You cannot risk anything now. If it's a key part of what you want to be moving forward with, don't be risking it. But you noted it, Kellogg's that aggression. It does feel such a double-edged sword at times, but that was the reward.
And it always feels a little uncomfortable watching because it's like, this guy has no flashes. Like, he just has to dry swing everything to actually find that value. You're asking a hell of a lot of a Jet player to do that against a team that's going to back up and play as deep as Karmine Corp do. You got to give Kellogg's his dues. Well, he has rounds like this. Again, slow to get to the decision, but I think on the back of that early information from Nevera, this is the part of the discussion where you say, actually, how active can a Killjoy be with that operator? In terms of dipping your toes, rotating, hitting another side, picking up the slack in mid.
Well, he can't be mobile, right? He can't be, we've seen it on Neon looking fantastic, so you can just hit rotations wherever you need to. Obviously, Chamber in the heyday, Jet when it needs to. Like, it's just the fact that it's very all-in, and it's a gamble, right? You can commit somewhere early on, but Heretics have been doing kind of that minute work of trying to isolate it or locate it now early on. Yes, there's the switch up here. Can he get proactive with it? It doesn't feel suited to that style, but let's see if Nevera can make it work.
It's about as aggressive as you'll see a Killjoy playing with an operator.
Can't go much further, can you, really?
I think here, even with somebody else shooting that drone, it's a massive indicator.
Big Scream had never done that, gone that far. He'd always had Shin with him. So, again, correct read here for Heretics. A little blind on the read, but correct nonetheless. But there is still a challenge here. That's certainly...
As you say, I'm expecting the flash in from Scream here, but it's going to come very late.
Ah, this is dangerous. Kellogg's Can he find the player nearby? Yes, he can, absolutely. Wall's still up. Scream doesn't really have access to change the outcome of this so far. Yes, he can stall a little bit of time, but the plant's pretty secure here. Let's see if they actually commit towards it yet. Finally starting. Oh, that was so close for a second. There it is, down. Okay, post-plant time, and this is where the problems really mount.
And Zeke can back up with the Hunter's Fury here of over 2 snake bites. He's going to try and look for a detain here, but there's such a huge gap to close here that's going to amount to nothing.
And Kellogg's willing to put his life on the line. Happy to play a little further forward and takes one with him. Yes, Nevera trades out, but still, there's 4 more players to find here if you are Karmine Corp. Maybe getting to halfway would be a bonus. And they managed it. That's at least the smallest victory so far. They've got it halfway. Heretics are so deep in positioning, and Nevera does do so well, but it does not matter. Heretics holding the line, 3 alive, navigating around that operator and finding the perfect place to strike.
Beautiful to see. Again, just questioning some of the setups here. Where's that flash from Scream? It's so late. And again, Nuzera can't really swing onto that and getting any information. Maybe it's because the knife's off cooldown. I'm not entirely sure. But Heretics punishing absolutely precise timings and rewarded for it.
Operator out now for Kellogg's.
Wow. It's a full shield and no util for Scream here. And the rifle.
Doesn't feel good, does it? And you can see how good the money is, just juggling that forward. Needs around from Scream, though. One's fine, needs a whole lot more. Yeah, they're falling, though. Kellogg's going to continue forward. Rifle this time, opts for something a little different, and it's messy, it's scrappy. Yes, Mixwell's low, Kellogg's is low. So there's still damage to be done here, even with his Sheriff and Marshall. It ain't over yet, but we've still got a minute to play with.
So Kellogg's actually got an operator stashed away here. I expect them to come back and try and police this weapon at least, reading this purchase from Karmine Corp. Because they're going to be desperate to get an upgrade here. 2 Sheriffs and a Marshal.
Here.
They're going to try and fake here. Mixwell's putting a little bit of
He's got the spike. He's got the spike.
He's just tapping it.
Okay.
He's tapping it to draw the further rotation,
Okay.
Maybe anticipating somebody is still positioned towards A.
He's 20 HP
It's
doing
ballsy.
that, though. I don't know
it's
if I love that,
ballsy
man.
as hell. But it's worked.
So it means it's
yes,
right.
there is a great play.
I'm terrified. It's allowed Kellogg's to get here, right? So it's like he can sip so deep on this that any retake is still going to be a million miles away. Plant's going to come in with no threat.
10 seconds left.
Should be just fine.
Spike planted.
Okay, and now here come the problems. First tag done, that's Nevera down a little lower. Second bite it for Kellogg's. He's hunting him down, he's ferocious with it. Has to finally relent though, slip away a little deeper.
He actually removed Nevera. Nevera had the lockdown here.
I didn't even realize.
Beautiful aggression here from Kellogg's to double dip on that.
He's still holding such a decent line here though. He can sit on this, he'll probably get the kill, at least by time for Mixwell, who is on the way. There's a time limit, he's got to get a move on here. Mixwell is going to do it. Actually, Kellogg's has gone down. So, again, Nuzera, though, how much are you meant to do with just a Sheriff in your hand? This is such a... Oh, it's just an impossible task. Mixwell's position is a million miles away. Boo is just playing time. As long as Mixwell doesn't fall, it's all but over. Heretics playing a fantastic half here. And Karmine Corp, sadly, looking like they didn't learn their lesson, and maybe it was a one-off in that previous game.
This is such a good example. I'm talking about Kellogg's and what's required of him. 16 and 8, by the way, here, leading the charge for Heretics.
Yeah.
But there's method to the madness.
There
if
is.
the awareness is there that the lockdown is available, he spots Nevera on that cross, gets the leg on the first, and he says, I absolutely need this kill to make this post-plant better.
It's very nice to see. And again, we kind of came into this with high hopes for Karmine Corp because we got highlighted that. We saw that. It looked fabulous. We're like, okay, cool. A lot of those weird issues looking way better off now. Economy not such a problem. Unison playing together. All these cool things we were looking for. I haven't seen it in this half. If anything, we've seen them revert back to a style we didn't love.
Yeah, I don't want to say back to square one, but because
No.
there's an element here of Heretics definitely over-delivering in terms of expectations. I mean, on any given Sunday, Kellogg's has a game. It's going to be difficult for any team to overcome that.
The thing with Heretics, rolling your mind back even to Brazil, was the spacing, the support system behind him. Those were the bigger questions when we looked at that side.
Yeah, Kellogg's was half a round ahead of his team most of the time on attack, and he'd find an open, and it's like, okay, cool, now two have rotated, they've traded that, and Heretics would just freeze.
Yes.
Because you'd have that initial wave of utility that they could just never, ever recover from. So this is great to see, again, how sustainable it is for Kellogg's to maintain this performance in these sorts of compositions, but definitely a big tick in the box for me. We come across to the second half here. Kellogg's actually meditating here, right?
Yeah,
So
full zen.
come across to the second half here, and this is where I'm gonna say I'm a little worried, because there was things coming away from a positive Karmine Corp performance that needed tidying up, needed tightening up. We were talking about the number of times that diffusers were coming through, getting stuck, not being aware of, you know, the exact wingman plant location and those fine-tuning parts that you'd hope you go back and look at and review and say, we need to tie that up. Because the number of times that like a three-man post plant, BBL was sticking diffusers that they had absolutely no right to do. And even thinking back to the pistol round, I remember that A-site hit where it's, Cove goes in, wingman goes in, everybody else sat behind pipes.
Cool.
And it's like, oh, Lil Bro didn't plant. They have the spike now.
Oh no.
What do we do?
Yeah.
So these are the sort of things that I actually come back to now. And with that first half, I'm worried actually, even if they have enough of a buffer here. I mean, pistol and the next, and this is all but wrapped.
Yeah, the pistol round can pretty much put a bow on this, at least with this map. Now, this was Heretics' choice, so if you are a Karmine Corp fan, there's other things to worry about.
Yeah, you got Split to worry about next.
Exactly. For now, though, frenzies galore. 3 frenzies in hand.
Big positive, though. Nivera spent everything. Screams down to 100 credits. There's some utility alongside some of these pistol purchases, so initially, much happier with this approach to the pistol round.
You do see Sheriff out and about for Kellogg's, though, who has been an absolute menace to handle. Cove goes in, and he's going to just post up on it. Wait to see if he gets a challenger. They're willing to fight on this, though. They want to secure that side, and Shin at least starts that effort. Finding of over is good. That should allow for the plant to come in.
Cove is going to drop, though. Well, Shin got off the plant.
What?
Shin didn't plant.
I thought he planted.
He should have.
Oh, dear. Well, now there's a problem. You got 40 seconds. You have to retake the Mix. Well, he went walkabouts. Obviously baffled by what just happened. Maybe trying to backfill the timing, but they were still there. Kellogg's.
30 seconds left.
I see lots of low HP players here.
Kellogg's, you going to do something? Absolutely not. Shin with a frenzy is apparently a fiend. Does very well, but Karmine Corp somehow not punished for that mistake.
I don't know if that's just the timing of the Cove and the absolute paranoia. He's going to get wall-banged off that recon. But yeah, you can't be making mistakes like that.
I want to see it back just in case there was method to it, but I didn't see enough of a threat to back from there, because it looked like he committed long enough.
Also, a little bit of adaptation here. Was the spike initially down in Nest? I'm not sure if I caught that, actually. It looked like Shin picks it up, but again, previous was XMS to go forward, secure the inside of the Cove, and we were actually concerned about the amount of pressure behind that Cove to protect the plant. And at least here, it's an adjustment on this A-side hit for the pistol. Karmine Corp barely out of the buy phase here in terms of positioning. And already Heretics confident that there's no push towards B main, and they've absolutely got the right read here.
It is only classics. There's a lot of bodies. And it's a gamble. When do they somewhat get either curious or start looking elsewhere? I'm looking towards someone like Mixwell already peeling away from this. Looks like they're starting to maybe wonder about middle, but at this point you may as well commit to this. Very patient play, but nothing really telling. Scream spots the first. That's Boo now isolated and dead. He can't make much of a fight. They had a classic. Again, this should be a clean round. Let's see if they can make a scrap out of this one, though. Retaking towards the site. Are they hitting a rotate on 30 seconds again? This is when I get worried. Can get a little bit overwhelmed here. That's a rifle now dropped. Luckily, XMS is nuts, but he still needs to hit the shot. Kellogg's standing. A 1v3, and look at these guns everywhere. Still in play over towards B. They should be able to get a plant, 15 seconds to spare. It should be all right in the end. That rifle tucked away. I don't think Kellogg's has much of a shot at this one. How much is he going to try and do?
I see giving away the rifle here, so I don't think there's any intention here of coming through and fighting. Maybe not anticipating what the purchase looks like. Should know that Scream's obviously got the rifle. He found that opening kill.
And maybe not noting the Phantom on Shin or Nuzera with the Bulldog. I mean, yeah, a Vandal would have been nice, I guess, rather than the Bulldog, but...
Well, Kellogg's is planning to die here regardless,
Yes.
so... Doesn't want to cycle that back across into the hands of Karmine Corp.
There he is, just going to slip towards the site. I don't think Scream's going to come together in time, though, so all good.
I see Shin potentially lining up a wingman plant, but and it did get a little dicey there when Heretics are close enough to charge you down as 4 under nest. So, I mean, worst person to be behind it is somebody with a Marshall. You don't really need to aim that gun anyway.
You going to stand by that fact, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Reasonable takes from Mike here. Can't wait to see your martial work going forward. We go in, though, and we look at the buy now coming out. Rifles on either side. Yes, the Bulldog's still in hand of Nuzera, but beyond that, pretty comfortable. Actually have utility on the side of Karmine Corp, so that is going to be a factor here.
These are the concerning setups, though. When you go for those wingman plants, all of Boo's utility here focused on denying that.
Yeah.
As he rips away that first wave, and that's when you have to have somebody behind that cove. There's got to be somebody to secure at least a kill or something, as Heretics will opt to sit back and do that damage, chip damage, I guess, ahead of the plant.
Okay, so trying to clear out close sight, but it's the utility. Wait and see how much it does. And there it is, denied. Spike moves forward a little, and that's now even a little bit deeper, and they can retake that little bit of space here, Heretics. This is a nice read from them. And Karmine Corp have to charge in now. A little bit late to it, but Shin's still going to draw blood, but it's Zeke doing well, turreting it out from the top. Finding 2 quick kills and maybe having to dip away for the third. Shin taking that space back. But the read here from Heretics is perfect. No threat to that initial plant coming in. But Shin, position-wise, does get outdone by Zeke, who drifted a little bit further back. Now Nuzera finally gets the upgrade, but he's got 3 to try and deal with. 15 seconds and no spike to hand. This is starting to look rough, and it is. Kellogg seals it. Mike, this is exactly what you just highlighted.
It's not often.
Are you all right?
No, that you get the results so evidently explained or demonstrated to you. And this is exactly it. This is where you then come back to the composition questions, which is who is there for Karmine Corp to send
meant
forwards?
To be that person?
As soon as you see that util dump, you think, well, yeah, even if it drops inside the cove, it's difficult to retrieve it. As soon as it's past that line of the Viper wall, it becomes very uncomfortable for anybody from Karmine Corp to go, yeah, okay, I'll pop through.
I'll go for it. Don't worry, boys. In and out, no sweat. Yeah, that is something now that I think they're going to have to address going forward, because I don't think I mean, trying to adjust that on the fly didn't really work out even in the last game.
Setups there again. I mean, hell,
change.
If you have a Sova, start shock darting default, get rid of some of this util.
Yeah.
If you're going to rely on that wingman plant.
There has to be something in mind. Just doing this again is like beating your head against a wall, isn't it? But maybe they try and find an early fight. That would be ideal, but they lose it. XMS goes down. Avova's got him. Maybe trying to find a little bit of a deeper fact here. Oh, God. Now the plant's even more difficult. That was one of the pressure points before. Setup still in place.
Right. Plant the spike. Yeah, plant the spike here. I'm going to fragment the util. If this works, I'll be very surprised. Nope, it didn't.
I've never heard you disappointed.
No, I actually,
right now,
because I was so impressed with Karmine Corp the other day.
I know, that's the sad part, because you actually walked away happy. It was the first time I've seen that as well. As it stands, though, 20 seconds, they finally get to the plant here. They've just about chipped away enough to allow for the plant to come in. Not the first part, part of the plan, but they're going to take what they can get. Thrash going to go in. Does it find anyone? Scream's kind of playing behind it a little bit, catching Mixwell in no man's land. Avova not going to be caught, though, going to refill that space and start working towards the side. Back lines. Have they got it locked down here? Scream needs to activate. He's doing the best he can. He made a damn good go of it, but it ain't enough, leaving it just in the hands of Nuzera in a 1v2. Good shot, but again, it is not enough. Heretics with the answers, and Karmine Corp with nothing.
And we noted this the other day, that the reliance on this composition being 5 standing and having all of these pieces of utility available. I said the other day, obviously we're kind of biased by the results we see, but the number of times we saw Karmine Corp able to protect numbers, Heretics just need to dip a little bit, do some chip damage, force away some comfort of Karmine Corp ahead of these site hits, and this is the byproduct.
I remember us discussing that in that series with BBL, where it's like, if they are able to do a little bit of something early on, then all of that post-plant becomes way weaker.
You think about it, you take away some of these key pieces of utility, and actually, how do you then fight for mid? How do you're reliant on basically 2 flashes to get you to yellow, and not use anything else. So there can't be any curveballs ahead of that site hit coming. Here on this A site hit, yeah, let's hope that Viper's not playing here. I'll deal with the Killjoy utility, and let's hope for the best. Because then behind that, you've then got the shock darts. Like I said, the snake bites. You've got so many different ways to pressure the one thing that Karmine Corp's entire approach to Icebox attack is based around. And that's why it's kind of really tilted to see some of these rounds where it's just like, okay, well now for 20 seconds, let's sit and figure out what the hell we're going to do, because we haven't got a util left now because we dumped everything hoping Lil Bro was going to get the plant.
So much pressure on Lil Bro. He's trying, man. He's putting in work, and he's just been like a lamb to the literal slaughter. Poor guy. 5 to 11.
Feels soulcast, man.
It does feel it. Oh man, it's literally soulcast on Icebox. It's crazy.
Very impressed with Heretics, though, honestly.
I mean, they've done everything right. Yeah, there's a trade hit. Let's see, but there's still 2 bodies behind this for Heretics. It's not just Kellogg's now. You do have Mixwell there. Lockdown going to come in. That's going to be countered. Mixwell, lovely. Buying time, slowing this down. Little. It's like animal cruelty at this point. And this, I'm still waiting for that punch to come in here, because Heretics look quite calm, quite composed. Yes, a rifle could be picked back up, but it's Guardian. Not ideal by any means.
That's the thing, right? Come back to the composition. There are way many more opportunities for Heretics to remain versatile and actually benefit from some of this chaos that ensues as Karmine Corp fight for some of the very early contact points towards these sites.
How do they get here now? They still have, I guess, XMS standing.
Wingman's planting.
All right, here we go. Oh, gets to get it down.
30 seconds left.
Nope.
Spikes down, your Viper's dead.
Come on, show me something here, Karmine Corp. Yeah, no, absolutely. Mixwell's having a lovely series too. Good to see from him individually, but the bigger questions are what the hell is going on right now with Karmine Corp.
I'm seeing a number on the left side screen as well. Screen brought down to 500 here. I'm praying to God. Now that Heretics hit match point. Okay, yeah, he's got no flashes. It's little things like that creeping back in that's been evident throughout this map. I mean, no command here. They're just not going to rely on a utility, throw forward and hope that somebody can find the trade, get him rezzed. But yeah, this has not been a good showing so far from Karmine Corp. I think that's very fair to say, given the standard we saw previously.
And half the map has now been somewhat cut off here. Not easy for Avova. This actually will force his hand a little bit. And there is intent behind this. Wingman doing the bit. Wait, where is Avova? Where the hell is Avova? Someone deal with this man! He gets just left unchecked. He can't get away from it, but he's done damage on the way. Slows it down. Look at the rotations. Already 2 players in here. Res going to come up. They'll be back up to 4.
They burned the cove to get the res. Obviously, Shin's dead, but now that comfort of the plant and Zeke coming through on the flank. Severa luckily will trade that.
Yeah, but with 2 HP. The walking wounded here. Scream 37, Nevera too. XMS is the only really healthy player here, burning so much utility. Scream still has a little bit, as does Nevera, but that's about it. The other side sitting pretty, and Kellogg still with that operator. They're expecting a rotation. They were considering it's going to be A. It's not.
No, the problem is they need a kill because they haven't got the cove to secure the plant, and there's no flashes. Yes, they can throw a knife and hopefully figure out where Boo is playing, but...
There's the wall.
30
Boo's still got mollies.
What does Boo do, though? He's been suppressed, so
Spike planted.
can't at least deny this. And the support system was way off.
I mean,
There
they
is
get
a
away
plan.
with murder getting that.
Yeah, but next one being here. Okay, turret was still in place. That's great. That's identified that position. He might have to redirect towards middle. Looks like that's the case. See if he can clear towards yellow. Hey, actually, Kelch just found XMS over by yellow. I thought he was sitting a little bit safer for that. Absolutely not vulnerable. And now the last two players were the wounded ones. Oh, great shot from Nevera. Sitting on the defuse, though, is Boo, and he's not going to get off this one. He's going to sit this one out if he has to. No one stopped him. Oh, he's done it in the final seconds there. Heretics looking like a cut above in this game. Exploiting, punishing all of those issues we saw creeping up a little in that first series. Sadly, none of those benefits we saw coming out from Karmine Corp following up.
Yeah, I really want to look at this as Heretics doing their homework, because the approach here in a number of different rounds on some of these dry, no contact plants that are coming through, Heretics know exactly how to play it. And punishing Karmine Corp for being so reliant on this. The other day, a number of very, very telegraphed intentions from Karmine Corp ripped away by Heretics.
And credit to Heretics for being the team to really highlight all of that, right? Like finding all of that space, identifying all of those issues. Kellogg's having a wonderful series on top.
Absolutely.
Well, the first half from him, that was out of this world. But it really was just tailor-made poison almost. Everything we highlighted really coming through here. Worries galore, but it's not just for us to discuss. That will also be the desk, so do stick around to hear their thoughts.
Nice! Let's go! Nice! Come on! Let's go, guys! Let's go! See how much we look at the space. Nice! 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 Let's go! Nice! Nice!
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Heretics, they are on the board. What a dominant map win from them against Gekko. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back here with Cougar and Lothar. They couldn't win a game, a lock-in. They didn't win last week, and they finally won a map. And they did good in doing so, Cougar.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, I feel like it had been a very long time since I saw an Avova that is comfortable playing, which makes me really happy. I think that we could see two key things. One is the fact that they knew there was going to be a Gekko on the other side, and we saw them shooting at every single piece of utility that they were using, and definitely also that they were taking advantage and pride into having that jet and using the extra mobility for even chasing even further down when they were on the attack.
What I also liked about them is that I think the calling was actually unified in this match, because last time we were watching them, it felt like the team was completely disjointed. They had everyone had a little bit of a different idea how to progress with the round. Here you have seen that the team was always on the same page. There was no really awkward lurks happening at the same time where the team didn't do any executes. We've seen the Mixwell plant on the 20 HP on the B side when the other players were taking A control. Those were pretty very high risky plays, but they were coordinated, and I like that. This is a good sign for this team.
And it's also not like a back and forth. They're chaining rounds together.
Yes.
They chain so many rounds together, and this is just a dominant, good performance.
I think it's also they expected some kind of adaptation coming from the other side, so they threw a little bit of everything in the mix, and they tried to run with the game and not only learn for this one and win this one, but also for the future. They knew how much space they wanted to take, how deep they wanted to go, and they just kept swapping things around, so K-Corp was not able to feel comfortable. I mean, in the end, 5 rounds, 2 of them has been a pistol, and the one after, it sends a very clear message of I knew exactly what you were going to do.
And also, they were actually down on first bloods, because they only got 8 and Karmine Corp got 10. So it's actually pretty nice to see that they were able to go even from deficits, which is, well, fantastic, essentially.
Yeah. I think at Agent Select, we were trying to think where they were going to go, but they brought out the Harbor. Now, every time a team brings out a Harbor on Icebox, I feel like all of our brains are immediately like, DRX, are they going to do what DRX did? Now, let's take a look at some of the high tides that Mixwell was throwing. We saw a lot of variations. Cougar, talk me through these.
Yeah, exactly. So we can see some of them that are going to be cutting off backside, cutting off rafters, the entrance as well. They're all going to be different, and it's not only from the position that Mixwell is coming from, if it's going to be from the bottom, from the top, but obviously it's adapting to the movement. We know that you need a lot of reps to get this kind of walls properly, but it's better to do them fast and do them than to not do them at all. At some moments, even if you cannot get the perfect lineup, it's better to just go okay, with this, and then with time, I'm sure that he will get there. To me, the homework for Heretics for this map was done.
Well, Lothar, let's break some more of that high tide down.
Yeah, well, as Cougar said, it's better to do something than nothing.
Exactly.
Sometimes, because there are some question marks if sometimes the walls were done on purpose or not really. I'm gonna zoom in on the A. So on A, I know there's a little bit shaky because I'm doing this with my finger, but the blue lines that you see over here, the blue lines that you see over here are the ones done in the game by Mixwell. The red one is the perfect, quote-unquote, wall that we have seen during lock-in, for example, because the point of this wall is to make sure that the rafters is cut in half, so the players from the defending side cannot sneak behind it, cannot take control of rafters, and even if they try, there's a gun sticking out, or maybe his hand or leg, and they're gonna be shot through the wall, and not only that, they're gonna be slowed down. We have seen, though, a very nice push by Kellogg's with this wall over here, and that was pretty well done. I really liked it. It would made me think that this wall was done on purpose, the one over here in this spot, because it gave the space for the Jet to go through rafters and take the triple kill on that spot. Now, one more thing. On the B side, though, they were actually well executed. The walls on the B side, they gave the space that was needed. They also there was a purpose in pushing into Snowman, which was very nice to see. But one thing I didn't like to see, and that's a completely different topic, but look at the heat map. This is attacking side of Heretics. Not a single thing was done through
Mid.
mid. Like, there's a little bit of like some clouds over there, maybe one person here and there. Maxwell was once like wrapping around it, but in general, the fact that I'm gonna finish this up, but in general, the fact is with Icebox, I don't think the map is getting quote-unquote boring because of the map construction, but because of teams that are not taking the space where they can, and they fully ignore mid.
I mean, of course, the mid issue is not only an issue here. We have it in some other maps because of the early pressure and because of the, you know, you cannot have that much security, and the information sometimes is not as valuable or lasts as long as if you get it into a full site. But I have to say, even if some of the walls were wrong, we were talking before this match started between the comparison between Scream and Mixwell. To me, this is a Mixwell that is actually feeling comfortable on a new agent that he's playing. I have not seen that when he was playing Cypher. When he started playing Sky, he wasn't comfortable either. Right now, I think that he knows at least what he wants to do, and I think that with time he'll get there.
Well, hopefully that carries on over to Split as well. The second map we're going to see today, Gekko, they have a chance to come back on this. We've seen their Split already. You two were really big fans of some of the Gekko stuff they were doing around there. But for Heretics, we still haven't seen them play this.
Exactly. So, of course, it's going to have a lot of questions. We don't know how the pieces are going to be fitting, if they're going to go maybe for a double duelist, if they're going to go double controller, just as we saw in this map, obviously swapping something around. The big question for me is, let's assume that K-Corp is going to keep their composition, right? Heretics was insanely prepared for that icebox. They knew exactly what to do against it, and probably they could theorize on the video that this was going to be the second map. Now, are they prepared? Are they ready for what's coming? Has K-Corp screwed up in the video?
Very hard to say, as we don't know Heretics what they will be doing, right? So I wouldn't assume so that they screwed up, but at the same time, for Heretics, I feel like they cannot sacrifice time to counter a specific composition from the opponents in this case, and they have to just prepare something that will work long term for them on this map, right?
Or do they just run it back with Harbor? Do they just run it back? It worked for them. Mixwell, like you said, is comfortable. Is that the recipe for success?
And maybe not the Harbor, because that's like a special. I think that, for example, Astra would be stronger. But I disagree with Lothar, just because I think that Heretics needs this win, and they need to do anything that's on their power to get this win, because as we were saying, not a single win yet this year. The games are only going to be getting harder and harder for them, and they need to experience what it is to win. It is true, but it is true. It's a new roster, and then.
I mean, how many days passed since Karmine Corp Split was being played? 2 days, right, or something?
Yes.
It would be unrealistic to say that, oh, we tailored this composition to
No, I don't mean the
Karmine's
composition,
Corp
but yes, the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, game plan, yes, 100% that has to be done, but like building a composition that counters Karmine Corp would be unrealistic in this time frame.
Well, how much do we read into that last K-Corp game? Because, you know, for the BBL game, you said there were some circumstances maybe that skewed how the results came out, how the things were done and how they played. But it was the same for K-Corp, right? They were in the same position, but they still closed it out. Are you expecting maybe a cleaner split this time around?
I mean, the thing is that Heretics has decided that they're going to be starting on the defense, and it was the attack and all that Gekko utility that was so well played that maybe they won't be able to replicate. We were talking about the mid control on the clips, but also, of course, I couldn't show all the clips because we would have been here for a very long time. But Shin is always going to be there to help Scream, and Scream himself is already a threat, especially when he's on the race. You know, where he was just chilling here with the KO on Icebox. But of course, if he's going to have the team creating all that space for him to shine, that is what Heretics needs to focus on first.
Yeah, well, the one thing that I want to mention, because with the Shen utility that he's using so often to gather the space, little by little, it's going to slow down the team. And that is a pure information for the opponents how to approach the playstyle.
Then they also need to read into that. They need to read into Heretics reading into that and change the tempo.
Yeah.
That's the brain game, though. That's when we get to that brain game. But Heretics, they've won a map. The first map they've won so far this year. And Kellogg's looks like he means business right now as he is warming up in Aim Labs. Again, we keep showing players that don't really need to warm up. But maybe this was the secret. You know, give me some IGLs. I want to see what the IGLs are doing on Aim Labs.
Thank God he's warming up on Pearl.
I think we want to show up a little bit all of the maps. So yeah, the last barrel wasn't pretty. We know that Kellogg's needed the confidence, the trust, and I think that on this first map, you know, it's pretty good.
I mean, he is, despite them not winning any maps until today, I feel like even a Lockian, he's been doing his job.
Yeah, he was pretty consistent, even though the results were, let's say, not great. The Kellogg stats were always like, well, at least the bare minimum was achieved. Although, you have to say that stats are not everything, and the way that he was overheating is still a problem, and that was a problem last year as well. And that was a problem in G2 as well, right? So that's one of the main issues that has to be tackled, and that's on head of Zeke. Like, Zeke as an IGL has to put the leash on the players, has to keep them in check, play together. And on Icebox, I was pretty happy with the progress that I have seen.
Yeah, the way to combat all these things is to establish protocols. Now with Zeke here, that is the next thing that they need to focus on to keep growing as a team.
Well, let's see if they can get not just a map win, but a series win here under the leadership of Zeke. Here is Agent Select. We've
meditating.
We've seen Gekko play already, but let's see what Heretics are going to whip out here.
So he's literally thinking, going through every
I think he just was sleeping, you know? It's just like,
and he's like, oh,
2 minutes.
Cypher.
Okay.
Mixwell on Sage.
Zeke on the raise, I love it.
They're going classic.
The last time I remember Mixwell playing Sage on Split, it looked very uncomfortable.
Oh, it's a double duelist.
Double duelist, no initiator. Just a Vova with that paranoia to help out Zeke and Kellogg's.
I mean, we've seen this before, yeah.
Yeah, the problem of that composition is that the only support utility that you have in that composition is essentially paranoia.
Yeah.
That's it. What do you do? How do you help the Jet in the race? You just paranoia and forget them.
Well, we'll see how it's going to work in due course, because it's time to jump into map 2 with Pansy and Hypok.
Yeah, thank you. And now seeing Split coming up here, Mike, where has this put you? Does this give you enough confidence from what we saw just not too many hours ago, really, to get behind Karmine Corp? Is there enough that you saw there, or are you worried from map 1 still? Where does this lay for you?
If we had started on Split, we'd be having a very different conversation now. I got to say that we're back to just being very concerned. At least I am.
That's fair.
We saw lots of positives. Obviously, we were noting the adaptation of this composition and how good it looked in some of the retakes, some of the set pieces, which has been the buzzword for Karmine Corp.
Yep.
Wasn't realized at all on Icebox. And it looks as if Heretics done the homework. They came to it. They knew what Karmine Corp were trying to achieve with these sorts of compositions, and they absolutely shut it down. Like I said, in terms of the utility and the over-reliance on Karmine Corp, Heretics then had the upper hand in terms of, okay, cool, you've burned that up. Now we can actually re-hit site. Not post-plant, literally ahead of the spike being planted with all this utility that you guys just got to dry swing through. That then transcends into the conversation we're having around the purchases for Karmine Corp, and it kind of goes from there. There's very few positives really when you look at that from I guess a top-down perspective, and then come into Split and think, yeah, can they do what they did the other day? Well, they didn't on Icebox.
Yeah, has it demoralized them? Has it taken that confidence away? Has it taken all of those incredibly good factors that we were excited about and made them near on irrelevant? Shot a peek from Mixwell there.
Hey.
Should have spotted a whole lot.
A dusting of Copium. Scream looked great on the race the other day.
He did, sure. We take that. We'll see.
8-1, 8-2 or something on opening engagements on Split.
Very nice.
And he became kind of the pivotal member of Karmine Corp when we're asking that question, who's going to go forward in these sorts of compositions? Scream definitely took up the mantle in that regard.
He's going to need some of that here, though. Already Heretics stamping their authority on map 1. Let's see if Mixwell can Mixwell's lucky to be alive here, quite genuinely. Had the slow in hand, a little bit behind the curve.
Avova wasn't looking this way either.
There. They're a little lost in this, and Scream might actually be able to punish this. Still sitting around close by. Let's see who's the victor on this one. Yeah, very cautious battle, but you can see the rest of the team leaning towards that A site. There is still presence on this side, though. Zeke is here, as is Kellogg's. This is unguarded, and that paint shell could be really nasty. It is. Scream's gone down, and there's the crunch. Mixwell working through middle, finding all that impact, and they're still holding. That's the Zeke you want to see, firing up. Good damage towards XMS2. Leaves him just on 20 HP. These last two players, Nuziera and XMS, way considered. Position noted. Heretics carrying on from map 1.
clean start. You could argue if they get the kill on Mixwell, that's kind of the catalyst to explode into some kind of site commitment, but Karmine Corp unfortunately not achieving anything off this early push and pull. Vent control obtained very early on. Not really anybody outside of Heretics even giving an opportunity to punish that. Timing on the split, a little off kilter. You want some pressure coming in as those Vents players take contact in heaven.
Yes.
Shadows traveling.
So now, coming back through, let's also keep our eyes on how they manage that money if that does become another factor, right? Do we see them in that similar predicament prior? Lack of utility going forward, any of that sort of business? As it stands, Sheriff's coming out in a frenzy. Kellogg's got to be careful. Man, he is quick today. Deny Scream, any of that walkabout potentially had before, trying to find that timing on Mixwell, who's also waiting just in the wings. This was meant to be a 3-2 split. The spike is still all the way back by Sushi. Paranoia sent and Avova just going through the protocol list, trying to be that rock of the B site. Kellogg's might get curious again.
Should be rewarded for it as well. Absolutely is. We'll find XMS. Desperate to find something else as well, looking to get some early charge towards that Blade Storm. Mixwell next on the chopping block here. Rivera entertaining the idea.
Okay, handles it well.
Fault line again, just a little off.
And Avova's been just running through the timing on this.
30 seconds left.
He will be challenged though. Dizzy going to go over. Oh, he's just ahead of it. Avova, lovely play. That's the man you want to be seeing. Safe pair of hands. Not overstepping, not over-peaking, finding that timing just right. Yeah, lovely work. Kellogg's doing fair amount of damage there. Get himself up towards the Blade Storm as soon as he can, but didn't have that big pistol round. So again, making the most of it here in the second. We do see the buy coming in for Karmine Corp. So they will be up on those rifles, and what remains isn't a great deal for Heretics. They did have the Bulldog there on Zeke, but beyond that, I'm pretty sure it is just going to be Spectres, and yes, just the Sheriff coming out for Kellogg. So if there was going to be around to see the response, should be now. Scream off to a good start, though, going to find Zeke as a beginner.
I have the spike.
No, unable to really answer back from that opening engagement either. Heretics have to respect it, peel away. First time we haven't seen Mixwell invest this wall early, a late wall towards Mail here. And might even preemptively rotate towards A. And lots of time left with no progress on the side of Karmine Corp. I don't see anybody going for any sort of pressure towards A just yet. Obviously with, I mean, this composition, you could argue, fairly vintage from Heretics, and early on at least Mixwell playing Sage like it's 2020 again, but again to deny this pressure towards Vents, or at least just slow things down.
This is going to be quite frustrating, I'm sure, for Heretics. They are on the wrong site here. Correct one for Karmine Corp.
Yeah, which is interesting because obviously Boo's set up over there with his util. There's no cam actually on B side to confirm, but
yeah,
interesting to see actually on the back of the wall, Heretics just all in towards this A stack.
I kind of expected of over, maybe even just to sit a little bit deeper CT or you know, kind of play somewhere nearby, but no, he completely gave up the site this time. And it will facilitate the plant for Karmine Corp. So they are 5 strong. Get to sit in a nice, comfortable post plant as well. Mostly sitting towards B main. No one kind of readdressing Heaven. Maybe not sure on the time if they could.
Bit of utility to work with here for Heretics, though. Paranoia being the key piece.
Yeah, tricky to get that first pick, though.
Yeah. I mean, you want to see Avova coming through the spawn here, if anything, to make use of it, but Kellogg's has found Scream all the way down in Sushi. That's an upgrade, and might even be able to police this in towards Garage. Yeah, he's found another one.
Okay, this is going to deal great deals of damage to them. This will cost them on the weaponry. You can't really back away from this, and Kellogg's wants to punish if he can. They are cowering in the corner. They're going to put bodies behind this. Navarra going to deny Boo. How many of them can keep hold of this? Kellogg's is still hunting this out one. 3 players. Doesn't get any more. Okay, they keep 3 of the rifles. Not bad by any means. That's enough that they can build around it now, but the buy's going to hit for Heretics.
Very early purchase of the operator as well from Kellogg's. Maybe that's the second layer to this mid setup.
Here.
Behind Mixwell's wall, as I'm saying that, 4 members of Heretics. Again, Boo just going to place a trip
This is gonna be fun.
and head back over. Really seen Karmine Corp, other than that pistol round where we're looking for a late split from A main. Haven't seen heavy presence here from them.
No, look at the pace change. Scream quick to take Invent's control. There was no indicator that potentially Kellogg's was there. This time taking the space somewhat for free. Yes, on the other side, there is, of course, going to be players watching this, but again, thought maybe there'd be a challenge in that. Not the case.
I think we're free towards A though. Can give up that ropes position. It does actually take contact on Scream. Any information behind it though, but Zeke was rewarded with a paint shell kill here previously.
The patient on Kellogg's to hold this deep of an angle is very
Progress
impressive.
outside B as well.
And it's pretty wide. It's adding fate into Kellogg's to hold this. You feel that attention coming through middle as well. You're feeling that crunch coming out. The paranoia is great! Heretics completely aware. Perfect play from Heretics. Ready like a book. The proactive play on B. The attention to detail from Kellogg's to hold that A push coming in. Just gorgeous. And Nuzera just trying to hold on to this. Yeah, he's dead. That's going to be the operator back in hand. Shouldn't be a problem on that front by any means. And Heretics showing they have the answer.
I guess a massive indicator. As soon as this fault line comes through again, Zeke knows that pressure's coming. He knows that that pop from ropes is going to happen. He's rewarded once again for a paint shell kill. Just placed at the top there. And it splits them perfectly as well. Screams ahead of it. You see, as soon as this fault line comes. And the response there from a Rover actually, the kill and the paranoia. And this time around, Kellogg's is rewarded. Like I said, presence hasn't been there early round.
No.
But Kellogg's posts up on it with the operator. Beautiful read from Heretics.
Very nice.
You did good.
Now, what's the adjustment? This time, Kellogg's is willing to challenge. Wall vulnerable, gone. Now he gets to patrol middle. Did have a big challenge from Scream before.
She's swinging the smoke.
Surely not. I mean, Shin has been going through using Dizzy to clear this, constantly trying to push Kellogg's away. There are 3 players here. That smoke's going to drop relatively soon. And he goes back to work, Kellogg's. No rest for the wicked for this man. Does he fancy a double dip on this? He kind of does. Oh, and Shin could be in trouble here. Okay, smoke to maybe get him out of there. Nivera, 1 HP. That is a very scary boombot at that point. Wingman gonna go in to try and force back any player, and they have taken that space now.
I got you, I got you.
I mean, it's like, what do they achieve on the back of that initial
They're
smoke?
down to 35
They're
here.
just stood behind it, hoping somebody's gonna overstep the mark, and Mixwell here punished. But probably doing just that. You can see the death marker all the way deep in male, as Kellogg's has completely given up.
This is going to be so late. Mike, it's going to be 20 seconds by the time you get out
Yeah, I mean,
of
it's
sewers.
not going to have a big impact here. Wonder if Nuzera is going to post the same fault line.
Here we go. Kellogg's still paranoid about those ropes, and rightly so. He sees at least one more. Does he know the player from heaven? Avova seems unaware of the potential. If Kellogg's turns, Shin's dead. Kellogg's is carrying on where he left off, and Avova just rock solid as ever. XMS, yes, that Sheriff does look good on occasion, but it does not change the outcome of the round. Heretics once again equipped with the answers.
What's even worse is they don't kill XMS. So he's stuck with the Sheriff now. Oh, that's tough. Beautiful round once again, though, from Heretics in terms of the adjustments, in terms of backing away, forcing the hand of Karmine Corp late on in the round. And yeah, I've seen it. I've noted it a couple of times on the player cams. I think they know themselves that this is very different to what they brought to this stage earlier on this week. I get even from our side, yeah, it's disappointing to see them not live up to that again, but is this Heretics just catching them off guard? Did they have low expectations of their opponent today?
It's really hard to figure it out. I mean, this is the first real week here in VCT EMEA, just to try and really get a kind of grasp on how these teams actually match up, how they've adapted, how they've changed. And some real highs and lows coming through here, but a lot of weight on that man's shoulders. Trying to take on a lot in front of him. Not an easy game at all, but as I said, you look at those previous results, they looked so telling going forward, and already the script's been completely flipped. When we look about overall expectations for someone like Karmine Corp or Heretics, you put Heretics pretty high up on where you'd imagine they should be aiming towards.
I mean, we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago, just ahead of this season starting.
Yep.
On paper, this Heretics team is one you put towards probably a contender for that final spot in EMEA.
Potentially, yeah.
Again, very top-heavy with what we've seen recently.
Yes.
In terms of how we rank EMEA, but if we get like 80%, 90% of over evolved, Zeke back to that world champion form, Mixwell back to, you know, early days, Kellogg's firing on all cylinders, Boo delivering in this role. Heretics is a scary team.
They really are. It's just trying to implement all those pieces at the right time. Now, this is a nice adjustment here. Now, he's being tempted to kind of peek in. I don't expect him to be patient. I really thought he might just sit on that after all that attention, knowing that flank was probably in place when they went for that A piece.
Where was Nuzera's? I didn't even clock on the minimap, but double swing that if you've got a second body.
See, missed time, but Kellogg's under scrutiny. Does have to fall away from this as Avova's still dealing with that B main potential pressure. And even it is just Sheriffs and a mixed bag buy of those rifles to boot, it's still threatening.
It's a force though. Scream's
Yes,
force
it
down
is.
to 550.
Of course he did. Why wouldn't you, Michael? Because he'll hit this shot and win.
Yeah, and then get a showstopper. And
30 seconds
and you're
left.
the idiot.
Yeah.
How dare you doubt our Lord and Savior Scream? Well, let's find out. Oh, this time you're wrong. Kellogg's is right. He does get out of there in time as well. And actually, Avova unaffected by this.
Avova's still got paranoia as well.
And does get over one, though. Shin finds the right time to dip through on rafters and gets the punish. 10 seconds, though. This gets a little bit scary.
What?
Come on! Kellogg's is Joe, and it's just a flying in on their bodies. No mercy. This is filthy work.
Yeah, unfortunately, early on, there's very few positives to take away for Karmine Corp. Nothing really for them to build
there was
upon.
no second swing there. There was no other body.
I don't know exactly where Nuzera was, but there's no need for Nuvera to be swinging that early.
It's which way, who made the error? Is like, where was the support or where? Oh, Michael, what are you seeing?
Thrifty, Screeko,
A Screeko.
thingy that they like doing. There's ults here as well, though.
They are. They've
There you
got
go.
plenty of ults, Mike. Here we
Yeah.
are. We've got almost everything ready to go. Nuzera, yeah, okay, you don't have his. That's a bit of an issue. But everything else is there. Now, other side, Zeke's got his, and I think Avova's got his as well. Mixwell one away from the res, but again, here we go. Kellogg straight away removes one
The
of those
showstopper as well.
instrumental ults from the board. And this variety from Kellogg's, we've seen him patrolling middle now. We've seen a little bit of attention over towards A. He is absolutely omnipresent and a big problem. Needs to be careful here. There's a lot of players pouring up towards ramp, and he is alone. Supports over towards CT or towards Pillar. Yeah, he's got to back away from this. Kellogg's was about to get crunched on. Does just about make it away. But they're closing that gap and quick. Almost. He's retaking the space. The audacity on this man.
I mean, he's 12 and 3. Can just keep swinging.
And Zeke still got Nuvera. Okay, Zeke went down in the meantime, a little bit wild for my taste. But it's kind of messy. This is looking more like deathmatch between these two. XMS slips through. They have some access towards A, but Avova. Ah, the timing! Oh my God, what?
What?
Come off it. How's he getting XMS in that? He's backpedaling away? Shouldn't have happened, but it does. And now the two remaining. We've got Nuzera and Shin.
Spike planted.
Spike's down, finally something on their side, but they're outnumbered, and Mixwell's clearing quickly. Starting to step through, big punish, Shin's gone down, and Nuzera does get one back. Oh, but Kellogg's quick to it. He is not letting them get away for a second. Hand on the throat, Kellogg's is absolutely unrelenting this game.
And the peel away from that opening engagement as well. Kellogg's finds the kill. I think even Avova actually shooting a little bit of utility out of the sky there to enable him to find it. And immediately you see Heretics drift back into a much deeper hold. They want to force the hand of Karmine Corp.
How did he get XMS? I still don't know. Oh.
This is looking so much better from Heretics. In terms of these setups, in terms of the decisions being made. Whether or not that does fall towards Prep or towards Zeke, absolutely calling a great game of VALORANT here. Nevera's bought. It's just continuing. Yes, showstopper here, but unless Nevera's going to find anything out, obviously a pivotal role here on the Cypher to have that utility available for these buy rounds.
He is feeling audacious today.
I'm still talking. I'm thinking there's no way he's peeking that.
Oh, he's peeking that. He's peeking just about everything. And they put everything in just to clear that area out, including the kitchen sink, and he's still daring to double dip. Looks like a B end. Divide's going to go up. Kellogg's is going to get ahead of that. Yeah, of course.
He was almost on for that
close.
as well.
That was real damn close. Screen. How far are you willing to go for this? There is Zeke backside. And it's got him. Okay, Zeke cleared. That's great. And actually, Mixwell going down. All right, this is much better. 5v3. Took a lot to get there. A couple of these ults finally coming in. XMS needs to be careful. Now going to see potentially two bodies crest that corner up towards heaven. Just about having the timing here to invest that utility. And actually, Boo's got him. Got him from CT. Trade for Shin. Down to Avova and Kellogg's. Shin's read it really well off that utility. Avova wanted to check off the back of the paranoia, but no. Kellogg's deciding time to back away. Operator, keep it in hand.
Protect the KD. This is how he plays when he's plus 10. I'm fine with it. Doesn't even really need to save here, but no. Again, not feasible. I want to potentially give away one towards the Rolling Thunder. One more to Shin, who actually only needs one for the ultimate in the next. We'll get their second. Maybe just catching Heretics off guard a little bit here. So that confidence brimming from some of these plays being made now by Heretics. Again, tangible. Wow, what a Karmine Corp really bring into some of these approaches. Nevera actually still stuck on that Guardian. And Luzera actually bringing the Spectre across.
Oh. They made it kind of work before. Scream though, it took a lot. And it's XMS to go down. This is the fight over towards B. Again, they're winning on both extremities.
Yeah.
Both sides of the map. You could not ask for a better start if you're a defending side. You've just had the dream beginning.
But it kind of is though. It's a solo challenge on both sides. Limp-wristed, no util to really enable Karmine Corp to win either duel.
It's the intention behind utility. Kellogg's disrespecting it, playing in front of it. He's going back again. Shin this time will punish him for that overstep, but it is still a 4v2, so it's going to need something miraculous from Nevera here. And he's missed the timing.
Oh my
God,
God,
see the
Zeke
barrel?
got up. He's heard it. He's heard it now.
Well, yeah, turns around. Zeke can dip back away towards this. And there's not a % chance in the world Nevera return. No. Feels like the world's out against you when those moments happen, so it's all on Shin. Does get the first. Needs 3 more. Gonna pop the mosh pit down just to give himself a couple of safe seconds. Position still gonna be considered off the back of that boom bot.
30 seconds left.
And it's gonna be Zeke on the case. Timing, yeah, shoulder peeks, spots him. Knows where he's heading. Don't know if Boo can beat him to this. Might beat him to the cross. Yeah, he absolutely has. Shin, there's nothing here. He's really struggling to make it out. All that late round utility coming into effect, trying to make it across. He's been spotted the whole way through. Feeling like someone's watching you for bullets. He's out of them. Time for a reload, but the map's getting smaller and smaller. 5 seconds. He's just a victim. He's left there behind the pillar.
Great discipline from Boo as well.
Yep.
Just to wait that out.
Didn't feel the need to do it all himself. Waits for the boys.
Another round where they're just desperately trying to increase the pressure. Actually, yeah, with the paranoia. I didn't even spot this on the minimap ahead. Beautiful setup from Avova to isolate that kill. These are the things now. Heretics can start just pulling out some of these, I don't want to say random, but...
Well, they can throw in a dash of aggression,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, unpredictable plays.
And here's a little bit of a switch up again. Kellogg's different peak this time. Eventually does back away because the boombot does temper some of that early potential.
You see he's digging deeper and deeper now with this operator though.
He's
and that's
so much util.
terrifying.
Did Zeke hear those steps? He must, yeah, there's 2 players up towards heaven. They absolutely know at least one of them's Nevera for sure. Ooh, the spam's real close. XMS Lucky to keep his life, 82 HP, but everyone knows what's coming their way. Nothing.
Blocks the
ultimate. Oh dear. Fortunately, what we picked up on benefit, there it is. But again, look how small the map is getting. You already have a flank coming in Zeke.
Zeke's all the way into
lingering
sewers.
Through sewers. And now Kellogg's is on the case. Hello and goodbye, Shin. Gonna lose life. Kellogg's with another peek. Note screen. Crossing to the right side. Already ready for it. Kellogg's is such a monster to play against. And again, remember that flank? Here it is. Nuzera does win the fight. That's one small benefit. But you can't really back away from this now. Do you maybe try and run through from vents? Get out of there? Kellogg's,
oh my
again,
God.
Almost over-aggressing here. Running them ragged.
Gets Nuvera down to 20 though. Avova still committed towards this B-hole just in case the audible comes through. Karmine Corp don't know what to do. There's 10 seconds left. There's not enough time for this.
There isn't enough time. Even if they run and don't stop, I don't think they've even got enough time for the plant here. Avova just needs to sit and stay safe. Yeah, no chance of the plant now. Left it way too late. The clock is their biggest hit. Boo better not die. Boo, you better just live.
And this is the sort of thing, it's so obvious in some of these rounds. Heretics are like, let's just apply a little pressure and make them sweat. And they completely overthink this round. Karmine Corp have achieved nothing in the first minute and 15 seconds. And the fact that it's someone like Nuzera that's there to pick up the flank, you haven't got that utility on the front line.
No.
It's excruciating Valorant to watch.
It is.
Beautiful on one side.
Stunning, but again, it's from faults as well. But another switch up. Kellogg's here. Not going for that same mid play. This does allow Scream a little bit more room to work. Wingman just waddling about. Deeper wall as well. Just going to give up middle.
And the read now is that, yeah, Karmine Corp didn't really know what to do with the round. They got A heaven control, so let's stack B, because they're probably just going to...
They'll go back to that, probably won't they?
Yeah, they're going to bite the bullet. They'll just try and exec B.
Probably why there's 4 players here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could still win the fights, though, obviously.
I'm worried. Nuzera cannot die here.
Yeah, that's
Spike is still back in spawn.
Kellogg's has been pretty good for these two. Mixwell does get seen. Okay, now that position, how much damage can he do? A good amount of chip damage, sure, but he does lose his life for it, so that's the first step towards B. But again, if Kellogg's finds this one player, the plan goes to all hell. Now 2. Do they util? No util to force him off this angle particularly.
Now Shin's got the spike and he's
Oh, he's everywhere! He's everywhere at once, and Zeke, a knife in the back. They read it like a book, Mike. You said it, and they've shown you exactly as to why. Shin can go sit and spawn for 20 seconds if he wants to. Nothing else to do here.
Yeah. Rub salt in the wounds. The neural theft to confirm that Shin just cowering away. And they want to remove this rifle.
Oh, yeah.
They went out of this.
Yeah, Z came far. He's trying it. Oh my God, Shin, all right. Yeah, he fought for that rifle. He gets to keep it. But a 9-2, how much difference can it make?
Yeah, just very little going right for Karmine Corp. Even in these scenarios where, you throw it up to a 50-50. Somebody's taking a 50-50 challenge that maybe is a 1-for-1, but all of them going in favor of Heretics. And this is the first time Karmine Corp actually stack up as 4 to prioritize an area of the map, and they just get dismantled.
Right there.
Beautiful read from Heretics. Like I said, they know what Karmine Corp couldn't achieve with full A heaven control, and they're like, they're gonna roll the dice now, try B.
And you can't get away from him.
No.
He knows it too. He's just running through this map like a fire through a forest. He can't be stopped. He is just spreading everywhere. Again, more impact. Second this round. You just can't get away from him. No matter what, 20
perfectly for
already.
Mixwell as well.
Yeah, and here we go. Just like Zeke was in that prior round. The push and the pull from this. He gets over-aggressive, and does he get rewarded? Slipping through the smoke. He's looking for it, trying to find it. Does get challenged down. Scream got him, but Boo got the trade. So even with that one bit of damage, it feels like the whole round you're just trying to find Kellogg's, let alone get the round win. Nuzera does bulldoze it through Mixwell.
He was thinking about going back there.
I wouldn't. Okay, Nuzera. 47 HP and a bit of a dream hit. 35 seconds to work with. He'd love a pick, but he's going to have to take so long to try and get it. I don't think you get that.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're wise to it. They're so wise to it. And now he's got less time to work with.
Look at the stages around here. Avova's not used a single piece of utility either. And this is the lack of pressure as a byproduct of Kellogg's early round aggression.
He's so paranoid. He is so paranoid that someone will be so nearby. He's tried to run through his utility and is slowly closing in. Nuzera none the wiser as to Avova's position. And oh, as the paranoia hits, he falls to the knees. This has been an outstanding half from Heretics. Absolutely outclassing Karmine Corp here.
An element of feast or famine coming to light here for Scream as well. Barely a peep out of him on this attacking half. And again, it's tough actually because a lot of this you don't want to pin on Karmine Corp. Heretics are just playing a very, very well-rounded, structured game of Split here. Same could be said about Icebox as well. The game plan's there and it's executed perfectly every single time. Kellogg's firing on all cylinders.
And it's just what he's allowing them to do. You saw Zeke make the most of it, Mixwell make the most of it. They're so hell-bent on trying to deal with him, and rightly so. I mean, the man is just a fiend at this point that by the time they get him down, by the time they remove him away from it, everyone else is surrounded them. They have no position available to them. Again, yeah, this is the Heretics we've been waiting to see a little bit here. It feels like a long time in the making, potentially, and if this can continue, fantastic. But sadly, on the other side, where are the answers? Well, where's that adjustment? Where's that tack timeout to try and adjust?
I was just about to say the same thing we said the other night. Actually, now if this is the standard being set, and this is exactly how I pitched Karmine Corp's performance the other night. If this is now the standard set for Heretics, then hey, they're actually back in the contender talk. This is a very, very promising thing if you're a Heretics fan. They can get back on the same page, and some of these players can actually realize some of their potential.
Yeah, we've always, you can look at them as individual parts and see the potential. It's, okay, well, let's find it as 5, because that's what's been missing. It felt with a couple of these players on different iterations of this roster had never quite synergized well enough together. You've seen the, the spacing and everything else, and all the other kind of fundamental issues plagued them in the past. We've been waiting to see, can Kellogg's really fit into that roster? Can they really prop them up in the right way? Does everyone else start delivering in the right manner? Actually looking like that could be the case here.
Dude, we are all over the place in terms of EMEA this week.
Mate,
without
I don't know
some
anything.
teams, but I feel like you can just completely throw out the notebook here because there's so many examples this week alone of teams just absolutely flopping, teams massively over-delivering, and then coming out and just showing a totally new face.
I mean, Fnatic almost lost today. Like, let's be honest.
Should have.
Yeah, should have.
I'll say it should have.
Which is wild. They are the current champions, right? Like, they hold the current title.
There's something in the water today.
It's a bit weird. Yeah, it's a bit bizarre. It's very hard to extrapolate kind of, pound for pound how these teams actually match up. But hopefully throughout the course of this season, we do get a better idea of that. That's what I'm hoping for, that we see how it shakes down.
Certainly, we come away from Locking, and there's that kind of tongue-in-cheek single elim. We didn't see him against a deeper pool of teams. There are a variety of teams. That's what we're looking for here.
Exactly.
With VCT this year.
Coming into those one-off tournaments, you can kind of come in with not necessarily something one-dimensional, but you can get away with a bit more. For now, Heretics on the attacking side, though, and off to what was meant to be a blistering start, but Navera's having none of it. Puts a stop to it quickly, and now looks for a further follow-up. He's not alone. Eximus here as well, but surrounded. And plenty of problems. Boost caught him through the smoke. And now you look for the rest. Nuzera can't hit a barn door. What's going on? Shin and Scream, can you save the day? What?
Well, initially looked great. The pathing from Zeke is perfect. The pathing from Kellogg's is perfect to create so much pressure. Kellogg's gets deleted. It doesn't even matter. That second wave completely rolling over Karmine Corp. Curious, yeah, I mean, this with how some of the buy rounds look for Karmine Corp, you'd argue this is probably a pretty comfortable purchase for them, but it's only going to be pistols coming into this.
How much armor is behind those pistols?
XMS and Scream have light shields, obviously.
Obviously.
So, I think kills dependent. They might not even get a rifle in the last.
All right. Let's see. Away we go again. Kellogg's.
Oh, conceal
Dead. Okay. XMS, Paranoia hits. It feels like rinse and
The
repeat.
paint shot's perfect.
It's very good. It was actually Mixwell to take him out of his misery more than anything. But Zeke, the follow-up, Divine. Step by step, taken through the side. But there is the unknown quantity of Navera. Yet to note this. Probably noting there is a Cypher nearby somewhere, but yeah, found. Mixwell just clearing through pillage diligently. Scream. All right, gets it over. Goes down. Okay. Need a bit more, though. Need 3 more, to be precise.
Spike planted.
What's Utah left to work with here? But Boo's still holding on to this position. He's going to re-challenge here. Got to be careful, actually. Unfortunately, Nuzera's not here. Maybe going to line this fault line in towards spawn to try and catch Boo, but no, Scream just going to take a stab at it.
Just going to walk down ramp.
Just going to take a swing.
And it's a miss. They both go down, and Heretics makes it 12. And it feels like a bit of a whimper here from Karmine Corp, rather than going out swinging. At least they get a rifle.
Wow.
Yep.
Because Scream got a kill.
Yep. Otherwise, Guardian.
Trying to actually do the math on the fly. A credit to Karmine Corp in that regard. They must have the numbers all figured out. Scream's like, I got to be good for one here. If I'm good for one, I'll get a rifle next round.
Yep.
Don't sweat it.
I got mine. I got mine. Don't worry. All right, good end on this one.
There's 2 Guardians.
It doesn't feel like a good purchase. But
oh my God.
And we go again back into the trenches of the A site. Nuzera's once again found Kellos. Kellos is having a terrible time trying to get towards the site. 2 back-to-back kills and no trade. Now Zeke somehow in their spawn though, which is a little bit worrying. And Mixwell's just found Scream. Hold on, that's one of the only rifles I think they had. So they are making it. Oh, good God. Okay, Zeke's gone down, but look at the spike. He is off towards B. They can find this out pretty quickly. That's fine.
Navera's 1 HP though.
Spike planted.
They got numbers.
Not sure when Mixwell's going to get this heal back either, but obviously that's a massive upgrade for him in a 2v3. But call it a 2v2. Navera barely breathing.
Yeah, he's just going to be taking the trip around the world all the way through spawn. May get there at some sort of relevant time, but for now...
This is actually terrible. If this hit comes through heaven, Mixwell can late lurk for this plan.
Last player.
Big kill.
With 1 HP, Navera gets him over down. And Mixwell decides to come back through on CT, but time. They need to get a move on still. If they're going to go for this cross, they need to go... Okay, thankfully, they hit the shot, but I was getting dangerously close to running out of time.
He's not got it.
What?
There's no time on the defuse, Lauren. That is about the best way to summarize that day for Karmine Corp. What the hell?
You know, sometimes you're at a loss of words because of something so incredible. It takes your breath away. And sometimes it's that.
Yeah, that's a... Let's go on. Let's forget that most of that's happened. Oh, if you're a Heretics fan, yeah.
You're loving
over
it.
the moon.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh dear. Yeah, for Karmine Corp fans, this one is that you're going to put aside and just not think about all the kind of worst fears imagined. For the other side, though, let's kind of look at the positives. Let's start here. Let's start with what we just saw from Heretics. I was worried from their game, from that loss to Foot. I was worried about what we were going to see because it wasn't a good loss. It wasn't like a close game.
No, the worst thing was that they looked how they played at lock-in as well. And that was the thing, you come away with an isolated result and you think, is that where they're at? Is that where we're at right now for Heretics? But today, massive upswing from actually Zeke. Kellogg's is going to get a lot of the credit for this series, but Zeke played fantastically today. Mixwell as well, somebody who we've criticized in the past of not having any shred of comfort that he's had in this massive journey through agents and compositions and
rosters.
Rosters, applications of what agents he's playing. Today looked very, very comfortable on Icebox, and even here rolling back to some of the early days of VALORANT, picking up that Sage on Split.
I'm going to be honest, didn't love the Sage as much in his hands, but on this map, I think he looked wonderfully. On Icebox, really liked what I was seeing. Honestly, the fact that they came so prepared.
Yeah.
that was what really took me back. Karmine Corp just looked like it was red.
In game, this looked great, but actually credit where credit's due for everybody behind this team as well of actually approaching this game in the right way. I think Karmine Corp probably thought they were going to have very similar value and success with what they achieved with this composition, particularly on Icebox the other day, and it just didn't happen.
No, it very stark contrast. It feels like the caliber's adjusting now. Teams are learning very quickly what's working and what's not. And this map, it was a whimper. It was something they're not going to want to particularly watch back, but probably should. It's on the monetary issues, some of the other issues really starting to show again. There was a bit of a shame for me because I thought we got past that point, but it feels like we're back there again.
Yeah, and again, we're in week 1. I'm not going to be in a position coming away from this week to write anybody off, but that definitely has got to be concerning for anybody looking back and going, hey, they've done so much work to address some of the issues we got, and then come to today and go, oh, they've forgotten.
Oh, there it goes. Hey, well, look, it was a glimmer of hope. But obviously it's a long season, so it's not all over yet for that side by any means. And if you want to watch a good post-plant, luckily, Sue and I believe actually Zeke's will be joining there as well, so don't miss that one. Do stick around for that, because that'll be coming up after the break.
Ah! Nice! Nice! Good song. Audi, this one. Nice! Let's go!
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another edition of Post Plant where we're gonna relax and have a chat about everything that happened today. I have Cougar and Lothar with me, and as you can see, Zeke from Team Heretics hot off a win we just saw. First of all, congratulations Zeke. Before we went on air you were like, it was a bit of a weird game. Can you elaborate what was weird about it?
I mean, it shouldn't have been that easy. Like, I don't know what happened. I mean, Kellogg's had a live game. Kellogg's absolute monster today. It was crazy. But we didn't expect, like, we obviously expected to win today, but like the way we won, well, that's why it feels like shocking to me when we won.
Get used to it. Maybe get a few more. Who knows? Who knows?
You said that you expected to win today, but what about earlier this week when you had your first match? I remember we showed an interview. Yeah. So tell us about the incident. What happened? Because Mixwell went on the Spanish broadcast and said that you knew exactly what was going to happen, that you knew the plan that your opponents had, but you just didn't come out to play. So what was the incident about?
I mean, so. Well, everything that could go wrong went wrong. I mean, like I had a cold before and my body was like really weak. I felt really bad. We had some like technical issues on the stage. I mean, that's 2 excuses, okay? Only 2 excuses, and the rest is us just being bad, like absolutely shambolic.
I mean, honestly, the past is in the past. We're never gonna bring it up ever again. But you mentioned Kellogg's. I want to show you some of his highlights. I don't know if you've caught everything that he did, and I know Lothar, you got a great stat about Kellogg's as well.
16 sniper kills just in this 15 rounds, so it's over 1 kill of a sniper per round.
I mean, I don't know. I was just sitting and like, Kellogg's, 1 dead, 2 dead, 3 dead. Like, I don't know. Okay, nice to play. It feels like the good old days, when I had when we've seen it like.
Yeah, I'm glad you compared him to Cena. I think we are going to bring up now, so you're gonna be able to see some of the crazy things that he was doing. How many of these kills did you actually manage to catch? Because it just felt like you said.
I remember I caught he went up the rafters and killed 3 with a 1 spray.
Yeah.
Oh, here I think it's this.
Yeah,
right? So I'm like just behind him and I hear him, guys, I'm going for it. And then like I'm behind him looking at him with my cross like I'm a cameraman. And then he just kills 3. I'm like, nice, Kellogg's. Good job. I was helpless. I just looked at the guy terminating my enemy team.
I love that. I love that. So let's talk a little bit more about this matchup. Of course, you knew that you were going to play against Gekko, but looking at the veto, they ended up playing both the maps that they played the other day. So how much was this in your favor? How much was this something that you calculated, and how much did you prepare to specifically play against that Gekko and the Harbor and everything else?
I mean, on Icebox we prepared very well against them. It was like we did a lot of work, to counter their playstyle, with the Gekko, the post-plant things. But on Split, not gonna lie, like we didn't do really much. We just played the game. We changed the comp like 3 days before. Because nothing was working, and we just did this.
You went back to basics.
Yeah, back to basics.
What's funny is that when we were watching the match, it actually looked like you guys were really prepared on Split, because you guys were playing very passive, which fits to what they're doing, because they're very slow, they're very methodic, they're running out of time because they're picking up the Gekko utility so much. So it literally looked like you guys adjusted very well to that.
Yeah, we definitely knew how to play against Gekko, and that gave us a huge favor. Like, I think we are talking a lot about Gekko. We wanted to counter Gekko specifically because it's a character that's, like, to me, is kind of one-dimensional.
Exactly.
Like in terms of, like, you need to always pick up the orb. So if he throws the flash, you just fight for it, and he cannot pick an orb. So he's basically without an util, and that's like his biggest strength, right? That he has like a rechargeable ability on every ability. But like the comp that we play on Split right now, that we play on this, it was just like it allows us to be like so free, and it's so easy to play. Like it's the easiest comp to play on Split, especially in defense.
I wanted to give one compliment to Budo, because he adjusted really well with his traps on A, because he knew that they're getting free vents control, like with the Gekko utility, and then he just swapped the traps towards Heaven deeper, and that was great for the team play. I guess that's it.
What was it, a question or what?
No, just wanted to give a compliment to Boo.
I mean, Boo was like, it didn't show, like, probably because of his stats. Like, he didn't really have to do much because we literally like won very easily. Like, we were stomping. Like, Kellogg's was just stomping, So, but Boo was like doing a lot of good work. He's a very calm person, and he adjusts very well to enemies.
Yeah, well, Cougar, you wanted to ask him something in terms of round
Oh
4.
yeah,
There
I
was a
love
couple
that you.
things.
Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah.
wanted to show round number 4, and it's something that happens right when you get that information. You're talking about the Gekko. You know that they're events that they need to pick up that utility, and we just wanted to take a look at this round. It's round number 4. You can see how Karmine Corp is a little bit far, but you're gonna see what happens real quick. You get all that info. They make all that noise, and I want to ask you about some very quick reaction that happens once the breach uses the stun. It's going to take up a little bit, but everything, like, you guys are so well coordinated that I want you to tell me if you were literally given the call, like, was this so prepared? Because it looks beautiful. You're going to see in a second.
He's just laughing off camera.
Okay, here. Look, the breach stun is going to come eventually. You know, they're going to be waiting and waiting, you know, probably just waiting for that utility from Gekko to come out, but you have all this info. Everything comes out. Paranoia, nade. Tell me about that moment.
The thing, I mean, oh yeah, we definitely mid-round called that. Like that, I'm gonna flash when they go out vents, because like I know that they're going out vents. It was, I don't know, like what, maybe my intuition, but like we had so much info. I don't like see if Bull maybe pushed B on this round, but like we basically knew in like 100% that they're going out vents. It was like too obvious for us. That's why we just did this trap.
I'm really glad that you mentioned the mid-round calling, because obviously a lock-in Boo was the IGL coming into this tournament. Obviously, we were told that you've taken over that role. It's nothing new for you. You know, you've done this before. Whose decision was that? How are you feeling IGLing this team?
I mean, we made this decision because we obviously had like very poor results, and we just like needed something new, I guess. And like honestly, I don't really do like a lot for this team. Like I think Mixwell, he's having a really good day today. Like I don't know if you guys remember the icebox 3v3 when like we tapped the bomb and instantly ran away.
Yes.
That was Mixwell's idea. It was insane. Like I was like,
we could see it in the camera. I saw him like speaking a lot, and then he walks up to mid.
Like Mixwell is helping me really much in the IGL, and also Bull also talks. Like, you know, it's not only me. But like I feel very comfortable, you know. It's funny that I'm like back to the square one where I was playing like Sova Race and IGLing. Like it feels like 3 years ago, but it feels so comfortable to me.
That's good to hear. How much do you feel like this success has been this switch? Because I guess after lock-in, you guys sat down and you thought we need to do something different if we want to win in this league. Do you feel like the decision of you going to the IGL is why you guys are starting to do better?
I mean, I don't want to sound like narcissistic or something, you know. It's probably. Yeah, maybe. The thing is, I think everybody just trusted it, and it was like a team decision. I think there was not a single person in the team that said like, no, don't put me on an IGL. So when people trust that we are, when people trust, you know, someone, and I think today everybody trusted me, it is really good.
When's Avova's turn? I feel like everyone's got to have a turn at some point.
I mean, Avova, like everybody calls in this team. Like, Kellogg's, honestly, Kellogg's today, he was giving a lot of good calls to mid-round calls, especially.
Yeah, especially I got 1, I got 2, I got 3.
Or,
Those are the best calls.
I'm going in.
That's the best calls I want to hear, honestly.
But when it comes to playing with Kellogg's, do you feel like he is still that player that we had 1 year ago when he was overheating a lot, or how is that improving, like from your inner working with him?
I think he still he improved a lot. I didn't play with him in the old G2, right, when he was like farming everyone. But like he has, obviously not every player is perfect. He has some problems with the overheating stuff, like you said. But he works on it, and I think he's a very hard worker, you know. He wants to like change himself. And today, like, you could see it, you know, like he just needs some confidence. Like he had low confidence. When he has low confidence, he doesn't kill. When he has big confidence, he kills. Like today, he came up to me and then he said, like, today I'm hitting like 50 bomb in 2 maps.
Did he?
Did he actually?
He was close, I think. He was actually quite close.
Yeah, probably. You were talking about, you know, how almost everybody's calling in this team,
41.
but especially, you know, the other day we were missing probably someone to pick up the pieces when you guys were down. Who do you think has to be that person, that character in your team? Do you consider yourself that person that when everything is going wrong, you lift the team up, or is there someone else that you want to highlight in that regard?
I mean, that's, I think, our biggest weakness, that we don't really have a person like that. I mean, I think Oscar does it the most, then me. We try, but sometimes it's like very hard, you know. When we are getting crushed like last week, I mean, not it's the same week, but
Yeah.
last
We
match,
get it.
you know, it was really hard to come back from that. Like we all felt bad and we wasn't like confident from the beginning. You know, I think when we are confident, like everybody hypes themselves. We are very momentum based. I think every single team that I played in was momentum based. You know, and like when we get the momentum, we smash. When we don't get the momentum, like it's hard sometimes to like motivate, you know.
Well, out of the maps we've seen you guys play so far, especially today, if we take a look at the map picks actually after week 1, you played 2 of the most picked maps so far. I think Split is leading the charge.
I love that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, obviously, Split was taken out of the pool for a while, and you know we didn't get to play Split. Now it's back. Everybody wants to play Split. What do you make of the pick rate so far?
Unexpected.
Yeah.
I mean, not gonna lie, I expected more Haven, Lotus. Like, I expected Lotus to be like on top 3 for sure, but Split, like, nah. I thought Split would always be like on the bottom tier, you know. I'm so surprised that Fracture has more picks than Haven and Pearl.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you guys think?
people got a little bit, you know, tired of Haven, and it's just a map. If you want to innovate, if you want to bring new compositions, yada yada, it's like doing the same old homework time and time again. So,
are you guys surprised as well with that?
I'm very surprised with Split because Split is such a, let's say, attackers-based map because it requires a lot of coordination and planning. So if you don't have that, Split is going to be a bad map for you. And since it was picked 7 times, it kind of shows that teams are willing to be that prepared. But as we have seen today, that's not the case always.
I want to talk about agent picks as well because now we talk about map pick, right? I don't know if we have the graphic, but I can at least tell you that Gekko was picked more than Fade, Brim, and Neon. So Gekko was above those 3 agents, and Harbor as well. So
That's not surprising. That's not surprising because I think like a lot of teams have an idea that they just want to on the first weeks surprise enemies, you know. I think everybody wants to get the first points, you know, especially the teams that play against like, you know, the favorites.
Yes.
Like if some teams, some worse teams played against the favorites, they want to cheese them, right? And Gekko is the best way to cheese your opponent. You know, just pick it, and I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that Fate is dead.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah,
they did not change it at all, except for the Wolf, but it was a long time ago, and now she's just dead.
So do you think, just based off of what you just said, that Gekko is going to get out of the compositions of some of these teams as the weeks evolve, as people learn not only how to play against it, but maybe feel the flatness in the character?
I think definitely like people will still play him, but not on like almost every map like Navi did. I think Navi was full trolling with me, not gonna lie. I mean, the comps made sense, they looked cool, but you know, it didn't
require
really
a lot of work to make it.
Yeah, it's like it was really hard. We didn't have that much time to prepare the Gekko. And I think playing him on like 6 or 5 maps,
I mean, you mentioned, you know, CNED just now in the beginning, Na'Vi, a lot of your former teammates. I think when Ascend kind of like went their separate ways, were kind of sad about it. But most of you, you know, made it into this league. What have you made about their performances so far? Because you got to face up against some of them as well at some point.
I have to. That's sad.
Yeah, but you know, they're also, a lot of them are winning. I think some of them, maybe Na'Vi, we thought they were going to go 2-0. But are you keeping an eye out on what they're doing?
I cheer for them. I message Starkso every time that when he plays and wishing him good luck. I was very sad that, I mean, when Vitality played against Koi, it was like, I didn't know who to like really cheer for, right? I didn't really know. Like, Saxo is my, you know, Polish friend, but like, Bonkolt, I like Bonkolt too, you know? Bonkolt is like still one of the funniest teammates I ever had to play with, you know?
Yeah, but you got to play against all of them though. You can't dodge them.
Yeah,
like, you're going to have to go up
sad.
against them at one point.
I mean,
who is the team that you're most scared of?
Most scared of?
Are you going to give the, are you going to give the basic
I
answer?
ain't scared of anyone.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Are
Okay,
you
wait.
looking forward to
Wait.
By the way,
Which teammate would you be most satisfied beating? Like, which one of your former teammates you're like, I got you? And you have to, no cop-outs. You got to give us an answer.
He knows it already. He's thinking if he's going to say it or not.
Yeah, he's good at like how to make it sound like he's not flaming them, you know? He's got to be friendly about it.
I am like about Bonko. I don't care. But I'm just thinking about it's either Cinet or Starkso. I don't know which one though.
Why?
I really want to beat Navi, you know, but I want to beat Starkso too. I think on Cinet it's more like I really want to beat Navi, not Cinet. But with Koi, like I really want to beat Stark, so just Stark, so you know.
It's personal. That's
Kolda,
really
you know,
personal.
it's gonna be hard because Kolda came to us today and he was cheering for us and he was like screaming and jumping and it was really funny.
And you're over here
you
like, I
wanna-
can't wait
yeah,
to
okay.
beat Stars.
Yeah, he comes here like and to cheer for us and then what? I'm supposed to say that I really want to beat them.
It's
He's such a
okay.
nice
It's okay.
guy.
The competition is like that. I mean, you're supposed to want to beat everyone, but of course we want to
I
know.
want to beat-
We want to know because we need to prepare for the head-to-head and all that stuff.
It's a
you know?
friendly
I mean,
rivalry.
Yeah.
Obviously, I want to beat everyone from my teammates, like same as them, probably. If you ask any of my of our former teammates, they will say the same. You know, they want to beat everyone because they want to prove that they got the best. You know,
I think it's the
that
same.
they ended up
yeah.
with the best.
It's the same with the Gambit boys. I feel like they probably really looking forward to having to play against each
Oh
other.
yeah, Gambit boys.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the standings now because the Super Week is officially over. All the teams have played their games out, and this is what the scoreboard is looking at. Your boy Bone Cold is up there with a 2-0. Are you surprised with any of these? Did you expect maybe another team to be higher or lower?
I'm not surprised about Vitality. I think people underrate them a lot. You know,
that's,
I think
that's like
a lot
something
of-
that was happening before as well, right?
Yeah, a lot of players from teams, like, even though they don't play like insane on screens, it just kind of like everybody has this feeling that they will like win. I don't know, like they play. I think they have the best teamwork out of every single team except Fnatic because Fnatic is just insane. But like Vitality, Fnatic and Vitality, like, I think both of these teams have the best teamwork.
Well, you're going to play against Fnatic, sorry, next week. You're going to play against them. Kamek obviously was the stand-in. Lothar, you seem to know a lot about him. I'm not sure if you ever played against him or you
Against
know.
Kamek?
Kamek, yeah. Are you familiar with him at all?
I played with Kamek like 3 years ago when like he was still not full maining Valorant. And
do you still keep the contact?
Yeah, you know him well.
I mean, we played with each other like a lot of rankings. I think he even played like in a team. You know, he was a friend of my friend, and like there was I don't know. I know Kamek, and I mean like he shows really good on Fnatic. You know, obviously like when you're playing with that many high caliber players, you know, it's not gonna be
hard.
that hard to like you know show yourself. But I think it's very good for him that he like you know he's shining and like he's obviously not popping off, but that's not his role to pop off, right? And like he plays really solid, and like maybe we'll get another Polak in the VCT, another one.
Polish player of the week. I think that you have to include that in the news.
That's a big.
Well,
I
we
feel
have
like
4, so that's like almost a team.
So would you rather play against Fnatic with Kamek or Fnatic with Alpha?
Of course, with Kamek. I mean, why?
Yeah.
I mean, Alpha is a wonder kid. Not gonna lie. Like.
Okay, you rate Alpha a lot higher by the sound of it.
I mean, the thing with Alfire, I think that the scariest thing was his race, to play against his race. Now that he's on Sentinel, it's not as scary, but this kid is like so... Like, he just goes into you.
I think he also has, you know, like you were talking about Kellogg's today. I think the Alpha is the kind of player that has those days where it's impossible to go to his side.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's just... His aim is...
I feel like I know what the word you wanted to say.
Yeah, I don't want to even say a word. Like it's, you know, I can find a word to describe. Like, you know, sometimes when he like one-taps me, it feels like I couldn't even react.
Well, it's going to be bad news for you if he's able to come to Berlin next week. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out. We'll see if Alpha's going to be joining. I think that's all the time we have. I'm not sure if you guys have any more questions for Zeke.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Since Binder will be coming
thought it was
back
going to be Polish.
to the pool,
yes.
Which map do you think will leave the map pool when Binder comes back?
I think it's gonna be one of the oldest maps, so it's either gonna be Haven or Ascent. But like, if
Which
we
one
follow
would you like?
if we follow the pattern, then it's gonna be Haven.
Okay,
which one would you like?
Is that the map that you would like to remove?
Yeah.
Also, it would be the map. Like, I think it's gonna be that map, and I think it would be like my most unlikable map right now.
Not Ascent? You rather
Oh yeah,
Haven
Ascent is like-
there we go. Yeah.
I mean, Ascent,
Do you want to keep any map?
I like Haven, but it's now that we have Lotus, I think Lotus is a better like free-side
better,
map
yeah.
than Haven.
I
That's a
agree.
very
It's Haven
common
v2.
So
thing.
why would we like keep 2 free-side maps when we can just forget about Haven, make it 2-side map, and then maybe.
You must be excited about Bind coming back, though.
Oh yeah,
right?
oh, it was always my favorite map,
Yeah.
and the changes are
Have you seen
like.
it? Do you like them?
Yeah, I like the changes, especially the Among Us vent.
Yeah, there's on B-side on the wall.
The
like,
Susi
you
vent.
can throw the
Yeah,
utility
but I want to
there.
know what it looks like from the other side. Like, because from the one image we've seen, like, I don't know, it's a little bit sussy to me. It's a sus vent.
Oh, it's gonna be good lineups for post plant and for preventing the plant as well. It's gonna be definitely very interesting the first week.
Elbow post plant is gonna be a scary position for sure.
I think they made the map better just because they made it wider and all the entrances almost are wider.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be like
It's a general thing that they
less
wanted to
choke
do.
points, like less chaos in a choke point, you know.
Well, I think it's going to be a while until we see Vine come back. But thank you very much, Zeke, for joining us. Congratulations on your win today. We'll see you here next week. Thank you, Kakuka and Lothar as well. Guys, we did it! We did it! We got through Super Week! We did it! Thank you to everyone for watching. Thank you to all of the casters, the talent, the teams, everyone behind in production. You guys tuning in, of course. And make sure to come back next week on Wednesday, starting off with, I know the team, Vitality versus FUT. And we'll see you then.
Conversation! Wait, what?
One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Oh, yeah!
Spike down mid.
I know exactly.
Spike planted. Clutch.